Chapter 1 Chapter 1 The dawn of a new journey. Humanity was on the brink of extinction at the hands of the Demon King, but salvation came from a mage. He became a legend, known as Wizard King, celebrated for generations. March, the season of fireflies and dandelions fluttering in the breeze. Every year, in the Clover Kingdom, all 15-year-olds gather at the Grimoire Tower for the grimoire granting ceremony. At this moment, as an otherworldly traveler, Ethan Hayes was walking alone towards the Grimoire Tower. Ethan! Make sure to bring back a grimoire. Yeah, at least aim for a 3-leaf one. Turning to wave at the villagers, Ethan had a warm smile on his face. Like Asta and Yuno, Ethan was also an orphan. However, unlike them, he was near the seaside of a neighboring village, wrapped in a blanket with clues to his identity. He shared something in common with Yami Sukiro. He came from across the sea. However, his village was not Hage village but rather Kaka village, a little farther away. This meant he hadn't grown up alongside Asta and Yuno. Still, as he set out for the Grimoire Tower, he was well aware that their paths would increasingly intersect. A grimoire. I wonder what kind I'll get. Walking along, Ethan was filled with both anticipation and nervousness. In this world, the type of grimoire one received largely determined one's future. Most people only received a 1-leaf or 2-leaf grimoire, with magic for mundane tasks like tilling fields or household chores. Only 3-leaf grimoires could offer a promising future. And as for a 4-leaf grimoire? Congratulations, you were destined for greatness as long as you survived. The type of grimoire one received was out of their control, influenced by luck, natural talent, and magical potential. But even if I don't get a 4-leaf grimoire, I should be able to manage a 3-leaf one, right? Ethan glanced at the wind magic in his left hand and fire magic in his right. His physique was unique. Most people had only one magic attribute, but he possessed 2, wind and fire. Though these seemed ordinary, in the world of Black Clover, wind, fire, earth, and water were the 4 primary elements, prerequisites for being acknowledged by the 4 elemental spirits. Ethan's confidence didn't just stem from his dual attributes but also his immense magical power, seemingly innate, coursing through his bloodline. Without rigorous training, his magic had been growing exponentially day by day. Based on the 9 levels, where 9 was the weakest and 0 was the strongest, Ethan estimated his magical power at level 8. Though far from the Wizard King, whose magic was undoubtedly level 0, his current magic surpassed most people. He believed that with a grimoire, his power could reach level 6. After 3 days, Ethan reached the Grimoire Tower. Not all 15-year-olds in the kingdom had the opportunity to come here. It required both talent and a recommendation. Small villages got 1 or 2 slots, while larger cities had dozens. Thus, anyone who made it here either had connections or potential. Wow, are these all grimoires? In the crowd, a boy's face lit up with excitement, his voice filled with wonder. Beside him stood a calm, handsome, black-haired young man. Ethan instantly recognized them as Asta and Yuno, the future owners of the 5-leaf and 4-leaf grimoires, respectively. Ugh, a bunch of country bumpkins. How embarrassing. Are these guys seriously planning to take the Magic Knight's entrance exam in 6 months? How disgraceful. Oh, and that one can't even use magic. He's probably the only one in the entire kingdom like that. Ha ha ha. The mocking words caused those familiar with Asta to frown. Even Asta himself clenched his fists, trembling with suppressed anger. Watching the scene, Ethan shook his head, stepped forward, and patted Asta's shoulder. Hey, Asta, don't tell me you understand dog language. Pfft. Hearing this, Yuno couldn't help but chuckle. The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving the 2 noble boys looking disgruntled. You filthy commoner, who are you calling a dog? This place isn't meant for trash like you. Ethan didn't dodge as one of them grabbed his collar. Instead, he stared back mockingly. Commoner? You do realize that commoners make up 80% of the people here, right? Are you suggesting we all leave so you can have the grimoires to yourself? Who gave you that right? Your dad? The king? Or the Wizard King himself? Chapter 2, A Gamble of Fate. Cutting deep with words. Ethan's comment made the two noblemen's faces turn pale. They glanced around nervously, noticing the icy, hostile glares from the so-called commoners around them. The tension between nobles and commoners had always been present. If the nobles dared to say something outrageous, they didn't doubt that these commoners might collectively toss them out. At that moment, an aged, commanding voice echoed, "Welcome, young ones. To those who begin their journeys today, I offer you honesty, hope, and love. I am the keeper of the Grimoire Tower. May one among you rise to become the Wizard King. Now, let the granting ceremony begin." With these words, a white-bearded elder gracefully descended from above. Seeing the ceremony commence, the two nobles grabbing Ethan's collar quickly let go, finding an excuse to back away. "Humph, a commoner will always be a commoner. What's the point of staying here? A leaf grimoire? Maybe two? Ha ha ha." Ethan smirked as he straightened his collar. "How about a bet? If I get a 3-leaf grimoire, you both let me punch you." The nobles hesitated, dumbfounded. They wanted to agree but couldn't bring themselves to do so under Ethan's confident gaze. Tisk tisk. What's wrong? Are the noble lords too scared to gamble with a commoner? Who said we're scared? Fine, let's bet. But if you don't get it, we'll beat you up. Deal. Ethan shrugged off their threats and looked up as the ceremony began. Grimoires stored within the tower began to fly out, emitting colorful glows as they drifted through the air like butterflies. Occasionally, a grimoire would land in someone's hands, chosen based on their talent and magical potential. Wow! This is my grimoire. Hey, mine's bigger than yours. Yes. Now I can leave the village and head to the city. But, why is mine so small? Some rejoiced while others lamented. Regardless of size or quality, everyone received their grimoire except for 2 people. Even the 2 nobles were granted 3-leaf grimoires and were visibly ecstatic. However, a grimoire hasn't come to me. Asta knelt on the ground, despair and fear etched across his face. Everyone else had theirs, yet his grimoire was nowhere to be seen. Try again next year, the keeper of the tower finally said after a moment of hesitation. His words crushed Asta, pushing him into an abyss of despair. Ha ha ha! That's hilarious! Unbelievable he didn't get one. Even I got a 1-leaf grimoire. But suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed out, wait, he's not the only one. Everyone turned to look at Ethan. This doesn't make sense. Ethan's expression remained calm, but internally, he was panicking. In his mind, even if he was the worst of the worst, he should have at least gotten a 1-leaf or 2-leaf grimoire. How could he receive nothing? Just as confusion mounted, a radiant golden light burst forth. Everyone forgot to mock Ethan as their gazes shifted to Yuno. Under the golden glow, a grimoire symbolizing honesty, hope, and love floated into his hands. But unlike others, Yuno's grimoire featured an additional leaf, representing luck. A 4-leaf, a 4-leaf clover. Unbelievable, a legendary grimoire. The first Wizard King was said to have one of those, too. Filled with immense magical power and luck, this is incredible. The crowd erupted in awe, their voices trembling. The 4-leaf grimoire landed in Yuno's hands. Turning calmly, he announced, I will become the Wizard King. Before anyone could react, another golden light illuminated the tower, shocking everyone once again. Ethan now held a 4-leaf grimoire, glowing with the same brilliance. Everyone froze, unable to process what they were witnessing. Another one. Is this some kind of mistake? 2 4-leaf grimoires in one day. Even the keeper of the tower was speechless. But the surprises weren't over. A fiery red light blazed forth from the bookshelf. Yet another grimoire, containing luck and marked with a 4-leaf clover, floated into the air. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 3, the third 4-leaf clover. This is, the third 4-leaf clover. All eyes turned upward, gazing at the floating grimoire inside the tower. 3 4-leaf clovers appearing in one day? What's going on? Is it mine? Check around, see who hasn't received a grimoire yet. Everyone began questioning those nearby. It quickly became evident that, aside from Asta, everyone else already had their grimoire. Could it be, this one is mine? Asta's previously despondent eyes lit up with hope. Yuno had received a 4-leaf clover. If Asta wanted to compete with him for the title of Wizard King, his starting point couldn't be any weaker. Sorry, but this one's mine too. With a wave of his hand, the floating 4-leaf clover descended. The crimson glow dissipated, revealing a fiery red cover. Like the first, this grimoire landed securely in Ethan Gale's right hand. The crowd was stunned into silence, staring at Ethan in disbelief. 2? One person holding 2 grimoires? And not just any grimoires, both were 4-leaf clovers symbolizing unparalleled luck. Were they dreaming, or had someone else's wildest dreams just come true? This. The elderly tower keeper stared speechlessly for a long moment. In all his years managing the grimoire tower, he had never seen or heard of one person receiving 2 grimoires. Even across the 4 kingdoms, such an occurrence was unheard of. Interesting, Yuno said, regaining his composure. But only I will become the Wizard King. His calm eyes briefly softened with pity as he glanced at Asta. Having grown up in the same village, Yuno couldn't help but feel sorry that Asta hadn't been chosen by a grimoire. If Asta couldn't pursue the path to becoming Wizard King, Yuno decided he would carry both their dreams forward. Is that so? Then let's see who gets there first. Ethan smirked confidently. He hadn't come this far to be second best. If he aimed for something, it would be to become the strongest, the greatest. The title of Wizard King wasn't just a label, it symbolized invincibility and ultimate power. Though the ceremony ended, those who had witnessed it would never forget the events of that day. Damn it, they ran off. Ethan scanned the area but couldn't spot the 2 noble brats who had wagered their pride against him. TCH. Clicking his tongue, Ethan adjusted the grimoires in his hands and began his journey back to the village. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events at all. Initially, he thought he might become a laughingstock like Asta. But fate had other plans. His grimoires hadn't failed to appear, they had simply been delayed. Receiving one was already thrilling enough, but then a second 4-leaf clover emerged. A single person owning 2 4-leaf clover grimoires, such an anomaly had never occurred in Black Clover's history. 2 4-leaf clovers. Ethan could hardly contain his excitement for what lay ahead. Suddenly, he sensed a magical fluctuation. Fire magic, blazing inferno. A burst of fire magic surged toward Ethan, but he reacted instantly. His heightened magical senses allowed him to detect even the slightest disturbance in the ambient mana before an attack formed. Wind magic, wind pillar. With a wave of his hand, Ethan didn't even need to use a grimoire. The ambient mana around him coalesced, forming a towering column of wind that blocked the incoming flames with ease. What? He nullified my fire magic without using a grimoire? How is that possible? Looks like you didn't run off after all. Ethan smirked as he stared down the 2 nobles. He had initially assumed they'd fled to avoid the consequences of their lost bet, but here they were, lying in wait to ambush him. Well, it makes sense. 1 4-leaf clover is already rare, but 2? I must have stolen all the attention today. Ethan chuckled inwardly at the irony of his newfound fame. Let me guess, you're here so I can honor our bet, he said mockingly. Despite his playful tone, Ethan's senses were on high alert. If these 2 were bold enough to confront him, there might be others lurking in the shadows. And sure enough, the leader of the ambush soon revealed himself. Clang! Clang! Silver chains shot out from the surrounding forest, entangling the two nobles and binding them tightly to a nearby tree. The remaining chains shot toward Ethan, aiming to ensnare him as well. But his agility rivaled that of a wild beast. Leaping and twisting through the air, he evaded the chains with ease. Clap! 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 A man emerged from the shadows, his grimoire hovering beside him, surrounded by floating chains. His face bore a sinister smirk. "Impressive," the man said, his voice dripping with malice. "No wonder you have 2 4-leaf clovers. Even if I can't use them, collectors in the black market will pay handsomely for such rare treasures." Though Ethan had already guessed his intentions, hearing the words out loud made his expression darken. In this world, grimoires were akin to a person's lifeline. To a mage, they were as vital as a knight's sword or a sniper's rifle. Someone attempting to steal his grimoires might as well be trying to kill him. "You're talking like you've already won. Care to test that theory?" One of Ethan's grimoires began to float beside him, glowing with a vibrant green aura. In his 15 years of life, Ethan had learned one universal truth: strength determines survival. Wind creation magic, storm domain. The 4-leaf clover's pages flipped rapidly, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. In an instant, massive tornadoes descended from the sky, creating a chaotic storm that turned the area into a desolate wasteland. Dust and debris filled the air, and the scene resembled the end of the world itself. Chapter 4, The Power of Creation Magic. Creation magic? That's impossible! Libich gasped, his face filled with shock as the environment changed drastically around him. Magic was a universal ability in the Clover Kingdom. Everyone had it to some extent. But there was a vast difference between simply wielding magic and mastering it. Most commoners used magic only for daily tasks. Those with moderate talent could replicate spells they had learned or inherited, like fire magic, blazing flame, which Libich had cast earlier. However, creation magic was on another level entirely. It allowed a mage to construct new objects, creatures, or phenomena from their magical energy. Achieving this required a deep understanding of one's magic type and extraordinary control. For most, it was impossible without years of practice, even with a grimoire. But here Ethan was, using creation magic mere hours after acquiring his grimoires. Creation magic, chain prison formation. Clang! Dozens of metal chains materialized from thin air, enveloping Libich in an impenetrable cocoon of steel. More chains surged through the ground like serpents, lunging at Ethan with incredible speed. Still maintaining his windstorm zone spell, Ethan leapt from tree to tree, dodging with agility and precision. His magical reserves were vast, but he was painfully aware of his lack of battle experience. Libich, a former member of the Magic Knights, had survived countless skirmishes. Ethan knew better than to underestimate his opponent. "Let's finish this now." The fire-aligned grimoire floated to Ethan's right, opposite his wind-aligned grimoire. Its pages turned rapidly, glowing with a fiery radiance as it released a torrent of magical energy. Creation magic, infernal hellfire. Boom! A massive surge of flames erupted from the earth, feeding on the intense winds of the windstorm zone. The firestorm consumed everything in its path, growing fiercer with every second. Inside his steel cocoon, Libich felt the heat closing in. His chains, once silvery and cold, glowed red-hot, turning his supposed sanctuary into an oven. How can this be? Another creation magic spell, and the sheer force of it. Libich's face twisted in regret as the realization hit him. Ethan's magical power rivaled that of a magic knight captain. He cursed his arrogance. If he had gone after Yuno instead, or avoided provoking Ethan altogether. But regrets meant nothing now. Aftermath. For 10 full minutes, the inferno raged, its intensity focused within a 50-meter radius. Ethan spared no effort, he refused to leave Libich a chance to retaliate. Cough. I think it's over, probably. Panting, Ethan dismissed his spells, his grimoires returning to his sides. The battlefield was scorched black, the air thick with heat and ash. In the center lay a charred, unrecognizable figure, Libich, defeated. "Tch, what a mess," Ethan muttered, shaking his head. Nearby, the two noble lackeys who had been bound earlier were little more than cinders. Lessons learned. Although victorious, Ethan knew he couldn't afford to be complacent. He reflected on the fight critically. My advantage is in raw magical power, he thought. But strength alone isn't enough. Without experience, I'm still vulnerable. Libich had been careless, underestimating Ethan's potential. But what if the fight had gone differently? What if Libich had waited in ambush, striking when Ethan was distracted? There's no room for what if in battle, Ethan realized grimly. I need more experience. He had the raw talent, but without skill and strategy, he was nothing more than a paper tiger. His opponents wouldn't always be so foolish. To gain that experience, there was only one place to go. The Magic Knights. Ethan murmured, clenching his fists. His next step was clear. Joining their ranks was the only way to test his limits, refine his abilities, and ultimately rise to the top. Chapter 5, to the capital Kaka village, at the entrance. A group of villagers stood at the outskirts of the village, waving goodbye to Ethan Hayes as he departed. Ethan's heart was heavy with reluctance. He didn't have a fixed guardian growing up. Instead, he had been raised by the collective kindness of Kaka village, eating meals in different households each day. To him, every villager was family. But calling them all mom and dad? That's overkill, Ethan thought with a wry smile. I'll just repay them properly when I make it big. He waved one last time before turning to leave, his bag slung over his shoulder. Should I catch up with Asta and Yuno and travel with them, he mused while walking the road toward the royal capital. The thought crossed his mind briefly, but he quickly dismissed it. Asta and Yuno, two protagonists shining with main character halos in the Black Clover world. But Ethan was his own person. He wasn't Asta or Yuno, he was Ethan Hayes. If he were weak or talentless, he might consider clinging to their light for warmth and guidance. But he wasn't. He was Ethan Hayes, a wielder of not one but two four-leaf grimoires. I want to see who'll come out on top, Ethan thought. Them or me? Who will truly stand as the strongest? Joining the Magic Knights was just the first step in this competition. Near the gates of the royal capital finally made it. Ethan exclaimed, descending gracefully from the air. During the journey, he hadn't wasted time. He continued practicing his magic control, refining his skills with both grimoires. In his understanding, a four-leaf grimoire symbolized immense magical potential and unique abilities. But to claim it was leagues beyond a three-leaf grimoire was an exaggeration. After all, if that were the case, the wielder of a four-leaf grimoire, like Licht, would have easily crushed opponents like Yami Sukiro in their first encounter. Instead, Licht had barely escaped with his life. This proved that having a four-leaf grimoire didn't guarantee invincibility. Without effort and discipline, even someone with a two-leaf grimoire could surpass you one day. Yo, Ethan! A loud, boisterous voice snapped Ethan out of his thoughts. He instantly recognized it. It was Asta, the self-proclaimed roaring king, whose passion and enthusiasm practically bled through his voice. By contrast, Yuno, who stood beside him, was as composed and silent as ever. Ethan smiled faintly and approached. Asta, Yuno. You just got here too. His gaze flicked subtly toward Asta's bag, noticing the corner of a peculiar black grimoire peeking out. So he still got the five-leaf grimoire, even without Libich's interference, Ethan thought. This was fate-proof that the world's plotlines had a way of repairing themselves. Even if Asta and Yuno had skipped the grimoire ceremony, they'd probably still receive their grimoires through some other means. Am I really competing against them, or am I challenging the heavens themselves? Ethan chuckled bitterly to himself. But whether it was against people or fate, Ethan welcomed the challenge. He firmly believed his destiny was in his own hands. Let's go, said coolly. The exam is about to begin. If we're late, we'll be disqualified. Yuno's eyes lingered on Ethan, burning with quiet determination. After all, Ethan was no ordinary competitor. He wielded 2 4-leaf grimoires. At the Magic Night entrance exam registration next. Please step forward to receive your number. 7 lines stretched before the registration booths, packed with candidates eager to prove themselves. Your number 123. Your number 146. When Ethan stepped forward, the clerk glanced at him casually until he saw the 4-leaf grimoire in Ethan's hands. 4-leaf. The clerk froze, staring at the grimoire before looking up at Ethan. His sharp black hair, confident smile, and calm demeanor instantly drew attention. Whispers erupted around them. Is that him? The one from the rumors. A 4-leaf grimoire. It's incredible. He's amazing. The crowd buzzed with envy and admiration. 4-leaf grimoires hadn't appeared in centuries, not since the days of the first Wizard King. Just as the commotion was dying down, Ethan reached into his bag and pulled out his second grimoire, a fiery red 4-leaf grimoire. The crowd fell silent, stunned. Two grimoires. And both are 4-leaf. Ignoring the stares, Ethan maintained a calm expression. He understood the danger of standing out. A tall tree catches the wind, as the saying goes. But he also believed in seizing opportunities. If he wanted to rise above the rest, he needed to show his worth. Hiding his potential wouldn't benefit him, it would only hold him back. If Yuno could join the Golden Dawn, Ethan was determined to do no less. Chapter 6, The Trial of Flight, a display of strength. 2 people with 4-leaf clovers. Yet, who do you think is stronger? Isn't it obvious? The one with 2 books, of course. As the candidates awaited the commencement of the exam, murmurs filled the air. The appearance of not 1 but 3 4-leaf clover grimoires, a mythical rarity, had ignited a wildfire of gossip among the participants. Just wait, Ethan Hayes, the one who will become the Wizard King is definitely me. Unwilling to stay unnoticed, Asta's passionate roar drew everyone's attention. However, both Ethan Hayes and Yuno instinctively stepped to the side, murmuring, I don't know him. I don't know him. In his typical boisterous manner, Asta collided into Yami Sukiro, the captain of the Black Bull Squad, one of the 9 Magic Knight squads. Known more for their chaotic reputation than for any public accolades, the Black Bull Squad had nevertheless earned their place as fierce warriors. As the ceremonial fireworks lit up the sky, the captains of the 9 squads began to make their grand entrances. TCH, his hairstyle looks like something else entirely, Ethan Hayes muttered, his eye twitching at the sight of Nozel Silva, the captain of the Silver Eagles. The tightly braided spearhead hanging from Nozel's forehead was certainly an acquired taste. Among the 9 squads, the Golden Dawn shone as the crown jewel, boasting the best records and being led by William Van Jans, widely regarded as the strongest among the captains. Naturally, every candidate's ambition aligned with joining this prestigious squad. Yet the reality was harsh. Most of the elite squads, like the Golden Dawn and the Silver Eagles, only accepted nobility or royalty. For commoners, they were practically out of reach. Thank you for waiting. I will oversee this exam myself. Tree of Magic Descent. William Vangeance's calm voice resonated through the arena as he opened his grimoire. Green light burst forth, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of mana. Dark clouds gathered above, and with a vortex-like motion, massive roots descended from the sky, each one elegantly forming into a broomstick before one candidate. So, this is his strength. Ethan Hayes's pupils contracted slightly as he observed the spectacle. Though unsure whether Van Jans was using his full power, Ethan Hayes estimated that the magic's intensity was at least at a Domain 4 level. If those roots had been used to attack rather than deliver brooms, few here himself included would stand a chance. An acting Demon King, quite the hurdle, Ethan Hayes thought, his gaze lingering on Van Jans, whose imposing figure stood tall on the high platform. Vangeance's hidden identity as the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun made him a future threat to the Clover Kingdom. Ethan Hayes pondered the implications. Could he expose him? Convince the Wizard King or the Knights? The answer was clear: no one would believe him. Ultimately, Ethan Hayes's path forward was strength. He resolved that all plots and schemes crumble in the face of overwhelming power. Now, the first phase of the exam is simple, Van Jans continued. Demonstrate your ability to control mana by flying on your broomstick. Steady flight will suffice to pass. The test, while seemingly straightforward, proved challenging for many candidates. Come on. Move. Keep steady. Don't fall off. Ah, thud. The scene resembled a slapstick comedy, with many struggling to maintain balance, some flailing wildly and tumbling off their brooms. Of the 500 or so candidates, only about 2/3 managed to get airborne. Among those, only a handful displayed any semblance of control. Wow, so amazing! In contrast to the chaos, Yuno stood effortlessly atop his broom, soaring gracefully through the air like a bird. His natural talent, amplified by his 4-leaf clover grimoire, drew admiration from both the audience and the squad captains. The talent chosen by the 4-leaf clover. Impressive, indeed. All eyes were on Yuno except for those of a few captains, who searched for someone else, the mysterious candidate with 2 4-leaf clover grimoires. There he is. Eventually, their gaze landed on Ethan Hayes. Unlike Yuno, however, Ethan Hayes stood motionless, his broom resting on the ground beside him. Don't tell me he can't even make it fly. Yet, look at the other guy. He's practically a star already. I knew it. This guy must have gotten those grimoires through some underhanded means. Ridicule filled the air. Jealous of Ethan Hayes's fortune, many found comfort in mocking his apparent lack of skill. With a calm expression, Ethan Hayes picked up the broom, then tossed it aside. The crowd erupted in laughter. See? He's all show, no substance. He doesn't deserve those grimoires. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh silenced the jeers. Ethan Hayes extended his hand, summoning a blade of compressed wind. The green, razor-sharp edges of the wind blade shimmered under the sunlight, and the faint hum it emitted was chilling. Such precision! To compress a wind spell to this level! And without even using his grimoire! The captains were taken aback. Unlike flying a broomstick, which required only basic mana control, compressing and stabilizing a spell to this degree was an advanced skill. It was a feat many magic knights couldn't replicate. In that moment, Ethan Hayes stood as the undeniable center of attention, a stark contrast to the laughter mere seconds ago. He gripped the wind blade firmly, its edges gleaming like polished steel. This was no ordinary show of skill. It was a declaration: I am not here to compete. I am here to conquer. Chapter 7, The Clash of Titans, a rivalry forged in magic. Swish. Ethan dispersed the magic in his hands, a faint smile playing on his lips as he scanned the crowd. His gaze inevitably locked with Yuno's. Though unspoken, both of them shared the same thought: who will rise as the strongest? After all, as the wielders of 4-leaf clovers, comparisons were unavoidable. And with both aspiring for the title of Wizard King, the rivalry was inevitable. Ah! That's amazing! But no matter what, the one becoming Wizard King will definitely be me. Asta's boisterous voice shattered the tense atmosphere, leaving everyone exasperated. Most expected Ethan to mock him, but instead, he replied with a grin, sure. But even if you become Wizard King, I'll be someone even stronger. Ethan's response caught many by surprise. Yet, his confidence wasn't misplaced. The black 5-leaf clover contained powers beyond imagination. The 4th leaf of a clover symbolized luck, but the 5th leaf? It housed a demon. Before arriving in this world, Ethan hadn't yet finished watching Black Clover, so he wasn't entirely sure whether Asta was just a regular person or secretly some legendary figure's chosen one. But he knew this: Asta's anti-magic ability was a natural counter to all mages. That included Ethan himself. Even the Wizard King wasn't exempt. However, anti-magic wasn't Asta's innate ability but something granted by the 5-leaf clover and the demonic swords it bestowed. Without those swords, Asta's greatest strength disappeared, leaving him reliant only on his physical prowess. Now, we'll begin the second stage of the exam. William Van Jans, the captain of the Golden Dawn, cast a lingering glance at Ethan before making the announcement. He didn't say much, but his demeanor suggested that the next test would be crucial. The room refocused, as all candidates turned their attention back to the trial. This phase tested their ability to create magic. Candidates needed to use their magical attributes to mold or transform their magic into different shapes or forms, whether to enhance its power or alter its utility. For example, an earth mage could conjure sturdy walls or manipulate the terrain to create devastating landslides. Water creation magic, mist shroud. Earth creation magic, rock wall. Lightning creation magic. One by one, candidates demonstrated their abilities. Most of their attempts, while technically creation magic, were rudimentary. Changing the shape of their magic wasn't inherently impressive, it was its effectiveness that mattered. What's the point of creating something useless like a dirt toothbrush? Are you going to clean your teeth mid-battle? The mages seated in the observation area chuckled, though their focus remained sharp. On the elevated platform, Jack the Ripper, captain of the Green Mantis, glanced over at Yami Sukiro, captain of the Black Bulls. "See anyone you like, Yami?" Jack smirked, his razor-sharp grin ever present. Yami, cigarette in hand, replied nonchalantly, "Even if I did, do you think they'd choose to join the Black Bulls?" Jack chuckled knowingly. Unspoken among the captains was their mutual acknowledgement of the top 2 candidates, Yuno and Ethan Hayes. The former's skill was undeniable, and the latter had already shocked everyone by wielding 2 4-leaf clovers. Their performances so far had only cemented them as the clear favorites. Jack's eyes narrowed slightly as he evaluated Ethan. That kid. His magic power alone is already comparable to a 7th domain mage. And he's only had his grimoire for what, half a year? Yami gave a slight nod of agreement, though he said nothing further. Still, the captains knew the earlier trials were just warm-ups. The real test was about to begin. Now, for the final phase of the exam, combat. Pairs will be formed, and you'll face off in One-on-One battles, announced Fuegoleon Vermilion, captain of the Crimson Lion Kings. This was what everyone had been waiting for. Magic Knights weren't meant to be ceremonial figures, they were warriors. The true test of a candidate's worth was their ability to fight. Winning or losing doesn't just impact your chances of selection, it might determine whether or not you'll be chosen at all, Fuegoleon continued. At those words, the room erupted into murmurs. Most candidates immediately began sizing each other up, looking for weaker opponents to secure an easy victory. Ethan, however, remained still. A 4-leaf clover grimoire in the hands of a commoner? How laughable! I, Salim de Hapshas, will allow you the honor of facing me. Ethan didn't even glance at the arrogant noble. Scram! Ignoring the stunned Salim, Ethan strode directly toward Yuno. "Yuno," Ethan said with a grin, interested in a match. If he was going to fight, it wouldn't be against someone weak. Asta might have been an interesting opponent, but Ethan dismissed the idea. At this stage, their abilities were too far apart. Yuno, on the other hand, was a worthy challenge. With his exceptional magic and natural talent, Yuno wasn't just a rival, he was the ideal test of Ethan's growing strength. "Why not?" Yuno replied, his expression calm but determined. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as the two most talked about candidates prepared to clash. This was no longer just a test, it was a battle between the future's greatest mages. Chapter 8 Strength and Resolve. Ethan Hayes' powerful challenge resonated across the arena, silencing the crowd momentarily before erupting into murmurs. Wait, are they seriously pairing up? Why not? 4-leaf grimoire against 4-leaf grimoire. Unless you want to pair up with them. Forget it, I'd probably leave with all my teeth knocked out. The audience whispered fervently, their anticipation building. Both Ethan and Yuno had proven themselves far beyond the average candidate. If there were rankings, they'd undoubtedly score A+, leaving the rest struggling between CS and BS. Fine by me, Yuno said with a faint smirk, his eyes gleaming with determination. Despite their shared beginnings in the remote Hage village and their shared possession of the rare 4-leaf grimoire, Ethan knew that their paths would inevitably converge as rivals in the pursuit of the title of Wizard King. Their exchange stirred excitement among the spectators. This is going to be good. Finally, a real fight. Who do you think will win? While the majority eagerly awaited the duel, one person fumed silently: Salim de Hapshas. The noble, having just been dismissed by Ethan with a simple scram, could barely contain his indignation. You dare disrespect me, a noble of such stature! Salim roared. Ethan's gaze swept over him with disdain. He didn't waste time on arguments, especially with someone blinded by privilege. Instead, he turned to the captains seated above. Esteemed captains, may I propose an additional match? I'd like to teach this nobleman a lesson. There was a brief silence before Fuego Leon Vermilion, captain of the Crimson Lion Kings, spoke up. What's the harm? The rules don't restrict the number of matches per candidate. Let them proceed. Ethan stepped into the arena, his confidence radiating. The other participants quickly cleared the area, sensing the tension. Salim hesitated briefly before striding forward, his expression twisting in resentment. You'll regret this, commoner, Salim spat. Ethan didn't flinch. Instead, he raised a single finger. One move. If I fail to defeat you in one move, I'll tear my grimoire apart here and now. The crowd gasped collectively. Tear up a 4-leaf grimoire? He's insane. Did he really just say that? And if I beat you in one move, Ethan added, his voice icy, will you do the same? Salim's face paled at the proposition, but the growing whispers around him left him no choice. Fine. Let's see how you accomplish such arrogance. The duel began. Salim wasted no time. Lightning creation magic, thunder forest. In an instant, the area around him transformed into a maze of electrified trees, their energy crackling and humming ominously. It was an impressive defensive move. The dense forest of lightning was designed to deter any approach and punish anyone who dared to enter. He's playing it safe, someone murmured. Smart. No way one move can break through that. But Ethan had no intention of playing Salim's game. Too slow, he whispered, his voice like the wind. Salim's eyes widened in shock as he heard Ethan's voice not in front of him, but behind. He whipped around to see Ethan standing there, a blade of compressed wind hovering dangerously close to his neck. The arena erupted in disbelief. How did he? Wasn't he standing over there a second ago? It's a wind clone. He used a clone to distract him. 4-leaf magic, Gale Mirage, Ethan stated calmly, the wind blade pressing lightly against Salim's skin. Looks like you lost, Salim. Salim trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He could feel the blade's edge, and he knew it wasn't a bluff. I concede, he muttered, his voice barely audible. Ethan stepped back, dismissing the blade as he turned to address the entire arena. I know many of you nobles look down on us commoners, he began, his voice steady but laced with passion. You think we're beneath you, not worth your notice. You call us ants, pests, and yet here I stand. A four-leaf grimoire bearer, just like any of you. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd. If you think your privilege makes you better, then step forward. Prove it. Crush me if you can. Destroy my grimoire. But if you can't, then maybe, just maybe, it's time to rethink who truly holds the power here. The arena fell silent, Ethan's words hanging heavy in the air. Chapter 9, Rallying the spirit of change. As Ethan Hayes' words rang through the air, the tension in the arena became palpable. Among the gathered crowd, the commoners felt a surge of pride and fiery determination, their hearts racing as if ignited by his bold proclamation. On the other hand, the nobles looked on, their faces twisted in disdain and anger, though none dared step forward after witnessing Salim's crushing defeat. Are kings and lords born better than others? Ethan's voice echoed like a clarion call, leaving many speechless. The members of the Magic Knight squads, especially their leaders, exchanged uneasy glances. Silver Eagle's captain and others who came from noble backgrounds frowned deeply. The statement, while inspiring to the commoners, cut close to the power structures they benefited from. Yet before the brewing tension could explode further, a warm and powerful presence descended upon the scene. A figure materialized, his appearance almost ethereal in its simplicity, a man with short golden hair, a star-shaped mark on his forehead, and an aura that radiated authority tempered by kindness. The arena fell silent. "It's the Wizard King," someone exclaimed. Gasps spread through the crowd. The participants and captains alike stood in reverent acknowledgement, bowing slightly. Ethan, too, offered a polite nod, recognizing Julius Novacrano immediately. Julius' bright smile diffused the tension as he gestured for the crowd to relax. "Well said, young man," he remarked, his tone laced with amusement. "But let's not let passion lead to unnecessary recklessness, shall we?" The Wizard King's words seemed to carry a weight that soothed the brewing storm. Turning his attention fully to Ethan, he continued, "Your duel was impressive, and your talents undeniable. Still, I suggest we forego the condition of tearing your magic grimoires apart. It's far too precious to risk over a duel, no matter how compelling the stakes." Ethan gave a faint shrug, pretending to be indifferent. "If that's what you think is best." But deep down, he sighed in relief. His gamble had paid off. He'd bet everything that Julius would intervene, knowing the Wizard King's reputation for fairness and his fascination with unique talents like Ethan's. The Wizard King chuckled, seemingly reading the young man's thoughts. Then, addressing the Magic Knight captains, he announced, "Captains, I'll be claiming this one for myself. Ethan Hayes will join me directly." The captains froze momentarily, exchanging glances of disbelief. Such a declaration was unprecedented, as even the most talented recruits traditionally had to earn their stripes within one of the squads before working under the Wizard King. Julius' decision, however, was final. He turned to Ethan and extended a hand. "Come with me. We have much to discuss." Before Ethan could reply, the world shifted around him. In a flash of light, he found himself in an opulent yet welcoming room, filled with intricate magical artifacts and tomes. "Where am I?" Ethan asked, glancing around in amazement. "My office," Julius replied, his smile unwavering. "I hope you don't mind the abrupt transportation, it saves time." Back at the arena, Yuno watched the scene unfold with mixed feelings. His rival had just been plucked out of the competition, leaving him with a sense of unfinished business. "Ethan," Yuno muttered under his breath, clenching his fists. "You might be closer to the Wizard King now, but I won't lose to you. Just wait and see." Chapter 10, Time Magic? Ethan Hayes was stunned. The abrupt transition from the exam arena to the royal palace left him unnerved. He hadn't even noticed when or how he was transported. It felt like time itself had accelerated exponentially, compressing countless moments into a single breath, whisking him back to the heart of the Clover Kingdom. "Is this Time magic. Ethan murmured in awe. Unlike spatial magic, which allowed instantaneous travel via portals, time magic seemed even more versatile and efficient. Julius Novacrono, the Wizard King, regarded Ethan with calm authority. Ethan Hayes, 15 years old, from Rockshore Village at the kingdom's border. Orphaned young, you were found near the coast by villagers. We have sufficient evidence to conclude you are not originally from this continent. You hail from across the sea, an outsider. Ethan didn't flinch. He had anticipated this. After all, the Wizard King's reputation for diligence and thoroughness meant that every detail about his past was likely laid bare. So, Wizard King, does this mean Clover Kingdom does not welcome outsiders? Ethan asked pointedly. Julius smiled faintly. Not at all. Be it nobles, royals, or commoners, I judge all by their deeds, not their origins. However, I must admit, you've displayed exceptional audacity. Ethan understood the subtext. He had considered joining the Golden Dawn but dismissed the idea. Bonds formed through prolonged camaraderie could be both a blessing and a curse. With the impending elven reincarnation threat, he didn't want emotional ties clouding his judgment. Better to sever them early than risk being ensnared. Wizard King, Ethan declared firmly, I want to learn magic from you. Julius raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Learn from me? Our magic affinities differ. Mine is time, yours is wind and fire. I'm not sure how much I can teach you. Ethan nodded. I'm not asking for specific spells or techniques, but rather your philosophy and insights. Julius's curiosity deepened. Ethan's perspective was refreshing. Interesting. Very well, I'll consider your request, but first, answer 3 questions honestly. The first question, how do you view the future of the Clover Kingdom? Ethan paused, deliberating. Finally, he responded, treading on thin ice. The Empire teeters on collapse. Bold words. Marx snapped, his mushroom-shaped hair quivering in indignation. How dare you insult the kingdom? Julius raised a hand, silencing Marx. Interesting choice of words. Elaborate. Ethan met Julius's gaze. The Clover Kingdom is geographically vulnerable, sandwiched between the Diamond and Spade Kingdoms, with the Heart Kingdom lurking in the distance. While our magical prowess deters external threats, the real danger lies within. Internal divisions, when left unchecked, can destroy even the strongest fortress. Marx's retort was swift. Are you insinuating there's a traitor among us? Ethan shook his head. Not necessarily a spy, but deep-rooted inequality. The exam earlier demonstrated how nobles look down on commoners. Even with a grimoire, they dismiss me. Imagine how they treat those without one. The cracks in society run deep. Remember, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Julius repeated the phrase softly, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. He sighed. The divide between nobles and commoners had always troubled him. The second question, how would you solve this problem? Ethan smiled. Simple, treat everyone equally. Marx rolled his eyes. Empty rhetoric. Easier said than done. Ethan continued undeterred. Nobles hoard resources, land, money, power, leaving commoners with nothing. If you want to bridge the gap, redistribute resources. Provide land and education to commoners. Most importantly, treat them with respect. Julius nodded thoughtfully. Respect is vital but also the hardest to instill. Exactly, Ethan agreed. It's not about charity. People value what they earn. Establish schools for commoners to teach magic and ensure their talents are nurtured. Create a new unit alongside the 9 Magic Knight squads, one exclusively for commoners. Over time, as they prove their worth, respect will follow naturally. Julius clapped his hands, impressed. Remarkable. Your ideas are bold yet practical. The third question, what is your ultimate goal? Ethan grinned. To surpass the Wizard King or perhaps, become someone even greater. Julius laughed heartily, clasping Ethan's shoulders. Ambitious, aren't you? Very well, Ethan Hayes. You've piqued my interest. Let us see how far you can go. Chapter 11, A Scholar's Gambit, Bridges of Power and Rivalry. Few walking out of the Wizard King's office, Ethan Hayes let out a long sigh of relief. Despite appearing calm and composed, Ethan had been quite tense throughout the meeting. It was the kind of pressure that comes naturally when facing someone who could crush you with a flick of their fingers. Standing before someone as powerful as the Wizard King for hours was a nerve-wracking experience. As the old saying goes, serving the king is like serving a tiger. Still, if he really goes ahead with my suggestions, it's bound to cause an upheaval. Ethan muttered, shrugging. The recommendations he'd offered were sound, but implementing them would be no walk in the park. When the commoners rise, it won't just be the nobles and royals who become discontent. Even the commoners who are elevated will start to desire more. That's human nature for you. The ideal of equality for all exists only in dreams. Open your eyes, and you'll find it doesn't hold up. Ethan's advice wasn't driven by altruism. It was a calculated move, aligning himself with the Wizard King's current ambitions. In less flattering terms, it was the kind of advice offered by cunning ministers to fulfill their own ends. He had declared his aspirations loud and clear: he would surpass the Wizard King, not to become shackled by the weight of justice and duty, but to live solely for himself. By now, the entrance exams must be over. I wonder if Asta and Yuno got into Golden Dawn and Black Bulls, just like in the original story. Ethan mused as he wandered through the royal palace. The grandeur of the palace was a stark contrast to the countryside. Every corner exuded opulence, with guards stationed every few steps. Seeing Ethan step out of the Wizard King's office, the guards merely glanced at him and refrained from any unnecessary action. Bang! Turning a corner in the hallway, Ethan collided with someone. Normally, he wouldn't have let his guard down like this, but the palace's security had lulled him into lowering his vigilance. The person he had knocked down, a girl, was quick to grumble as she scrambled to her feet. When her eyes met Ethan's, she froze. "It's you." Noelle stared, momentarily dumbfounded. She had seen this man at the entrance exams and remembered him vividly. After all, 2 4-leaf grimoire holders weren't something one could forget. "What's this? Gonna cry now?" Ethan teased, recognizing her unmistakable silver hair tied into twin tails. He had a pretty good guess as to her identity. Wasn't this girl supposed to be fiery and stubborn? Why did a little bump make her look so teary-eyed? "None of your business," Noelle snapped, quickly turning away to wipe her eyes. The collision wasn't the reason for her tears. She was upset about the cruel words her brother had said earlier. Although born into the noble Silva family, Noelle was far from cherished. She was the youngest of her siblings and had lost her mother during childbirth. Combined with her poor control over her magic, she was often the target of ridicule and scorn from her family. Still, even so, "I don't want to join the Black Bulls," she muttered under her breath, though Ethan overheard her words. "The Black Bulls? So that's the squad you're being assigned to?" "No. I'd rather die than go there," Noelle shot back vehemently, shaking her head. "As a royal, I belong in Silver Eagles, not with those misfits." Ethan chuckled at her haughty attitude. This girl had immense magical talent but horrendous control. She couldn't hit her target from 10 meters away. Her family had clearly sent her off to the Black Bulls to avoid having her embarrass them under their watchful eyes. "Well, wherever you end up is none of my concern. Good luck." Waving her off, Ethan continued on his way. He had answered the Wizard King's 3 questions and gained permission to study magic theory under his guidance. But that wasn't enough. The 9 magic knight captains were all formidable in their own right, each possessing valuable skills and knowledge. To maximize his learning opportunities, Ethan had requested a special status from the Wizard King. Royal Scholar. This designation allowed him to move freely between all 9 squads and seek guidance from their captains and vice-captains. It was far better than being confined to a single squad. His first target? William Van Jans, captain of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn's headquarters was nearby, still within the royal capital. The squad was akin to an elite royal guard. Come in. Ethan knocked on the door and entered, maintaining an air of humility. Captain Van Jans, I hope I'm not interrupting. Do you have a moment? William, his face obscured by his mask, smiled warmly. The Wizard King has already informed us. You're free to visit Golden Dawn anytime. It's quite rare for him to take such interest in someone. You must be exceptional. Ethan smiled inwardly but responded modestly. I appreciate the opportunity. I hope to learn from you, Captain. There are some aspects of wind magic I don't fully understand. May I ask for your guidance? Ethan's tactful words quickly eased any lingering tension from the entrance exam, where he had been the center of attention. Despite William's hidden agenda, he was an excellent teacher when it came to magic theory. By the end of their discussion, Ethan had gained valuable insights, resolving several doubts that had troubled him. Captain, A familiar voice interrupted them. Turning around, Ethan saw Yuno, now clad in the Golden Dawn uniform. The golden emblem on his cloak, depicting a rising sun, signified his new status as a magic knight. Yo, Yuno! Congratulations on making it into the Magic Knights. Likewise, Royal Scholar, Yuno replied with a faint smile. Shall we test our skills? Chapter 12, A Battle of Wines. No wasted words, no hesitation. The moment Ethan Hayes and Yuno left Vangeance's office, they made their way directly to the training grounds of the Golden Dawn. As the two walked side by side, their presence drew the attention of many Golden Dawn members. The reason? Yuno, the candidate who had all 9 squad captains unanimously approve his entry during the selection exam. Ethan, chosen directly by the Wizard King. Both were possessors of the rare and legendary 4-leaf Clover grimoires. In the history of the Magic Knights, no 2 rookies had ever shone as brightly as they did. Wait, are they heading to the training grounds? Seriously? Are they about to fight? Looks like there's a show worth watching. Let's follow them. While whispers buzzed around them, Ethan and Yuno remained silent, their focus burning inwardly. Neither said a word, but their anticipation was mutual. Who is stronger? Once at the training grounds, the duo found themselves in an area filled with other squad members busy with training. However, Yuno quickly spotted an issue. The space wasn't big enough for what he had in mind. Senior Klaus, may I ask for your help in clearing the grounds for a sparring match with Ethan? Klaus, the bespectacled and proud noble of the Golden Dawn, paused, assessing the 2 young prodigies. He adjusted his glasses and sighed. Fine. Let this be my gift for your first day as a member of Golden Dawn. In minutes, the training ground was emptied. All eyes were on Ethan and Yuno as they stood at the center, facing each other. Let's do this, Ethan! Yuno declared, stepping into the open space with a fiery determination. Fine by me, Ethan replied calmly, following suit. The battle begins. The crowd, including Klaus, watched intently. While Klaus had reservations about Yuno's commoner status, even he couldn't deny his fascination with Yuno's 4-leaf grimoire. Let's see what makes these 2 so special, Klaus thought. Both Ethan and Yuno summoned their grimoires simultaneously, the green light radiating from their pages casting an awe-inspiring glow. 7th tier of magic power. The onlookers were stunned. This level of magic power. 7th tier already. Unbelievable. They've only had their grimoires for less than a year. While nobles and royals often displayed high-tier magic before obtaining grimoires, it was rare to see commoners or anyone, for that matter, reach such a level so quickly. Wind magic, towering tempest. Wind magic, towering tempest. Ethan and Yuno both activated the same spell, summoning massive cyclones around them. Seriously? They even think alike? Ethan muttered under his breath, his lips curling into a smirk. The mirrored spells weren't just a coincidence. They were both protecting themselves against one critical threat, the speed of each other's signature spells. Yuno didn't want to risk being overwhelmed by Ethan's Gale Phantom, a spell that had previously taken down an opponent in the blink of an eye. Ethan, on the other hand, was wary of Yuno's Whirlwind Assault, a spell known for its precision and relentless speed. With their defenses raised, the real battle began. Wind creation magic, soaring white hawks. Yuno leaped back, creating distance while summoning multiple white, wind-formed hawks. The birds shrieked as they darted toward Ethan, razor-sharp and merciless. Ethan raised a hand, his grimoire glowing once more. Wind creation magic, gale grip. With a single motion, the hawks were crushed mid-flight, exploding into harmless gusts. That's it! Ethan taunted, his grimoire flipping pages at a breakneck pace. Clover magic, blessing of the wind god. A green aura enveloped Ethan, amplifying his magical energy. The spell wasn't offensive, it was an enhancement. No incantations. No delays. The spell's true power lay in its ability to reduce casting time to 0, allowing Ethan to unleash magic faster than his opponent could react. Yuno narrowed his eyes. Two can play at that game. Clover magic, blessing of the wind god. The same green aura enveloped Yuno, leveling the playing field. Spells began to fly in rapid succession. Wind creation magic, storm rain blades. Wind creation magic, barrier of gales. Wind creation magic, cyclone strike. The audience stood frozen, awestruck. The speed at which Ethan and Yuno traded attacks was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was as if the two had abandoned strategy and entered a pure contest of skill and reflexes. This is the power of the four-leaf clover, Klaus thought, unable to look away. The fight raged on, their magic clashing with unrelenting force. Each spell was faster and more precise than the last. The sheer intensity of their battle left everyone around them with only one thought: this is what it means to be a true prodigy. Chapter 13, A clash of power and resolve. Amid the swirling dust and gale force winds dominating the training field, two figures watched the battle with quiet intensity. Wizard King, it seems Yuno has the upper hand here, said Van Jans, his tone laced with subtle pride. The Wizard King chuckled lightly. At this moment, it does appear that way. Their gazes remained fixed on the duel unfolding before them. Yuno and Ethan Hayes, both wielding their respective grimoire-bound powers of the wind attribute and blessed with the rare four-leaf clover, were locked in an awe-inspiring clash. Despite Ethan's best efforts, the balance of power tipped slightly in Yuno's favor. But Ethan didn't feel disheartened, he knew why. Unlike Yuno, whose sole focus was mastering the wind attribute, Ethan carried the weight of dual magic attributes, wind and fire. Splitting his attention between two elements inevitably slowed his mastery of either, but it also granted him unparalleled versatility and potential. Suddenly, a blazing red glow erupted from Ethan's side, and a second grimoire, radiating intense heat, floated into view. Gasps rippled through the onlookers. It's true. He has two grimoires. My God, this is the first time I've ever seen someone using two grimoires at once. The assembled members of the Golden Dawn stood frozen in disbelief. Even though rumors of Ethan's dual grimoires had circulated, seeing it firsthand left them speechless. Historically, no one had ever successfully wielded two grimoires simultaneously. Ethan's voice rang out with commanding intensity as both grimoires illuminated: Fire Creation Magic, Inferno Dragon's Surge. Wind Creation Magic, Tempest Arrow. Combination Magic, Dragon God's Roar. The dual grimoires shone with blinding brilliance, releasing a roaring inferno dragon entwined with razor-sharp wind blades. The sheer force of the magic caused the ground to tremble as the creation surged toward Yuno with deadly precision. The spectacle left the Golden Dawn members awestruck. He's reached the sixth domain," one member stammered, his face pale with shock. "Impossible. That's a power level reserved for Magic Knight captains," exclaimed another. Ethan's mastery over his dual grimoires was nothing short of extraordinary. His ability to combine fire and wind into devastating attacks displayed control and ingenuity beyond his years. Yuno, undeterred by the oncoming onslaught, drew upon his full magical potential. With a commanding gesture, he summoned his strongest defensive magic, four-leaf clover magic, Gale God's Shield. A luminous green barrier, marked with intricate runes, materialized before Yuno. He braced himself, channeling all his energy into maintaining the shield as Ethan's Dragon God's Roar approached. Yet, just as the two titanic forces were about to collide, a calm yet authoritative voice echoed through the battlefield, "Time magic, Chronos dissolution." The Wizard King appeared between the combatants, his presence exuding an overwhelming sense of control. A massive sphere of golden time magic enveloped Ethan's attack, halting its advance. The sphere shimmered briefly, the intricate markings of a clock face rotating along its surface, before shattering Ethan's magic into harmless fragments. The field grew eerily quiet as the Wizard King lowered his hand. What had once been a cataclysmic clash of elemental power was now no more than a faint breeze. "That's enough sparring for today," the Wizard King said, smiling warmly as he turned to the young knights. His eyes sparkled with approval as he addressed Ethan and Yuno. "You've both demonstrated exceptional skill. I'm proud of you." Despite the calmness of the Wizard King's actions, Ethan couldn't help but feel awed. His combination attack, one powerful enough to overwhelm most sixth domain mages, had been dispelled effortlessly. It was a humbling reminder of the chasm that still separated him from the pinnacle of magical strength. The members of the Golden Dawn murmured among themselves, clearly impressed. "Is this the potential of the four-leaf clover?" one asked. Another replied, "No, this is the potential of geniuses." Van Jan stepped forward, motioning for the gathered knights to disperse. "Yuno, you'll remain under my guidance for the time being. Ethan, the Wizard King will speak with you privately." The Wizard King placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder, guiding him away from the training grounds. "Originally, I intended to wait before giving you any significant responsibilities," he began. "But your performance today has made it clear you're ready. Starting tomorrow, you'll join missions alongside the other Magic Knights. With your current level of power, I'm confident you'll handle yourself well." Ethan nodded, determination glinting in his eyes. While he appreciated the compliment, he knew he couldn't grow complacent. The path to true mastery lay not in comfort but in trial. The experience of real battles was what he needed to bridge the gap between power and practice. As Ethan walked away with the Wizard King, he silently vowed to continue pushing his limits. Time was not his ally, it was his adversary. He had to grow strong enough to face the challenges that lay ahead, especially the looming threat of the elves' reincarnation. Chapter 14, A New Challenge. Ethan Hayes's bronze-toned skin glistened with sweat as he performed one-handed push-ups. His daily routine of physical training had remained unchanged for over a decade, blending a warrior's discipline with the insights of a mage. 2001. 2002. 2003. He counted, his breath steady, his focus unyielding. In a world dominated by magic, Ethan was acutely aware of its limitations. Magic alone wasn't infallible. Physical prowess, he reasoned, could be a vital asset, especially against opponents like Asta, who wielded the anti-magic Demon Slayer sword. Even the strongest mages would struggle against Asta's unique abilities if he got within striking distance. Ethan wasn't training solely for Asta. The world was vast and filled with unpredictable challenges. "Better to prepare now than regret later," he muttered, finishing his push-ups. After a quick shower and donning his signature white uniform trimmed with gold, Ethan fastened a cloak bearing a dragon emblem over his shoulders. As a distinguished protégé of the Wizard King, his attire was unique, symbolizing his status as a personal trainee. Mission of the day so far: I've assisted the Green Mantis, Coral Peacock, and Golden Dawn. Guess it's time to visit the Black Bull Squad, Ethan mused as he left the capital. The Black Bulls had a reputation unlike any other squad. Known for their chaotic behavior and lackluster rankings, they were often ridiculed. Yet, Ethan understood their hidden strength. Each member of the squad was a force to be reckoned with, capable of holding their own in even the direst situations. After a journey to the Black Bull's headquarters, Ethan was greeted by the sight of a massive structure resembling a bull. This peculiar building was the creation of Henry, whose house magic brought the headquarters to life. Arrival at the Black Bull's Yosh. Another day to give it my all. Asta's energetic shout echoed through the air as Ethan approached. Ethan smiled wryly. Still as loud as ever, he muttered. The other squad members were equally distinctive. Magna was playing with fire magic, Vanessa lounged with a drink in hand, Charmy was munching on snacks, and Gordon embroidered a doll in eerie silence. Amid this chaos, Noelle Silva sat poised, exuding elegance but betraying her usual annoyance at her squad mates. "Hey there, everyone!" Ethan called out. His greeting was met with indifference at first. Yet, Asta's familiar enthusiasm broke the silence. "Ethan! You're here!" The squad's attention shifted toward Ethan. Vanessa immediately offered him a drink, while Charmy tempted him with cakes. "He's the four-leaf grimoire guy, hey!" Magna muttered, watching curiously. Meeting Captain Yami as the squad's antics played out, Yami Sukiro emerged from the shadows, his presence instantly silencing the room. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and fixed Ethan with a sharp gaze. "So, you're here for a mission?" Yami asked, cutting straight to the point. Ethan nodded. "Yes, Captain Yami. I'd like to assist in one of your missions today." Yami grinned. "You're in luck. We've got reports of bandit activity near the Diamond Kingdom border. Asta and Noelle will join you. Make sure you all come back in one piece." An unexpected test as Yami handed Ethan the mission details, he vanished suddenly, only to reappear behind Ethan with his katana drawn. The blade swung toward Ethan in a flash. The Black Bulls collectively gasped, their eyes widening in shock. "Let's see if you're as good as they say, kid," Yami growled, his blade shimmering with dark magic. In a split second, Ethan reacted. His hand glowed as he summoned a wind barrier infused with fire magic. The fiery gale clashed with Yami's blade, creating a burst of energy that sent nearby debris flying. The two figures locked eyes, the intensity between them palpable. Yami smirked, sheathing his sword. "Not bad. You might survive after all." Ethan exhaled, his guard lowering. "Appreciate the warm welcome, Captain." The Black Bulls erupted into laughter, the tension dissolving into camaraderie. As Ethan prepared to depart with Asta and Noelle, he couldn't help but feel a growing anticipation. This was more than just a mission, it was a step closer to becoming the mage he aspired to be. Chapter 15, Trial by Fire. What the heck is going on? Captain, even if you dislike him, there's no need to slash first and talk later, is there? Magna and the others were dumbfounded, while Charmy even dropped her cake in shock. However, Ethan Hayes' figure quickly dissipated into a breeze, scattering like mist. "Captain Yami, what's the meaning of this?" On a nearby tree, Ethan stood glowing with green magical energy, his face filled with displeasure. "Not bad, your abilities are decent. The four-leaf clover hasn't been wasted on you." Retracting his katana, Yami took another cigarette and lit it nonchalantly. Ethan Hayes. A name as peculiar in the Clover Kingdom as its owner. Yami had done his research. Like himself, Ethan hailed from across the ocean. But that was about where their similarities ended. Yami hadn't detected any hint of key reading ability in Ethan. So, despite the shared foreign origin, they were likely from entirely different places. TCH. Ethan clicked his tongue in annoyance and leaped down from the tree. He knew Yami's strike wasn't meant to kill him, he wouldn't have dodged it otherwise. After all, a Magic Knight Captain wasn't a title handed out lightly. Yami Sukiro was easily one of the top 5 strongest mages in the kingdom, second only to the Wizard King himself. But still, slashing at someone without warning? That was seriously irritating. All right. Don't pout. To make up for it, I'll teach you a skill. How about that? Ethan's scowl softened into curiosity as he smirked. Would it happen to be key reading, Captain Yami? The legendary ability to anticipate your opponent's moves before they act. Yami sighed in exasperation. This kid sure knew how to aim for the good stuff. But he had intended to teach Ethan key reading anyway. Consider it a gift to a fellow traveler in a foreign land. Fine. Once you finish this mission, I'll teach you. And hey, Asta, if you prove yourself out there, I might just teach you too. What? Really? I promise to work extra hard, Captain. You won't regret this. Asta practically bounced with excitement, radiating enough enthusiasm for an entire team. The mission begins with mission details in hand and goodbyes said. Ethan led Asta and Noel toward their objective, suppressing a rogue group of bandits near the border. The journey was anything but peaceful. Ethan, what kind of magic does the Wizard King use? How come you get to visit all 9 squads? Hey, do you know what Yuno's been up to lately? Ethan felt like his brain was being pecked apart by Asta's endless chatter. If Screaming Emperor wasn't enough of a nickname, maybe Chirping Sparrow would do. All right, listen up, Ethan said, gathering them to discuss strategy as they neared the bandits' camp. Our intel says there are around 30 rogues, mostly small fry. But a third of them are dangerous, with magic levels around the 8th or 9th domain. Their leader, Summers, is at the 7th domain. To take them out cleanly, we'll need a solid plan. Plan? Nah, just charge in and slice them up one by one. Oh, and Ethan, did you know my grimoire can cancel out magic? Asta swung his sword enthusiastically, as if he had already defeated all 30 bandits in his head. Ethan sighed. He knew Asta had a point, but rogues weren't just targets standing still. Glancing at Noelle, he wasn't entirely reassured either. Despite her royal lineage and strong magic, her control was questionable at best. If she doesn't accidentally target me, I'll count that as a win, Ethan muttered under his breath. That night, under the cover of darkness, the 3 reached a clearing near the bandits' camp. A campfire flickered on a small, bare hill surrounded by patrols. Smart choice, setting up camp in an open area like this, Ethan remarked. If the bandits had camped in the dense forest, he could have easily picked off the patrols one by one. But the hill's openness left no room for stealth. We have no choice. Asta, you'll attack Hedon and draw their attention. But listen, your job isn't to fight them all. Just distract them and stay alive. If things go south, retreat immediately. Noelle, you'll provide support from the side. Keep your distance and focus on making noise. I don't care if you miss, just make it flashy. Asta was already holding his anti-magic sword, nodding with determination. Noelle, however, frowned and muttered, so, you're saying my only role is to look good and make some noise. Ethan placed a hand on her head, ruffling her twin ponytails with a smirk. Just don't get cocky. This isn't a game. Noelle froze, flustered, while Ethan chuckled and turned to Asta. Let's go. With a war cry loud enough to wake the dead, Asta charged toward the camp. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The patrols immediately spotted him, 8 of them closing in. Meanwhile, Noelle opened her grimoire, preparing her water magic. Let's see what you've got, Ethan murmured as the battle began. Chapter 16, The Veil of Deception. As exiles and fugitives from the Diamond Kingdom, their attack on the Clover Kingdom's border was nothing but a distraction, a facade to mask their true purpose. They weren't here just to stir up trouble. They had infiltrated the Clover Kingdom for a much greater prize, the Elven Gemstone. Magic Knights? Ha, it seems we've caught the attention of some notable figures. Perfect timing, they'll be none the wiser about our real mission, Summers thought to himself, his gaze fixed on Asta's Magic Knight insignia. Around him, his allies opened their grimoires, ready for battle. Water magic, water spheres. Noelle, having prepared her spell for some time, unleashed 3 massive spheres of water toward the enemy. But just as they were about to hit their targets, the spheres veered off course and crashed into an empty patch of ground. Everyone paused, dumbfounded. Could such a compassionate magic exist? One that deliberately avoided harming anyone? Charge! Everyone, attack! Hidden in the shadows, Ethan Hayes observed the chaos. He wasn't here to use the rogues to get rid of Asta and Noelle, rather, he was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I need one clean shot, Ethan muttered under his breath, inching closer to Summers. Ethan's fastest spell, Clover magic, passing wind, could outpace even spatial magic within a short radius. But its effectiveness came with a catch: it had a maximum range of just 15 meters. To execute his plan, Ethan needed to get closer. Meanwhile, Asta swung his anti-magic sword with ferocious strength. The sight of him nullifying every spell sent his way left many of the rogues in awe. What kind of sword is that? How is magic useless against him? Recognizing that Asta was a formidable opponent, the bandits turned their attention to Noelle, who seemed far easier to deal with. Her magic might be powerful, but it can't even land a hit, one of them sneered, rushing toward her. Noelle. Asta, noticing her peril, tried to assist, but the enemies around him kept their distance, bombarding him with spells to keep him distracted. Noelle, now surrounded, looked visibly shaken as fear flashed across her face. With a resigned sigh, Ethan gave up his prime opportunity to take down Summers. He turned back and summoned his grimoire, its glowing pages radiating immense power. Wind creation magic, nature's barrier. Green shields of wind rose in front of Ethan and Noelle, deflecting every incoming attack with ease. Safe behind Ethan, Noelle blushed slightly but quickly composed herself. Wind creation magic, rushing tempest. The green barrier dissipated, replaced by towering whirlwinds that engulfed the surrounding bandits, sweeping them up like ragdolls. That was amazing, Ethan! Asta exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Ethan's display of power had turned the tide of battle, neutralizing the immediate threat. Stay alert, Asta! This isn't over yet! Ethan shouted. Grabbing Noelle, Ethan leapt into the air just as a massive ice sphere crashed into the spot they had been standing. The impact left a deep crater, a chilling reminder of how close they'd come to death. Didn't expect the Magic Knights to send someone this skilled, Summers muttered, his grimoire glowing as another spell began to form. You're a 4-leaf grimoire user? Are you know? Summers asked, narrowing his eyes at Ethan. Though he was far from the Diamond Kingdom, news of the 4-leaf grimoire's appearance had reached him. A windusser with a 4-leaf and striking looks. Ethan matched the description perfectly. No matter. Killing you will be a significant achievement for both me and the Diamond Kingdom, Summers said with a cold smile. His grimoire emitted a chilling blue light as he prepared his next attack. Ethan smirked. You're welcome to try. Wind creation magic, Gale's White Falcon. Ethan's grimoire glowed as several wind-formed birds materialized and shot toward Summers. At the same time, Ethan vanished from his position, reappearing mere feet away from his target. Wind creation magic, Blade of the Wind God. With a sweep of his hand, Ethan conjured a sword made entirely of wind, its blade shimmering green. The battle continued with intensity, but one thought lingered in Ethan's mind: this world relied too heavily on traditional magic duels like a turn-based game, where one spell followed another. If one wanted to truly excel, they had to break free of these conventions. Close combat magic users don't exist in this world? Fine. Let me show them the terror of a close combat mage, Ethan declared, gripping his wind sword tightly as he prepared for the final clash. Chapter 17, The Inferno Duel Swish. A green light, sharp and radiant, sliced fiercely across Summers' front. Summers broke into a cold sweat, narrowly avoiding a critical wound, but a shallow cut still marked his abdomen, ripping through his clothing. Before he could catch his breath, the magical white eagles flying at him darted closer. Ice creation magic ice crystal barrier. Summers conjured a radiant ice wall just in time to shield himself. But in the next second, a green blade shattered the barrier into glimmering fragments. Swish! 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 Although Ethan Hayes had never formally trained in swordsmanship, his innate movements stabbing, slashing, and cutting were instinctive and effective. If Yami Sukihiro, the master swordsman, had been present, he would have scoffed, calling Ethan's moves crude. But Summers wasn't Yami. His lack of close combat expertise left him overwhelmed. What kind of fighting is this? Noel gasped in disbelief. Is this even magic combat? Aren't magicians supposed to duel from a distance, showcasing their magic's grandeur? Summers mirrored her thoughts, feeling utterly humiliated. This is not how magic battles work. What kind of wizard fights like this? Wind creation magic gale arrow. Ethan took a step back, creating distance. A bright green arrow materialized in his hand, brimming with wind energy. Whoosh! The arrow shot forward, piercing through Summers' next icy defense. Meanwhile, Ethan closed the gap once more, his wind magic book glowing with power. As Summers struggled, another grimoire emerged beside Ethan. Its crimson glow radiated heat, filling the air with fire magic. Boom! The arrow smashed into Summers' shield, but the follow-up slash of Ethan's green sword shattered it completely. Without hesitation, Ethan raised his left hand, summoning fiery energy. Fire creation magic blazing god blade. A dazzling, flame-wreathed sword appeared in Ethan's left hand. Swish! In an instant, Ethan's blazing blade struck Summers squarely in the chest. Flames engulfed his body, consuming him in an inferno. From afar, the scene resembled a human torch blazing in the battlefield. Noel was speechless. What an incredible, relentless fighting style! Unlike the traditional duels she'd seen, Ethan's attacks were relentless, one move following the next with precision, leaving no room for retaliation. He's amazing! Noel muttered, still stunned by Ethan's prowess. Summers let out agonized screams as flames licked his skin, leaving him scorched and incapacitated. Wind magic healing breeze. Ethan waved his hand, releasing a gentle gust of wind infused with healing magic. The flames on Summers extinguished, leaving him battered but alive. Why spare him? Asta asked, baffled. I have questions, Ethan replied curtly. He raised his hand again. Wind binding magic breezy shackles. A transparent, green binding enveloped Summers, immobilizing him. Talk, Ethan commanded. What's your true identity? Ha, isn't it obvious? Just a bandit, Summers croaked, though his voice wavered. Bandits wouldn't care about political advantages for the Diamond Kingdom, Ethan pointed out, his voice sharp. You mentioned killing me would benefit your kingdom. Care to explain? Summers froze, realizing his slip of the tongue. Besides, Ethan continued, a real bandit wouldn't stick to one hideout for so long. You've stayed put, fully aware the Clover Kingdom could send knights after you. Why? Summers gritted his teeth, realizing there was no escape. But before he could speak, he smirked faintly. Ice magic frozen burial. A bright blue light burst from his chest. Ethan's eyes widened. He implanted a magical artifact in his body. Noelle exclaimed, horrified. Ethan tried to intervene, but it was too late. Summers was encased in an ice crystal before shattering into fine dust, his remains scattering into the air. Ethan stared at the spot, his frustration evident. That was unnecessary. But the method was all too familiar, jogging Ethan's memory. Asta, Noelle, Ethan turned to his companions. Do you know the village of Sashi? Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Flames of Salvation. Ethan Hayes had harbored doubts about Summers and his group for some time. Their actions were peculiar, they didn't steal or plunder. Instead, they staged small skirmishes near border villages, seemingly careful not to provoke the Clover Kingdom into launching a full-scale assault. This calculated behavior left Ethan uneasy. Why would they draw attention while simultaneously avoiding outright confrontation? Looks like they're connected to those people from the original storyline, Ethan mused, his suspicions mounting. In the original events, several mages had infiltrated border villages with alarming ease. This raised questions about the Clover Kingdom's defense system. How could mere villages, supposedly under military protection, fall so quickly? It only made sense if the infiltrators had inside help or a coordinated plan. Their goal must be the magic stones. It's likely they're with the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Ethan concluded. Ethan, Noelle, and Asta rode their magical brooms toward Sashi village. The place was eerily shrouded in thick fog, clearly the work of magic. Someone has surrounded the entire village with a magical barrier, Ethan observed. From within the mist came the deafening sound of explosions. Fire magic exploding scattershot sphere. Fire magic infernal scattershot sphere. Boom. Boom. The intense sound reverberated through the air as Magna Swing, a member of the Black Bulls, fought valiantly within the fog. Magna had been hunting wild boars for the villagers when he stumbled upon the horrifying scene. Sashi village was encased in a magical barrier, and its residents had been herded into the central square. 5 intruders, likely from the Diamond Kingdom, were mercilessly attacking the defenseless villagers. Magna, run! You can't defeat them alone. Magna clenched his fists, his grimoire floating beside him. He knew the odds. Fighting 4 skilled mages alone was a death sentence. Yet, abandoning the villagers was unthinkable. If I'm going down today, I'm taking at least one of them with me. Magna roared. Fire creation magic grand exploding infernal sphere. Magna's grimoire flipped rapidly, channeling his fiery mana into a massive fireball resembling a miniature sun. The blazing orb hurtled toward the intruders. Ice creation magic crystal barrier. Mist creation magic illusory fog. The enemy countered swiftly. A towering ice wall blocked the fireball, while a disorienting mist rolled toward Magna, clouding his vision. 2 other mages began charging their spells, preparing for a decisive strike. Their coordinated tactics left Magna cornered. We've wasted enough time. Finish him, ordered the leader, glancing at a pocket watch. Their mission wasn't slaughter, it was to accomplish a specific task. Every second spent here increased the risk of detection. Mist creation magic vortex of illusion. Ice creation magic ice lance. Combination magic endless ice barrage. The fog thickened, and sharp ice lances materialized in the air above the village square. Villagers cowered in terror, their faces pale as death loomed overhead. Magna, too, froze in helpless fury. He wanted to protect the villagers, but even his strongest spells couldn't counter the onslaught. Damn it! Magna growled, his rage boiling over. But as the icy lances descended, a fiery glow illuminated the sky. 4-leaf magic flaming wrath. An inferno erupted in midair, creating a barrier of fire that incinerated the ice lances upon contact. The oppressive mist evaporated, leaving the battlefield clear. Standing on a magic broom was Ethan Hayes, his fiery 4-leaf grimoire glowing beside him. Ethan! Magna's despair turned to hope. While unsure why Ethan was here, his arrival was nothing short of a miracle. Fire Creation Magic Palace of the Flame God. Ethan's grimoire glowed brilliantly as a massive fiery palace materialized around the villagers, shielding them from harm. The blazing structure stood 10 meters tall, radiating warmth and protection. Though Ethan was no saint, he couldn't ignore the plight of innocent people. These villagers, already burdened by life's hardships, deserved a chance at survival. As the fiery palace stabilized, another 4-leaf grimoire floated to Ethan's side, representing the wind attribute. The battle was far from over, but for now, the tides had shifted. Ethan's intervention gave the villagers and Magna a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Chapter 19, Rise of the Infernal Prodigy. 2 4-leaf grimoires. Miles, the leader of the Diamond Kingdom group, froze in shock. As he carefully observed the grimoires glowing beside Ethan Hayes, his surprise turned to astonishment. Ha! Who would have thought we'd run into such a big catch here? Miles laughed, though his eyes betrayed a mix of excitement and malice. Ethan Hayes and Yuno were names well known to those keeping a close eye on the Clover Kingdom. Miles knew that if left alive, individuals like Ethan would become monumental threats in the future. Eliminating him now would save countless headaches. Forget the mission. Take him down first. Miles ordered, his tone urgent and bloodthirsty. The other mages abandoned their initial task, leaving the villagers in the fiery palace untouched. Ethan's appearance had shifted their priorities entirely, like a treasure suddenly exposed before thieves. Instead of retreating, Ethan advanced fearlessly toward the group, his fiery and wind-charged grimoires floating beside him. "Ethan, be careful!" Magna shouted, his face filled with concern. He knew the strength of these foes. 3 of them had power equivalent to the 7th domain, while Miles himself was at the 6th domain, rivaling the strength of a Magic Knight squad captain. Ethan was talented, but he was a rookie, fresh to battle and untested against such odds. Magna thought it would be smarter to regroup and hold out until Asta and the others arrived, not charge Hedon into danger. Fire Creation Magic Blades of the Flame God. Wind Creation Magic Sword of the Wind Deity. 4-leaf Magic Gift of the Wind God. Ethan's grimoires flipped open rapidly. As he leaped from his broom to the ground, 2 elemental swords materialized in his hands, one blazing with fire and the other shimmering with wind. The air crackled with magical energy, and Ethan's 4-leaf clover enhanced his casting speed. With a swipe of his fire sword, the ground erupted into blazing flames that rushed toward the 4 enemies like a wildfire. Boom! The group avoided a Hedon collision, leaping aside to evade the fiery surge. "Perfect," Ethan murmured with a faint smirk. 4-leaf Magic Winds Phantom. To the spectators, Ethan appeared to still be charging forward, but Magna saw the truth. Ethan had vanished from his spot and reappeared behind one of the Diamond Kingdom mages. A flash of red flame sliced through the air. Slash! "One down," Ethan said, his tone calm and unyielding as his fire blade claimed its first victim. Without hesitation, he turned to his next target, summoning a torrent of wind to strike like a storm. "Watch out! This kid's magic is at the 6th domain!" Miles bellowed. The group staggered, unnerved by Ethan's raw power. They had underestimated him. His unorthodox combat style, charging directly into the fray rather than keeping his distance like most mages, left them on edge. What kind of mage fights like this? Miles thought angrily, gritting his teeth. "Keep your distance. His magic is strange. Don't let him close," Miles ordered, his frustration mounting. The remaining 3 mages quickly retreated, spreading out to encircle Ethan. Mist Creation Magic Illusory Fog. Grey mist billowed out, blanketing the battlefield and obscuring vision. Ethan wasn't fazed. Wind Creation Magic Tempest Surge. A powerful gust of wind swirled around Ethan, dispersing the mist in seconds. Before Ethan could react, a barrage of icy lances hurtled toward him from the mist's edge. Ice Creation Magic Crystal Shards. From another angle, another mage unleashed a deadly spell. Iron Creation Magic 1000 Blades. The coordinated attacks left Ethan seemingly cornered, with no escape. The ground bristled with icy spikes and jagged iron swords. Ethan dismissed his elemental swords, shifting tactics. Wind Creation Magic Tornado Barrier. A swirling vortex of wind enveloped him, sucking in the ice lances and shattering them. Simultaneously, Ethan raised his right hand. Fire Creation Magic Inferno Wall. A blazing wall of fire sprang up, melting the incoming iron blades before they could reach him. The battle ground to a temporary stalemate, leaving even Magna speechless. "He's incredible," Magna muttered, awestruck. Ethan was holding his own against four powerful opponents, displaying unparalleled mastery over wind and fire magic. "Kill him!" Miles roared, his voice filled with rage. Ethan's sheer potential terrified him. If Ethan survived today, he would only grow stronger, becoming an unstoppable force and a threat to the Diamond Kingdom's plans. "Kill me? Hat!" Ethan chuckled, his voice calm but mocking. The unique power of the four-leaf grimoire was not something ordinary mages could comprehend. Four-leaf magic Fortune's Blessing. The fire element leaf on Ethan's grimoire began to glow, radiating an overwhelming surge of mana. In an instant, Ethan's magical energy skyrocketed. "The fifth domain!" Miles stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ethan Hayes, a mere rookie, had just shattered the boundaries of his previous strength. For a fleeting moment, the battlefield fell silent, all eyes on the young mage whose power now dwarfed their own. Chapter 20, Clashing Fates. What just happened? How is this possible? The scene froze in disbelief. Fifth domain? Miles was stunned. In the world of magic, power was divided into 9 domains, with the 9th being the weakest and the 0th domain representing the pinnacle. Domain rank was the ultimate measure of one's strength. Throughout history, there were plenty who had reached the 5th domain, but they were typically elderly, their hair streaked with grey, and their bodies frail. Even Miles, who had reached the 6th domain and stood on the cusp of the 5th, wasn't confident about crossing that threshold within his lifetime. Now, before him was Ethan Hayes, barely of age, who had already surpassed what Miles had spent a lifetime striving toward. This kid? No. He must not survive. A murderous glint sparked in Miles' eyes, stronger than ever before. Such potential couldn't be allowed to grow. If Ethan Hayes was left alive, he was destined to become a new Wizard King, a nightmare for their plans. Ethan, meanwhile, reveled in the immense power coursing through his veins. The surge of mana was overwhelming, making him feel invincible. However, he was well aware that this newfound strength was fleeting, a temporary burst gifted by the magic of the four-leaf grimoire. Wind Creation Magic Wind Surge. Fire Creation Magic Solar Blaze. With these spells unleashed, the battlefield was no longer the same. What was once Ethan's defensive retreat transformed into an overwhelming assault. Wind and fire erupted in harmony, sweeping across the terrain with devastating force. That's the sun. Miles and his men were paralyzed. The searing heat melted Miles' conjured iron blades before they could even come close to Ethan. The gentle winds, though seemingly harmless, carried an ominous undercurrent. A single wisp brushed against Miles' allies, carving excruciating pain into their bodies like 1,000 tiny blades. Seizing the advantage, Ethan shot forward like a tempest. His first target? The strongest among them, Miles. Ice Creation Magic Glacial Cascade. Miles summoned a fortress of ice around him, but Ethan's speed was unparalleled. Before Miles could even complete his defensive spell, Ethan's wind blade sliced through the air, cleaving Miles' left arm clean off. Arg! Miles howled in agony as his concentration shattered, his spell collapsing instantly. Binding Wind Magic Gale Shroud. Green tendrils of wind ensnared Miles, locking him in place. Ethan wasted no time, pivoting to the next opponent. Within moments, the second attacker found himself staring down Ethan's relentless onslaught. Stop him! Stop! It was too late. With a single slash, Ethan severed the man's arm. Blood arced through the air as the second opponent crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. Just one more to go, Ethan declared, his voice cold and resolute. Witnessing this display of raw power, Magna could barely keep his jaw from dropping. 10 seconds. He muttered in disbelief. From the moment Ethan unleashed the full force of his magic to now, only 10 seconds had passed. It was as if the battle was over before it had even begun. The overwhelming speed, precision, and devastating magic painted a clear picture. This wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. He's terrifying, Magna whispered, shivering. Even though Ethan was an ally, Magna couldn't help but agree with Miles' earlier assessment. Ethan Hayes was not someone to be left unchecked. If he had been from another kingdom, his existence alone could spell disaster. Phew! With the last opponent defeated, Ethan dropped to the ground, his body heavy with exhaustion. The immense burst of power had drained his mana reserves completely. As he caught his breath, a familiar voice called out from above. Enemies! Where are the enemies? Asta leapt from the magic broom, his massive demon slayer sword in hand, ready for battle. Ethan could only groan, shaking his head. Relax, Magna replied, pointing toward the restrained captives. It's over. Ethan took care of them, by himself. Asta's jaw dropped as he surveyed the battlefield. What? All of them? Magna nodded solemnly. If not for Ethan, we'd all be dead right now. He saved the village, and us. As the adrenaline faded, Ethan allowed himself a faint smile. Despite the exhaustion, he felt a sense of fulfillment. He hadn't just fought for himself today, he had protected everyone. But deep in his heart, he knew this was only the beginning. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Shadows Behind the Flame Saved. Is it over? Thank goodness! With no more magic sustaining it, the Flame Spirit Palace protecting the villagers dispersed. Seeing the captured attackers, the villagers finally allowed themselves to breathe, their faces lighting up with relief. Ethan Hayes waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine, and turned to Asta. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Asta, use your sword to remove the magic tools implanted in them. Hey, remove what? You heard me. These guys are probably connected to the group we dealt with before. They likely have suicide magic tools implanted in their bodies. Hearing this, Asta nodded, checking the 3 captives. Soon, he raised his anti-magic sword, extracting small, intricate devices from each of them. There really are tools in them, he exclaimed, eyes widening. Ethan smirked slightly. Good. Now we might get some answers from these 3. Asta, Noel, take them back to the base and hand them over to Captain Yami for interrogation. As he gave his instructions, Ethan scanned the surroundings. It was clear that the group's main objective had been the Elf Stone. Finding a single gem in a village like this would have been like finding a needle in a haystack. Chirp, chirp. But before Ethan could think further, a small black and red bird, resembling a swallow, fluttered down, holding a red gem in its beak. Ah, Nero! Ethan muttered, recognizing the bird that had been following Asta since the Magic Knight's entrance exam. Despite its unassuming appearance, Nero had a deeper connection. It was the sealed form of the first Wizard King's attendant. Forget it, Ethan said with a shrug. Let it keep the stone for now. Less trouble for me. Though the elf stone held immense magical power, it was more symbolic than practical to Ethan. Moreover, it was a key piece in the events that would lead to the first Wizard King's eventual return. Keeping it would only bring unnecessary complications. Time to get some rest. That night, at the Black Bull's base, Miles and his 2 cohorts, who had caused havoc in the Soja village days earlier, were now securely tied to the base's hall pillars. Around them sat the Black Bull's members, including Ethan. Ethan began to explain his observations and deductions, weaving truths and half-truths. In my analysis, there's no way these are just random rogue mercenaries. There's a larger organization pulling the strings, plotting something massive. Miles, sweating profusely, muttered defensively, "Nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. We're just refugees from the Diamond Kingdom trying to survive." Ethan smirked. "Do you think I'd believe that?" Yami Sukiro, the captain of the Black Bulls, leaned back, puffing his cigarette. Though he had initially dismissed the mission as a simple bandit raid, Ethan's reasoning struck a chord. The biggest hole in the captive's story was the presence of the implanted suicide tools. What self-respecting rogue would willingly prepare for their own death? Yami exhaled smoke thoughtfully. "Let's hand them over to the Golden Dawn. They're better at interrogations, and this kind of thing is more their jurisdiction." Ethan winced internally. Giving the captives to the Golden Dawn essentially meant turning them over to William Van Jans, someone with questionable allegiances. But he couldn't outright oppose Yami's decision. "Fine," Ethan said resignedly. "You decide. Mission's done, so." "Captain, about our deal." Yami raised an eyebrow. "Ah, the read key training, hey? All right. Asta, you come along too. Might as well see if you can pick it up." "All right." Asta cheered. "Ethan, just watch. I'll master it before you." "Let's see you try," Ethan replied with a faint smile. Outside, under the moonlit sky, Yami led the two to a quiet clearing. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, he turned to them and asked, "Before we start, let me ask, what do you think key is?" "Key?" Asta blinked. After a moment of thought, he began blowing exaggerated breaths, saying, "Like this? Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. That's key, right?" Yami couldn't help but laugh. "Not entirely wrong, but not quite." Turning to Ethan, he asked, "And you?" Ethan pondered briefly before replying, "Key isn't something you can see or touch. It has no shape, volume, or smell. But I think the key you're referring to originates from living beings, a unique energy inherent to all life. Like this." Ethan plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and placed it before his lips. Blowing gently, he sent a steady stream of air against the leaf, making it flutter. "Impressive," Yami remarked, genuinely surprised. "No wonder the Wizard King sees potential in you. You've grasped the essence of it. Ki is the life energy every living being exudes. It's how animals sense danger and how we can perceive each other." Asta looked confused, prompting Yami to sigh. "Let me simplify it for you, Asta. Reading Ki lets you feel what people are doing before they act. It's like sensing their intent through their energy." "Got it." I think so," Asta said uncertainly. "All right then. Let's see what you two can do." Yami took another puff and assumed a stance. "Ethan, Asta, try to hit me. Use what you've learned about Ki." Ethan's eyes narrowed. Asta gripped his sword tightly. "Let's begin." Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Sharpening Instincts and the Quest for the Magic Palace. Despite his lack of magical abilities, Asta's anti-magic granted by his grimoire made him a formidable opponent. His unique, muscular physique and incredible stamina allowed him to hold his own against most 8th domain magic users and even pose a threat to careless 7th domain mages. After all, the ultimate goal in any battle was victory. If Asta could achieve that without magic, then who could argue with his methods? Learning to sense the invisible Captain, Yami stubbed out his cigarette and turned to Asta and Ethan Hayes. "All right, listen up. I'm gonna teach you two how to sense what's coming in a fight even when you can't see it." Asta and Ethan straightened, eager for the lesson. "It's not about magic," Yami continued. "It's about reading the flow, the tension in the air, the movement of mana, your opponent's intent." Asta blinked, confused. "Ethan, on the other hand, leaned in, intrigued by the concept. This technique? Ethan thought, it sounds ancient. Maybe it's something only taught where Yami comes from. That place, it's always felt shrouded in mystery. Yami smirked, noting their reactions. He ruffled Asta's hair before adding, "Don't think too hard. You'll get it with practice." The training continued for over an hour. When Yami finally walked off, lighting another cigarette, he left Asta and Ethan to hone their instincts alone. A week of grueling practice in a dense forest near the Black Bull's base, Ethan darted between trees, narrowly avoiding incoming fireballs. Behind him, Magna shouted as he launched his spell, Fire Magic, explosive scattershot vanishing balls. Flames twisted through the air, but even with a blindfold and earplugs, Ethan dodged every shot. His movements were sharp, fluid, unnervingly precise. "Damn it, I give up. You're a freaking monster." Magna huffed, sprawled across the grass. Ethan removed his blindfold and earplugs with a smirk. His progress over the last week had been phenomenal thanks to natural reflexes and relentless dedication. "Appreciate your help, Magna," he said sincerely, offering a hand to his stunned teammate. A special mission later that evening, Yami called everyone into the Black Bull's common room. "I've got a mission straight from the Wizard King," he said gruffly. "Ethan, Asta, you're going to investigate the Magic Palace. Vanessa, you're tagging along." Vanessa, swaying a bit with a wine glass in hand, blinked in surprise. Dressed in her usual revealing pink bikini top and light robes, she wasn't the image of a conventional mage, but she was deadly effective when needed. "Me? Really?" she slurred, cheeks flushed. "Don't screw this up," Yami warned, eyes narrowing slightly. The Magic Palace, just hearing the name was enough to set Asta's adrenaline racing. "What's the Magic Palace?" he blurted out. The other Black Bulls took turns explaining. "It's an ancient ruin," Magna said. "Filled with enchanted traps, magical relics, and ancient spells. Basically, the kind of place that tries to kill you for breathing. Only lunatics or geniuses go looking for it," Luck added with a wild grin. Ethan stayed quiet, deep in thought. He knew the Magic Palace wouldn't just attract them, it would also draw attention from rival kingdoms, especially the Diamond Kingdom. "This mission might be a lot more dangerous than it looks," he murmured. But danger only made the challenge more enticing. "Let's go," Ethan said with a confident grin. "This is going to be fun." Chapter 23, Into the Magic Palace. In a tranquil forest, a group of rabbits foraged peacefully until a sudden, glowing portal appeared. Startled, they fled as three figures stepped through. "Space magic sure is convenient," Ethan Hayes marveled as he surveyed the landscape. They had traveled over 200 kilometers from the Black Bull's base in mere moments, a journey that would have taken him half a day otherwise. Fenrir, their teleportation specialist, grinned. "Well, good luck, guys. Have fun out there." With a friendly wave, Fenrir closed the portal and disappeared. A troublesome companion as the portal faded, Ethan and Asta exchanged weary glances, turning their attention to Vanessa. Despite her stunning beauty and alluring presence, Vanessa's drinking habits were a source of constant frustration. "She's gorgeous, but honestly, she's like a walking keg," Ethan muttered. "How is she even functional after all that alcohol?" Shaking his head, Ethan suggested they rest for the night to let Vanessa sober up. "We'll need her at full strength for what's ahead." Morning resolutions. The next morning, Vanessa proved she could be professional when necessary. She stretched gracefully, temporarily setting aside her ever-present wine bottle. "Morning, Ethan. Thanks for taking care of me last night," she teased, her playful tone accompanied by a wink. Ethan cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. "The Magic Palace is just 3 kilometers ahead. Let's move." Rousing a groggy Asta, the trio prepared to head out. Ethan reminded them, "The treasure inside is secondary. Captain Yami warned us if the Diamond Kingdom gets there first, we must stop them at all costs. The magic palace. Before long, the team arrived at the ruins. The remnants of towering walls and shattered columns hinted at the grandeur of a bygone era. Time had eroded much of its splendor, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. "It's massive," Asta whispered, awestruck by the scale of the structure. "Stay sharp," Ethan cautioned, stepping toward the darkened entrance with a small flame conjured in his hand to light the way. The air inside was damp, the walls coated with moss and vines. Cracked stone tiles and unstable ceilings gave the impression that the palace could collapse at any moment. "This place is creepy," Asta muttered, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Watch your step," Ethan warned. "This place is full of traps." A misstep. No sooner had Ethan spoken than Asta triggered a glowing magic circle beneath his feet. "Damn it! Move!" Ethan shouted, casting wind magic, swift gust to push Asta out of harm's way. Unfortunately, the trap's activation was faster than Ethan anticipated. Though Asta was safe, Ethan was engulfed by a blinding light. "Ethan!" Asta yelled, reaching out in vain as Vanessa's magical threads dissolved upon contact with the light. When the glow subsided, Ethan was gone. "Separated, damn it!" Asta punched the ground in frustration. "This is my fault." Vanessa placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Pull yourself together, Asta. Ethan's too strong to go down that easily. If we want to save him, we need to keep moving." Asta clenched his fists and nodded determinedly. "You're right. Let's find him." Ethan's plight. Ethan slowly regained consciousness, feeling an unsettling sensation of freefall. Opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in complete darkness. The rushing wind in his ears confirmed his worst fear: he was plummeting down an endless void. "This can't be real," Ethan muttered, his analytical mind racing. Calculating his descent time, he realized he'd been falling for over 300 seconds, far longer than any conceivable height. "Wind magic, float!" Ethan commanded, attempting to stabilize himself. But nothing happened. A chilling realization struck him: he had no magic. Not only was his own mana gone, but the air around him was completely devoid of magical particles. "A null magic zone," Ethan whispered, panic creeping into his voice. Without magic, his survival was unlikely. "Am I really going to die here?" he thought grimly, clenching his fists. Just as despair threatened to take over, a faint light flickered in the distance. A mysterious, soothing voice echoed in his mind. "Do not fear, chosen one. I am here." Ethan's descent slowed, his surroundings growing warm as an ethereal glow enveloped him. A new ally. Ethan found himself gently suspended in midair, facing a small, radiant figure. The being exuded a calming aura, its appearance otherworldly. "You, who are you?" Ethan asked, his voice trembling. "I am your guide, the spirit of the flame," the figure replied, its voice resonating within him. "Together, we shall forge a bond that transcends the limits of this world." Ethan's eyes widened as he realized this was no ordinary spirit. This was the start of a power he had never imagined. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, The Endless Fall. An illusion of power. The feeling of endless falling was unbearable. Humans were meant to live on solid ground, just like fish belonged in water. Once taken out of their natural environment, survival was merely a matter of time. Though his situation didn't spell instant death, whether it was hitting the bottom or endlessly plummeting into darkness, both felt like a form of death. "I can't just die like this," Ethan Hayes thought, his determination flaring. Death didn't scare him, but there was a distinction between a noble end and a meaningless one. If he were to perish at the hands of a formidable enemy, he'd have no regrets. But to die inexplicably in such an eerie place? He couldn't accept that. There has to be a way. Ethan steadied his nerves and began analyzing his predicament. The trap he triggered wasn't ordinary. In a place like the Demon Palace, traps were to be expected, but the outer regions shouldn't have such overwhelming effects. Even his 6th domain magic power, though not peerless, shouldn't be completely nullified. This level of suppression seemed absurd unless it was an ancient masterpiece of magic. His hand instinctively moved to his satchel, pulling out one of his 4-leaf grimoires. In the pitch-black void, he couldn't see the book, but his fingers brushed over its cover with familiarity. Yet, something felt off. The texture was wrong. He only felt 3 leaves. The clover of luck is missing. Ethan muttered. His thoughts whirled. Could this be a clue? Closing his eyes, he tried to clear his mind of fear and doubts. Slowly, his heart calmed. Like a tranquil lake undisturbed by ripples, his consciousness reached a meditative state. Suddenly, the whistling wind ceased, and the feeling of falling dissipated. When Ethan reopened his eyes, the sight before him left him speechless. He was no longer falling but standing atop the royal palace, high above a sea of people. Below him stretched an enormous crowd, chanting in unison, "Ethan Hayes! Ethan Hayes! Ethan Hayes! Wizard King! Wizard King! Wizard King!" Confused, Ethan turned to his side and was stunned to see Yuno, now dressed in ceremonial robes, bowing respectfully. "Wizard King, today marks your coronation. The feast is ready, please allow me to escort you," Yuno said with a smile. Ethan was in a daze, unsure how to respond. Before he knew it, he was swept into the grand proceedings of his supposed rise to power. The rest of the day unfolded like a dream. Banquets, tributes, and speeches hailed him as the new Wizard King, the most powerful figure in the Clover Kingdom. That evening, Ethan returned to his lavish chamber, only to find an even stranger sight. Inside, a group of stunning women awaited him, each more beautiful than the last. At the forefront stood Noelle Silva, her cheeks flushed and dressed in sheer silk that left little to the imagination. "Wizard King, you've returned. Shall we serve you tonight?" Noelle's voice was shy yet sultry. Behind her was Vanessa Enoteca, her bold demeanor and seductive attire accentuating her allure. Even Charlotte Rosalie, the stoic captain of the Blue Rose Knights, appeared, her usual armor replaced with an elegant yet revealing gown. Ethan was dumbfounded. The scene was too perfect, too surreal. Yet everything from their voices to the warmth of their presence felt undeniably real. The night passed in a blur. The next morning, Ethan woke up in the enormous bed, surrounded by the sleeping forms of the women. Their faces were serene, each one wearing a satisfied smile. Rubbing his temples, Ethan muttered, "What the hell is going on?" He pinched himself hard, and the sharp pain confirmed the reality of his situation. This can't be a dream, or is it? To test further, Ethan activated his magic. Wind magic towering cyclone. In his hand, a small but incredibly dense whirlwind appeared. Though tiny, its destructive power was unimaginable, capable of leveling the entire palace if unleashed. This is magic beyond even the 6th domain. Ethan marveled. He couldn't deny the evidence he had become the Wizard King, wielding unparalleled power, adored by all, and surrounded by unmatched beauty. But deep in his heart, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling, was this reality, or an elaborate illusion? Chapter 25, Chapter 25, The Temptation of Glory. Wizard King, the army will breach the Diamond Kingdom's capital in 2 days. Wizard King, the Queen of the Heart Kingdom has expressed her willingness to marry you to end the war. Wizard King. Stacks of documents and war reports piled high on Ethan Hayes' desk. For the past half-month, his life had been a dazzling display of luxury and power, one that many could only dream of. Externally, the Clover Kingdom dominated its neighbors, conquering territories and achieving unmatched glory. Internally, the kingdom was at peace. The populace knew only the Wizard King, not the king. His authority was absolute. Even more personally, his private life was the envy of all. An endless array of breathtakingly beautiful companions awaited him each evening. "Leave the files here, you know. I need some time alone," Ethan said with a wave of his hand, dismissing his personal aid. Though he indulged in the lavish life presented to him, Ethan wasn't a fool lost in decadence. He questioned everything. How did he become the Wizard King? However, the answers he received from those around him were flawless and watertight, as if everything had truly happened. But something about it felt wrong. He remembered it all too clearly, falling into an endless abyss, a trap in the demon palace, not this pinnacle of power and prestige. Still, it was hard to resist. After all, wasn't this everything a person could ever desire? Money, power, and love, what more could anyone want? The thought gnawed at him even as Noelle entered the room, carrying a tray. Wizard King, I've prepared soup for you. You can leave those reports for later, she said gently, radiating the aura of a caring spouse. Ethan sipped the soup in silence before suddenly putting the spoon down and meeting Noelle's gaze. Do you love me? Caught off guard, Noelle hesitated before smiling. Of course. You are the Wizard King, revered by all. To be your wife is an honor. Ethan gave a faint smile and shook his head. But I don't love you. Her words felt hollow, and the sincerity he sought was absent. He wanted beauty, power, and wealth, but not like this. It was all too easy, too perfect, and he hated it. By the end of the day, Ethan made a shocking announcement. The 29th Wizard King, Ethan Hayes, abdicates the throne. The news spread like wildfire, leaving the entire kingdom in uproar. Why would he abandon such an ideal life? Walking along a quiet country road, Ethan reflected on his decision. Principles mattered. What's the value of success if it's handed to you on a silver platter? He preferred to work for it, to achieve it with his own hands. Suddenly, the landscape twisted before him, and the road disappeared. The world around him dissolved into chaos before plunging into darkness. Ethan awoke in a large chamber. Gold and jewels filled the room, enough to live 100 lifetimes in unimaginable luxury. Yet he barely spared them a glance. So, I'm back, he murmured, pulling out his grimoire. Both of his 4-leaf clovers were intact, and his magic surged within him once more. This was reality. The illusion had been powerful, tempting beyond reason. It had preyed on his deepest desires and created a world where every wish came true. Yet he had rejected it. Looking around, Ethan muttered, "There's got to be something here, this trap was way too elaborate for just treasure." He searched the chamber thoroughly, but aside from gold and jewels, nothing seemed out of place except for a small, green flame burning in the corner. A fire. Ethan raised an eyebrow, approaching it cautiously. This wasn't an ordinary flame. Despite burning brightly, it emitted no heat. Grabbing a gold rod from the treasure pile, Ethan prodded the flame, only to find that the rod remained unscathed. Interesting, he muttered, curiosity piqued. Finally, he extended his hand, letting his fingers brush against the flame. A sharp pain shot through him as a single drop of blood fell onto the fire. The small flame roared to life, surging to the ceiling and illuminating the entire chamber. At the same time, Ethan felt a wave of weakness wash over him, as if his vitality was being drained away. Breathing heavily, he staggered back, his face pale and his body trembling. "What is this thing?" Ethan gasped, staring at the now towering green flame. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorasage Chapter 26, Chapter 26, The Wind Reborn, My Magic Power. Ethan Hayes felt his body weaken as his face turned pale. In an instant, his magic reserves were drained, leaving him alarmed and on edge. Yet, the insatiable force continued its relentless pull, gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. The seemingly ordinary drop of blood he offered was no mere sacrifice, it was his heart essence, the core of his vitality. Recovering from such a loss would require months, perhaps longer, but now was not the time to dwell on the consequences. Before him, the once small green flame erupted, consuming the surrounding space like a volcanic eruption. Even a fool could see that something momentous was about to occur. The rebirth with an unsteady step, Ethan staggered back, his 2 four-leaf clovers glowing faintly at his sides. His own magic was depleted, yet he still managed to manipulate the surrounding magic particles to conjure a meager defense. It wasn't much, but it was all he had. Suddenly, the roaring flame collapsed inward, contracting rapidly into a concentrated point before dissipating entirely. From its place emerged a tiny figure, hovering midair. Yummy! So delicious! Ethan blinked in confusion, his exhaustion giving way to curiosity. A small girl, no taller than his hand, floated before him. Her delicate figure was adorned with radiant green light, her miniature form bearing pointed ears and transparent wings undeniably a spirit. The little creature flitted joyfully through the air, seemingly reveling in her newfound freedom. A new companion. Ethan gawked at the scene, unsure of what to make of it. What are you? The diminutive figure paused, tilting her head. I'm no thing. I am an ancient spirit. An ancient spirit. Ethan scrutinized her closely. She was tiny, yes, but her demeanor radiated pride and energy. Hovering closer, the spirit perched herself confidently on Ethan's shoulder. Her actions startled him, but her lack of hostility prompted him to hold his ground. And what do you intend to do now? He inquired, his voice laced with cautious curiosity. I owe you everything, the spirit replied earnestly. You freed me. Without your life essence, I couldn't have returned. From now on, you're my master. Ethan blinked at her declaration. Wait, what? Master. Of course, she affirmed, puffing out her chest. You must be someone extraordinary to navigate the ancient wards and reach me. Clearly, you're no villain, or you wouldn't have made it here. So, consider this a partnership. Her sincerity left Ethan momentarily speechless. She seemed harmless, no, valuable. This was undoubtedly the treasure guarded by the ruins' elaborate traps and illusions. Fine, he relented, sinking against the wall to rest. But let's get one thing straight, I'm not giving you any more blood. The spirit giggled, her wings shimmering. Okay, okay. But you look terrible. Let me help restore your energy. Ethan groaned, waving her off. No thanks. Just tell me your name. Name? She hesitated for a moment. I'm Sylph, the spirit of wind. Ethan froze. Sylph? Familiar yet different, the name struck him like lightning. Sylph, the same wind spirit bonded to Yuno in the original timeline. But no, this Sylph was different. Unlike Yuno's partner, who sported a short, dress-like outfit and a shoulder-length haircut, this Sylph had flowing waist-length hair and wore a minimalist three-piece garment made of green cloth. Could it be that spirits altered their appearance depending on their host? Or... Wait, Ethan said cautiously. You wouldn't happen to have any siblings or family, would you? Sylph tilted her head, confused. Nope. Spirits like me are one of a kind. There's only one Sylph per element. But what if, Ethan pressed, one spirit dies? Does nature create a replacement? Sylph nodded thoughtfully. Well, yes. If a spirit perishes, the element will eventually birth another. Why do you ask? Ethan smirked grimly. Because I think that's already happened. A fresh start. Sylph's face fell. She hovered silently for a moment before shaking her head furiously. No way. I'm the real Sylph. That imposter can't take my place. Ethan sighed, reaching out to gently pat her on the head. Calm down. Whether you're the old Sylph or a new one doesn't matter. You're alive now, and that's what counts. So, let's start fresh. Sylph's big, teary eyes gazed at him. Start fresh. He nodded, smiling warmly. I'll even give you a new name, Zephyra. It means breezy wind. How about it? Sylph, no. Zephyra blinked at him, her tears drying as a tentative smile formed. Zephyra. I like it. From that moment on, the ancient spirit of wind and her steadfast master forged a new bond, united by fate and determination to carve their own path forward. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorazh Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Showdown in the Demon Palace. Traps and rivalry in the Demon Palace. The Demon Palace was riddled with traps, but for Asta and Vanessa, the traps weren't the most pressing issue. The real challenge was dealing with the second force active within the palace, the Diamond Kingdom. Asta, are you all right over there? Yeah, all taken care of. Asta responded, shaking the broken Demon Slayer sword in his hand. Around him lay several incapacitated foes. Compared to them, the Diamond Kingdom had sent forces numbering several times their own, perhaps even tenfold. Damn it! Where on earth is Ethan? Asta slammed the Demon Slayer sword into the ground in frustration, letting out a roar. 3 days. They had searched for 3 whole days without finding a trace of Ethan. To make matters worse, the Diamond Kingdom's soldiers were relentless, swarming them like flies. Vanessa placed a comforting hand on Asta's shoulder. Let's head toward the treasure vault first. We can't let the Diamond Kingdom claim whatever's in there. As for Ethan, I believe someone like him will find his way out. Asta nodded, knowing she was right. They couldn't let both their comrade and the treasure fall into enemy hands. Deeper in the palace, judging from what I sense, there's already a confrontation happening ahead. We need to move quickly. You mean Yuno and his team? Asta's heart skipped a beat. They had crossed paths with Yuno a few hours after Ethan had gone missing. Yuno was accompanied by 2 other members of the Golden Dawn squad. They had split up to search for Ethan and explore the palace. Now it seemed Yuno had beaten them to the treasure vault. Clash of spells, steel creation magic, steel fortress armor. Klaus's grimoire glowed as magical steel surged forth, forming a sturdy wall in front of him. On the other side, crystalline ice spears crashed into the barrier, sending shards flying. Klaus adjusted his glasses, his expression grim. Though the battle had just started, the intense magical exchanges had been unrelenting. This opponent? How is his magic not diminishing in the slightest? Klaus muttered, staring at their enemy, a stoic man with 3 gemstones embedded in his forehead. Yuno. Head into the treasure vault now. We can't let the Diamond Kingdom take anything. No way. This guy's too strong. If I leave, you'll stop arguing. Our mission is to secure the magical artifacts. I hate to say it, but even if you're a commoner, you're still a magic knight. Go fulfill your duty. A different perspective. Meanwhile, in the inner vault, Ethan was seated cross-legged on the floor, recuperating. Opposite him floated Zephyra, her tiny figure radiating an aura of healing magic. Hurry up, Zephyra. I can still hear the commotion outside. Do you think healing from blood essence depletion happens instantly? Ethan's eye twitched at her retort. She knew it wasn't easy, yet she had the nerve to ask for more blood earlier. Despite the growing silence outside, Ethan remained alert. He had realized this treasure vault was unlike anything described before. It wasn't just a vault, it was divided into an outer and inner section. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the Demon Dweller's sword, which should have been somewhere in the palace. Perhaps it was hidden behind a secret door. Battle aftermath. Finally, we took him down. Asta stood panting, his body covered in injuries. He had rushed to join the fight just in time. However, it took the combined efforts of everyone to bring the Fomars to his knees. Steel binding magic, heavy steel chains. Klaus restrained the unconscious Mars, his magical steel coiling tightly around the defeated enemy. Turning back toward the treasure vault's massive doors, he paused. Let's open it, he said, his voice heavy with anticipation. The door creaked open slowly. What lay beyond left everyone wide-eyed in shock. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorash Chapter 28, Chapter 28, A Treacherous Vault. The vault's treasures towered like golden mountains, glimmering in the light and captivating everyone present. Gold, gems, crystals, swords, vases, and magical artifacts filled the cavern, dazzling even the noble-born Klaus, who had never encountered such opulence. Jackpot! This is an absolute jackpot! Klaus exclaimed, his joy uncontained. The others were similarly enraptured, some examining peculiar magical tools, others caught up in dreams of wealth. Even usually reserved, found himself fiddling with a strange artifact emitting faint green lights. Hey? It seems to be pointing somewhere, muttered, following the glowing trail. It led him past several golden heaps to a stone table, where a scroll lay unfurled. What is this? I can't read it, he said, perplexed, as unfamiliar symbols sprawled across the parchment. Suddenly, the text glowed and vanished. At the same moment, the four-leaf clover on his grimoire shone brightly. Elsewhere, Nero perched atop Asta's head, persistently pecking and chirping to direct his attention to a circular marking on the ground. Asta, however, remained oblivious, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, the vault shook violently. Klaus' magic restraints faltered as Mars' grimoire broke free, flying to its owner. Alarmed, Klaus yelled, "Mars must have escaped my binding spell. Be on guard!" Before anyone could react, the vault doors shattered, revealing a massive crystalline beast with Mars perched on its back. Flames of fire magic surrounded him, blending unnervingly with his crystalline form. How is this possible? Fire restoration magic! Klaus stammered in disbelief. A single person should only have one magic attribute. This breaks every known rule. But he knew better than to question further. The Diamond Kingdom's experiments were infamous. Mars wasn't just a gifted magician, he was a product of cruel, relentless enhancements. The situation was grim. Klaus and Mimosa were exhausted, Yuno's mana reserves were drained, and Vanessa and Asta were equally battered. Only Asta, devoid of mana, had the potential to counter Mars' magic. As the group braced for battle, Mars unleashed a barrage of spinning crystalline blades, each sharper and deadlier than the last. Asta charged forward, deflecting the blades with his Demon Slayer sword. Closing the gap, he leaped high and brought the sword down on Mars' crystalline armor, creating a crack that quickly healed. Damn it! I need to stop his healing, or my attacks are pointless. Asta gritted his teeth. Before he could devise a strategy, Mars countered with a powerful surge of magic, blasting Asta through a wall and out of sight. Asta! Yuno shouted in desperation, his grimoire glowing with gathering wind magic. But before Yuno could act, a suffocating black smoke engulfed the room. The group's vision blurred, and an overwhelming dizziness crept over them. "Ah, Mars, you're quite something," a voice drawled lazily. A tall, disheveled man with long hair and a nonchalant expression emerged from the shadows. "Lotus, I don't need your help," Mars said coldly. Sure, Lotus replied, his tone mocking. "But as the squad leader, I can't just stand by and watch, can I? Besides, 2v6 isn't exactly fair, is it?" Yuno struggled to stay conscious as the toxic smoke thickened. "I won't let it end like this. Mineral creation magic, victory sword!" Mars bellowed, unleashing a massive crystalline weapon. "Smoke creation magic, corrosive miasma!" Lotus added, his poisonous fumes converging on the team. With no strength left to counter, the group braced for the inevitable. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, "Spirit magic Sylph's Tempest!" The wall behind them shattered as a ferocious windstorm burst into the room, obliterating Mars and Lotus attacks. Its sheer force swept toward the enemies, roaring like a dragon and filling the room with an awe-inspiring presence. At its center stood Yuno, his grimoire glowing brilliantly, with Sylph, the wind spirit, swirling beside him. Patreon Advance Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Magic Creation The Lazy Car vs Nemean Armor Smoke Creation Magic Rushing Lazy Car Mineral Creation Magic Nemean Armor. The two opponents reacted swiftly, each choosing their own way to deal with the sudden gale. On his smoke-powered vehicle, Lotus quickly pulled back, evading the storm. Mars, on the other hand, opted to withstand it head-on. His body became encased in crystal armor, impervious to blades and bullets. Yet the next moment, the gale swept through. Mars' armor, which had once been impenetrable, shattered into pieces. Impossible! His eyes widened in disbelief. This was merely wind magic. How could it possess such devastating power? Even when he previously fought Yuno of the Clover Kingdom, Yuno's wind magic had been incapable of breaking through his Nemean armor. Fire recovery magic Phoenix robe. Mars wasted no time in attempting to recover. But magic has no eyes, and the unleashed storm didn't wait. It violently flung Mars into the distance, slamming him against a far-off wall, embedding him into it. This. Lotus' pupils shrank, his usually lazy demeanor now replaced with seriousness. Mars' strength was well known to him. A man capable of single-handedly facing two magic knight squads, yet now, defeated by mere wind magic? Wait a second. What did that voice say earlier? Spirit magic. Having narrowly escaped death, Vanessa and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They turned toward their savior with great interest. As the dust settled, Vanessa's face lit up with joy. Ethan Hayes. I knew it was you. Clap. Clap. Dusting off his clothes, Ethan calmly approached the group. He had been there all along, separated from them by just a wall. However, due to Sylph's interference, he had been in a recovery phase. Despite knowing the others were struggling, he hadn't recklessly intervened. But any later, and he might have only been able to collect their corpses. In the original story, it was Yuno's outburst of power that had awakened the wind spirit, Sylph, to repel the enemies. But this wasn't a 2D world or an anime, it was real. In reality, anything could happen. Betting lives was too risky, and Ethan wasn't willing to take that gamble. If Yuno and the others perished, the subsequent developments would undoubtedly deviate from the original trajectory, to Ethan's detriment. He was still growing, and many forces could still threaten him. Without the advantage of the storyline, even a small mistake could lead him to share their fate. Save the chatter for later. Let's finish off the enemies first. Ethan's grimoire beside him began to shine. Sylph hadn't lied to him. After receiving 2 more drops of his blood, she was indeed delivering results. While she wasn't fully recovered, she was at least 7,080% back. Defeating the duo entirely might be challenging, but repelling them wasn't out of reach. Fixing his gaze on Lotus, Ethan extended his hand. Wind creation magic grip of the wind god. Wind is formless, clouds have no shape. Lotus, on his smoke vehicle, instantly sensed the abnormality surrounding him and attempted to slide away. Looking back, he saw the air where he had just been distort. In that space, gold coins and bars were crushed into dust. Where are you looking? Ethan's voice was dangerously close. Startled, black smoke rose around Lotus, concealing him. Relying on his magic, Lotus decided retreat was the best option. But despite his plans, Ethan had already closed in. Slash! A figure leapt out of the black smoke, droplets of blood trailing in the air. Clutching his side, Lotus' face was grim. His smoke magic served 2 major purposes, obscuring vision and hiding his presence, allowing him to seize the advantage. Granting him unparalleled awareness of everything within the smoke. In other words, he could see everything down to the tiniest movements. But Ethan was too fast. One moment, he was far away, the next, he was right there. Damn it, another 4-leaf. Lotus finally noticed Ethan's grimoire. Like Yuno's, it bore an extra leaf. So the rumors about the Clover Kingdom having 2 4-leaf grimoire wielders are true. And this one? Encased in smoke, Lotus retreated toward the unconscious Mars. Ethan didn't recklessly pursue him into the smoke. Instead, he extended his hand, gathering magic. Wind creation magic suffocating space. Wind is formless and colorless. By rapidly extracting the air surrounding his target, Ethan could create an oxygen-free zone. This technique wasn't about the strength of one's magic but its application, a concept derived from Ethan's knowledge of science from his past life. Deprived of air, the smoke thinned. Spotting Lotus carrying Mars, Ethan's grimoire flipped rapidly, stopping at a page inscribed with ancient runes. A tiny girl, no larger than a palm, appeared before Ethan. She had long hair, a cute face, and sharp ears, with 2 pairs of translucent wings fluttering behind her. "What is that?" Yuno and the others were stunned, unsure of the small girl's origin. Lotus recognized her instantly. "A spirit. The wind spirit, Sylph, has truly chosen you." Gritting his teeth, he retreated further, cursing their bad luck. Today was not their day. Behind him, Sylph opened her small mouth, exhaling softly. Spirit Magic Sylph's Sigh. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorash Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Escaping the Collapsing Dungeon. A streak of wind surged forward, barely noticeable yet filled with deadly intent. On his smoke-driven chariot, Lotus's instincts screamed danger. "If I get hit by that, I'll die." His body moved before his thoughts could catch up. The smoke chariot sped up, additional wheels materializing beneath it as he pushed his magic to its limits. Just 2 seconds, no, even 1 second was enough to reach the exit. But fate had other plans. Mineral creation magic crystal giant. Mars had regained consciousness, though barely aware of the unfolding situation. Summoning his crystal giant was a reflex born of desperation. The towering figure stood as an unyielding barrier. But as the gentle stream of white wind touched it, the giant shattered as though it were made of fragile glass. Impossible! The force blasted through the crystal giant and surged onward, leaving only destruction in its wake. Even as the group atop the magic arc watched the unfolding chaos, one thought unified their stunned expressions: the overwhelming power of Ethan Hayes' magic. Escaping the collapsing magic palace, the dungeon began to shake violently. Walls crumbled, and the ceiling cracked apart as debris fell. "Is the palace collapsing?" Vanessa yelled, dodging a falling rock. Emerging from a hidden chamber, Asta sprinted toward the group, clutching a new black sword. "What's happening? Did someone hit the wrong spot?" Klaus pointed toward the quaking ruins. "There's no time to explain. We have to get out now." Mimosa activated her plant-based tracking magic. "I found a path. Left at the next tunnel, then straight ahead. But the structure's unstable, it might collapse before we get there." Ethan Hayes smirked. "Why bother with paths when we can make our own?" Raising his hand, the vines around him stirred to life. Spirit Magic Wind Tunnel. A cyclone surged forth, carving a clear and stable passage through the collapsing palace. The group, sheltered within the eye of the storm, soared upward. The vines shielded them from falling debris, and within moments, sunlight pierced through the swirling dust. The group emerged into open air just as the magic palace crumbled entirely behind them, leaving nothing but a heap of rubble. Aftermath. Everyone breathed heavily, the weight of survival sinking in. That was way too close. Vanessa sighed, slumping to the ground. "We owe you our lives, Ethan Hayes," Klaus admitted, his usual arrogance subdued by gratitude. Meanwhile, Asta marveled at Ethan Hayes' control of wind magic. "That was amazing. You made a whole path out of wind. But no one was more affected than you know." He clenched his fists as he stared at Ethan Hayes. "The gap between us is growing." His dream of becoming the Wizard King burned brighter, but so did his determination. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorash Chapter 31, Chapter 31, The Spirit of the Wind. The collapse of the magical palace marked the end of a turbulent chapter. Though countless treasures were buried beneath the rubble, none of it fell into the Diamond Kingdom's hands. Even Lotus and Mars might have perished amidst the destruction. For the Clover Kingdom's mages, this was a victory bittersweet yet decisive. They wasted no time lingering and began their return journey aboard the wind ark conjured by Ethan Hayes. Yuno's inner turmoil on the ark. Yuno seemed restless. His demeanor caught Ethan Hayes' attention. Yuno's silence was telling. He wanted to ask something but held back out of pride. Ethan Hayes chuckled inwardly. He won't ask, because of his dignity. But he wants to, driven by curiosity and doubt. Asta, oblivious as ever, broke the silence. Ethan Hayes, that magic you used earlier, what was it? And who was that little girl? The others turned to Ethan Hayes, equally intrigued. The incredible power he'd displayed demanded an explanation. Ethan Hayes smiled. That wasn't magic, it was a spirit. Spirit? Vanessa and Klaus exchanged knowing looks, a realization dawning on them. Could it be? Vanessa nodded, adding, magic in our world derives from the four natural elements, wind, fire, water, and earth. It's said these elements are the foundation of life itself. Klaus continued, and each element is represented by a spirit, a being born from the world's essence. They're rare, legendary even. If I'm not mistaken, the girl you summoned was the wind spirit. All eyes turned to Ethan Hayes, awaiting his confirmation. He nodded. Asta immediately shouted, "Whoa! Ethan Hayes, that's amazing! You've got the wind spirit with you." The others were equally astonished. Spirits were not just mythical entities, they were beings of immense power, and only a select few in history had ever managed to form a bond with one. The burden of comparison, Yuno, however, fell silent, his fists clenched. He already felt overshadowed by Ethan Hayes' four-leaf grimoire. Now, Ethan Hayes wielded the wind spirit, a power far beyond anything Yuno could imagine. Yuno. Ethan Hayes' voice broke the tension as he placed a hand on Yuno's shoulder. Hand me your grimoire for a moment. Yuno hesitated but eventually complied. Ethan Hayes took the grimoire and began flipping through its pages. Yuno's hesitation or lack thereof was a test in Ethan Hayes' mind. If he hesitated or refused, it would mean distrust. And distrust, no matter how small, could fester like a wound. But he handed it over good. As Ethan Hayes schemed through the grimoire, he stopped at a particular page. The characters on it were foreign and incomprehensible, even to him. Ah, so it's already started. Ethan Hayes closed the grimoire with a knowing smile. Confused, Yuno asked, "What do you mean? That page wasn't there before." Ethan Hayes returned the grimoire, patting Yuno on the shoulder. "Congratulations, Yuno. The wind spirit has chosen you." The entire group froze. "What? What are you talking about?" Asta yelled, utterly baffled. "Didn't you just say the wind spirit is with you?" Ethan Hayes laughed. "The spirit with me is different. She's the ancient wind spirit, Zephyr. Zephyr, come out and say hello." From the air, a small, ethereal figure emerged, a delicate girl with translucent wings, her presence exuding an ancient and powerful aura. "Hello," Zephyr greeted with a soft voice, her presence captivating everyone. Ethan Hayes explained, "Spirits are unique. Zephyr represents the primordial essence of wind, while the spirit awakening for Yuno is tied to the wind of this era. Both spirits exist, but their natures are distinct." Yuno was speechless, his grimoire glowing faintly as if responding to Ethan Hayes' words. The revelation left the group in awe, with Asta cheering loudly, "Yuno! You're gonna get your own spirit! That's awesome!" Yuno's earlier despair gave way to determination. Though Ethan Hayes seemed leagues ahead, Yuno knew this wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. The return as the ark soared back toward the Clover Kingdom, the group felt a renewed sense of camaraderie. Though their journey was fraught with peril, they had grown stronger. The bonds they forged and the challenges they overcame would shape their futures. The path to becoming the Wizard King was far from over. For Yuno, Asta, and Ethan Hayes, it was only beginning. Patreon Advance Chapters, Patreon.com/Samorash Chapter 32, Chapter 32, A Meeting of Spirits beside Ethan Hayes, his grimoire floated into the air, releasing a stream of green light. As the brilliance dimmed, a petite figure emerged, suspended gracefully in mid-air. Sharp pointed ears, golden flowing hair, and an irresistibly cute face made the tiny creature look like a doll come to life. "Hi there! I'm Master's spirit. Nice to meet you all. You can call me Zephyr." The tiny figure, full of life, darted around the group, her radiant smile lighting up the atmosphere. Putting her past behind her, Zephyr was ready to embrace her new life, just as Ethan had encouraged her. It was time to live for herself. "Kawaii! So adorable!" Vanessa exclaimed, unable to resist Zephyr's charm. She showed a side that went beyond her usual carefree demeanor as she eagerly admired the spirit. "This is the wind spirit? It's hard to believe that such a small creature holds so much magical power," Klaus remarked, adjusting his glasses, his disbelief etched on his face. The spirit's presence intrigued everyone, even as Asta, who didn't use magic, seemed less impressed by her presence than by something Ethan had said earlier. "But Ethan, what did you mean when you congratulated Yuno?" Asta asked, tilting his head. "Exactly," Yuno added. "This wind spirit is yours, not mine. I wouldn't accept it even if you offered it to me." Ethan chuckled softly at their assumptions. "Send my spirit to someone else? That's not going to happen. But Yuno, why don't you focus and try to connect with your grimoire? You'll understand soon enough." Though confused, Yuno nodded. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his calm demeanor masking his curiosity. Zephyr, floating nearby, suddenly tilted her head, her sharp senses catching a faint yet familiar aura emanating from Yuno. Interesting," she murmured to herself. As Yuno focused, a connection began to form with his grimoire. To his surprise, he sensed a surge of vitality from it, something he'd never felt before. A vibrant energy emerged, akin to a living presence. Moments later, a whirlwind of wind magic enveloped him. A beam of green light shot out of his grimoire, and when it dissipated, a second tiny figure appeared. This new spirit had sharp ears, fluttering wings, and features almost identical to Zephyr, save for her unique hair and expression. Everyone's jaws dropped. "Another wind spirit?" Klaus stammered, his shock evident. Hovering in midair, the newly emerged spirit rubbed her eyes sleepily. Blinking a few times, she looked around before her gaze settled on Zephyr. The two stared at each other, one in shock, the other in suspicion. Am I looking in a mirror?" the new spirit muttered, bewildered. "No way!" Zephyr snapped. "You're not me." "Of course not. But why are there two wind spirits? Explain this, Ethan," Klaus demanded. "Spirits are supposed to be unique. How can there be two?" "Simple," Ethan replied. "Spirits are unique, yes, but when one fades, another is born to replace it. Zephyr here is an exception. I saved her. So now there are two wind spirits." Everyone slowly nodded, absorbing the explanation. Meanwhile, the new wind spirit crossed her arms and glared at Zephyr. "Listen up. Yuno is my partner. You're not stealing him from me." Zephyr smirked. "Steal? Why would I?" Ethan's way cooler. "Keep your Yuno. Take that back. Make me." As the two spirits bickered, the group couldn't help but laugh. Even Yuno, whose earlier frustration had eased, allowed himself a small smile. He'd gained a spirit, and with it, a renewed determination to keep pace with Ethan. The rivalry between them wasn't over, it had only just begun. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/Samorash Chapter 33, Chapter 33, The Royal Capital and Wizard King's Advice. Clover Kingdom Royal Capital. After the dungeon raid, Ethan Hayes, Asta, and their team rested for a few days before heading to the Royal Capital to report to the Wizard King. Standing before the Wizard King, Yuno and Asta couldn't help but feel awe. Asta, unable to suppress his excitement, shouted, "Whoa! You're the Wizard King! And you're alive! Amazing!" The group cringed slightly at Asta's enthusiasm. The Wizard King, looking amused but awkward, replied, "Yes, of course, I'm alive. Did you expect otherwise?" Recognizing achievement's excellent work, the Wizard King said with a calm smile. Although the dungeon treasures weren't fully secured, stopping the Diamond Kingdom was an outstanding accomplishment. He shifted his gaze to Yuno and Ethan Hayes, his expression one of deep thought. These two possessed a rare four-leaf clover grimoire, symbolizing immense potential. "I've also heard that both of you have bonded with wind spirits. Is that true?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he leaned in far too close, leaving Ethan and Yuno visibly uncomfortable. Ethan sighed and summoned Zephyr, his wind spirit. "All right, Zephyr, come out." A bright green light shimmered, revealing a petite figure with golden hair and delicate wings. On Yuno's side, Sylph appeared with an equally radiant aura. The Wizard King studied them with fascination. "Two wind spirits? This is unprecedented." The Wizard King's discovery. The Wizard King's gaze lingered on Zephyr. Something about her mana felt different. He thought, "This spirit, her mana is unusual. It feels deeper and more mysterious, almost ancient." At the same time, Zephyr warned Ethan telepathically, "Master, this man's mana is immensely powerful. Be cautious." Ethan smiled and reassured her, "Relax, Zephyr. He means no harm. By the way, since you're an ancient spirit, how would you rank him compared to others you've encountered?" After a moment of silence, Zephyr responded, "At least in the top 5. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Top 5? Interesting." He had always been impressed by the Wizard King's time magic, but hearing this added a new level of respect. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 34, Chapter 34, The Medal Ceremony. Clover Kingdom Medal Ceremony Hall. Following the Wizard King to the medal ceremony, Asta was visibly brimming with excitement. For someone born in the borderlands, his greatest dream apart from becoming the Wizard King was to gain the recognition of others. And now, the Wizard King personally inviting him to this event was the ultimate acknowledgement. However, not everyone shared the Wizard King's open-mindedness, where achievements outweighed origins. As the group entered the grand ceremonial hall, disdainful gazes followed them from every direction. "Yuno, Ethan, why is everyone looking at us like that?" Asta, while often oblivious, wasn't entirely naive. The stares made him uneasy. Ethan smirked and scoffed, "Isn't it obvious? They're looking down on us." There wasn't much Ethan could do about it. This prejudice wasn't formed in a day or two but had been ingrained over centuries, a deep-rooted exploitation of the lower class by the upper class. No matter how exceptional or talented someone from the lower class was, they would always be considered inferior in the eyes of the nobles. It was akin to a self-made billionaire still being seen as a commoner by old money elites. The Wizard King's observation. Seated on the central throne, the Wizard King observed the scene with an indifferent expression. He had invited Ethan and the others here to see how the noble knights would react to their presence. To his disappointment, little had changed. He had hoped that their recent achievements would earn them some respect, but it seemed the divide between nobles and commoners remained as unyielding as ever. "Let the medal ceremony begin." The Wizard King's voice echoed through the hall. The nobles and knights bowed respectfully, temporarily concealing their disdainful expressions. The medal rankings in the Clover Kingdom, magic knights were divided into 8 ranks, with each rank further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Ranks 4 to 1, lower magic knights. Rank 5, middle magic knights. Ranks 6 and 7, upper magic knights. Rank 8, grand magic knights, typically held by squad captains. Above rank 8, the Wizard King. Rank was a symbol of honor, strength, and privilege within the Clover Kingdom. Advancing in rank required earning stars, which the Wizard King awarded based on merit. This moment of recognition was what every magic knight dreamed of. The announcements: 7 stars earned. Crimson Lion Kings, Leopold Vermilion, awarded the title of second-class middle magic knight. 6 stars earned. Blue Rose, Sol Marron, awarded the title of third-class middle magic knight. 6 stars earned. Silver Eagles, Solid Silva, awarded the title of third-class middle magic knight. One after another, knights stepped forward to receive their medals and titles. Asta, however, fidgeted nervously as the ceremony went on. "What's wrong with you? Can't you sit still?" Ethan frowned, glancing at Asta. "I'm just calculating. What rank will I get? Oh no. I only have 3 stars. Ethan sighed. "Only you would be this concerned. Look at Yuno, he's calm as a rock." Yuno muttered under his breath, counting his stars. 1, 2, 9, 11. Perfect. Ethan raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The prejudice persists. As time passed, most knights had received their medals and titles, leaving Ethan and his group seemingly forgotten. The whispers around them grew louder. "Ha, commoners should be grateful just to stand here. Do they really expect to be knighted? A mutt can't join a feast." The Wizard King ignored the murmurs and continued the announcements. 3 stars earned. Black Bulls, Asta, awarded the title of third-class lower magic knight. Asta froze, then realized he had been called. "Wait, really? 3 stars, and I still got a title?" Not wanting to risk the Wizard King changing his mind, Asta bolted forward to receive his medal. "Thank you. I'll work even harder from now on." Recognition for Yuno next, 11 stars earned. Golden Dawn, Yuno, awarded the title of 4th class upper magic knight. The hall erupted in shock. While Asta's rank had been tolerated, Yuno's promotion was harder to accept. A 4th class upper magic knight was typically the 4th ranking officer in a squad, capable of leading an entire battalion. How could a commoner achieve such an honor? The murmurs grew louder until the Wizard King raised his hand. "Quiet!" He spoke firmly. "Yuno may come from a humble background, but he wields a 4-leaf clover grimoire and has proven his capabilities. Magic knighthood is about merit, and Yuno has earned this rank. Do you disagree?" Though some knights wanted to protest, their captains stopped them. No one dared openly challenge the Wizard King. A unique title finally, the Wizard King turned to Ethan Hayes. "Ethan Hayes, step forward." Ethan hesitated, puzzled. As a Wizard King's protégé, he had no official stars or merits recorded. How could he receive a rank? The Wizard King deliberated for a moment before smiling. "Ethan Hayes, by my authority as Wizard King, I award you the title of Grand Magic Knight." The hall fell silent. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 35, Chapter 35, A Captain's Crown Amid Controversy. Hey! What? Title of Great Magic Knight? Not only was Ethan Hayes stunned, but everyone around him wore expressions of disbelief. The title of Great Magic Knight was an honor reserved for only a handful in the entire Clover Kingdom. It was awarded to those with extraordinary achievements or overwhelming strength. This honor was typically limited to the captains of the 9 Magic Knight squads. What made Ethan Hayes qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with these illustrious individuals? Wizard King, are you joking? Exactly. How is Ethan Hayes worthy? He's just a rookie. Precisely. Even Yuno, with his 11 stars, only achieved the rank of 4th class upper magic knight. So why Ethan Hayes? The crowd erupted in protests. They could tolerate Asta being awarded the rank of 3rd class lower magic knight. They could begrudgingly accept Yuno achieving the rank of 4th class upper magic knight. But Ethan Hayes being granted the title of Great Magic Knight? That was utterly intolerable. How could a mere commoner rise to such heights? It felt as if he was stepping on their pride. Despite the commotion, the captains of the Silver Eagles, Blue Rose, and Crimson Lion Kings remained silent. Ethan Hayes, however, frowned as he glanced at the Wizard King. Ethan knew that the Wizard King held him in high regard, but this blatant promotion seemed reckless and unnecessary. Was there some hidden agenda behind it? Silence, everyone. The Wizard King's voice was calm yet carried undeniable authority. He smiled warmly, as if unaffected by the doubts surrounding his decision. As the Wizard King, I have learned over the years that the kingdom's growth hinges on one critical element, talent. And talent doesn't come to you. You must discover it, nurture it just as we've seen with Ethan Hayes, and Asta. Though commoners, their capabilities and contributions are exactly what our kingdom needs. I wish for more individuals like them to emerge. Therefore, the Wizard King paused, his smile widening. I have decided to establish a new institution dedicated to discovering, recruiting, and cultivating talent, particularly from commoners. Ethan Hayes, being the most exemplary among them, will serve as its leader. This institution will form the Clover Kingdom's 10th Magic Knight Squad. What? The announcement sent another wave of shock rippling through the crowd. A 10th squad? And Ethan Hayes as its captain? Was this some sort of hallucination? Or had the Wizard King truly lost his mind? Ethan Hayes himself felt his face twitch in disbelief. Did he seriously take my random suggestion to heart? Ethan thought, recalling a casual remark he had made to the Wizard King, painting a grand vision to win his favor. The idea of a 10th squad sounded ambitious, but the execution seemed daunting, even more so than starting from scratch. Wizard King, your idea is admirable, and I fully support it. However, if a 10th squad is to be established, many capable individuals within the 9 squads could better serve as its captain, said Nozel Silva, captain of the Silver Eagles, stepping forward. His tone was calm and measured, yet his message was clear: he opposed Ethan Hayes' appointment. Indeed, Wizard King, while the proposal is commendable, it would be more prudent to choose a proven, accomplished individual from within the existing squads, added Charlotte Rosalie, the commanding and regal captain of the Blue Rose Knights. Ethan couldn't help but glance at Charlotte. In a past magical simulation, Charlotte had been among his loyal allies, even showing a softer side. Yet here she was, opposing him outright. It was a stark reminder that the simulated world was just that, an illusion. I think it's worth a try, interjected Fuego Leon Vermilion, captain of the Crimson Lion Kings. His unexpected support caught everyone off guard. Experience is built over time, not overnight. Young people must be tested and trained to grow. If we can nurture more talents like them, it will undoubtedly benefit the kingdom. Charlotte and Nozel exchanged surprised glances. Had Fuego Leon lost his mind too? Did he not understand the implications of this decision? A squad composed entirely of commoners, with the commoner captain, would disrupt the delicate balance of power. The murmurs and arguments resumed, but Fuego Leon stood firm in his support. Ultimately, however, the majority of captains stood against the decision. They couldn't fathom the idea of commoners being elevated to a level equivalent to their elite squads. It was a direct challenge to their status and authority. Let me remind all of you, this is not a discussion. It is a decision already made. The 10th squad will be established. The Wizard King's voice thundered, his usually warm and approachable demeanor replaced by an imperial authority that sent chills through the room. The hall fell silent. For years, his kind and gentle leadership had made many forget his true power and station as the Wizard King, the kingdom's strongest mage. Since the Wizard King insists, we cannot object. However, the appointment of the squad's captain requires careful consideration, said Nozel after a long pause. I propose that candidates from the 9 squads compete for the position. This will ensure that the 10th squad is led by the best qualified individual, he continued. I second this, Charlotte agreed. So do I, echoed others. The Wizard King pondered their proposal before nodding. Very well. 3 days from now, each squad will present their chosen candidate. Ethan Hayes, come with me, he said, signaling the end of the discussion. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Shaping a Revolutionary Vision. As the Wizard King and Ethan Hayes entered the inner hall, the outer hall erupted in a cacophony of whispers. What is the Wizard King thinking, trying to form a 10th Magic Knights squad? Yet, and only recruiting commoners? Not to mention making a commoner like Ethan Hayes the captain. Silence. Anyone caught gossiping will be punished. Nozel Silva's thunderous voice cut through the chatter. As a powerful figure, his authority was unquestionable. The knights present dared not defy him, but even Nozel found the Wizard King's sudden decision surprising. It deviated from his usual steady and consultative approach. Could this mean, a change is coming to the kingdom, murmured some knights. Inside the hall, the Wizard King sat comfortably in a chair. Ethan Hayes, showing no restraint, pulled up a chair to sit across from him. Apologies for not informing you earlier and making a unilateral decision. I hope you don't hold it against me, the Wizard King said with a gentle smile. Ethan shrugged. Hold it against you? You're the boss, after all. Besides, what good would it do? What's done is done. The Wizard King nodded, satisfied. Good to hear. Now, do you feel confident about the competition in 3 days? Why bother with a competition? You could just appoint me directly and save everyone the trouble, Ethan replied, half-jokingly. The Wizard King chuckled wryly. If only it were that simple. While I hold the title of Wizard King, the kingdom also has a king. Officially, the king is the rightful ruler, and I must take the nobility's sentiments into account. After all, nobles make up 90% of the Magic Knights. If I didn't give them a chance to compete, it would cause unnecessary discord. I understand. But I promise you this, I won't lose, Ethan declared with determination. Losing wasn't an option, especially not to those who looked down on him. Good. Still, you'll need to prepare thoroughly. There's no room for failure, the Wizard King emphasized. The 10th squad isn't just about a title, it's about a vision for the kingdom's future. You must succeed. Ethan smirked. Fine. But I'll need your help. Let's talk magic. Ethan then delved into his thoughts on wind magic, presenting unconventional ideas that viewed wind as a medium for manipulating air. He brought up concepts like carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide, terms the Wizard King had never encountered before. The discussion evolved into a spirited exchange of ideas, with Ethan asking questions and the Wizard King providing insights. Their conversation wasn't a one-way lecture but a mutual exploration of magical theory. As the clock struck midnight, the Wizard King reluctantly ended the session. That's all for tonight. Rest well, Ethan. You have a big challenge ahead. Good night, Ethan replied, heading back to his quarters. Walking down the corridor, the Wizard King turned to his attendant, Marks. What do you think of Ethan Hayes? He asked. Marks hesitated. He's strong for his age, talented, and wields the legendary 4-leaf grimoire. A promising prospect. A promising prospect, the Wizard King echoed, smiling faintly. Initially, he had been drawn to Ethan's talent and his possession of a 4-leaf grimoire. But after their conversation, he valued something far greater, Ethan's innovative mind. Ethan didn't just think outside the box, he shattered it. His ideas on magic weren't constrained by convention. For instance, he proposed turning wind magic into air manipulation, allowing one to extract oxygen from a localized area. Or transforming earth magic by altering its molecular structure to create an entirely new form of magic. While the Wizard King didn't fully grasp the science behind Ethan's theories, he saw their potential. This boy might one day surpass me not just as Wizard King, but as a revolutionary force in magic itself, he murmured. Patreon Advanced Chapters, Patreon.com/Samarash Chapter 37, Chapter 37, The Tournament of Fate and the Rise of Hope. The formation of the 10th Squad and the 9 Magic Knights tournament. The news spread like wildfire across the Clover Kingdom, even reaching street-sweeping antes. The nobles' reactions were unified, with almost unanimous opposition. On the other hand, commoners were ecstatic and hopeful. This represents a chance to rise up without bowing to nobles or relying on luck to enter the 9 knights squads, one commoner said. Exactly. If the 10th squad succeeds, they can glare at us all they want, and we'll glare right back. True, but what if a noble ends up leading the 10th squad? This possibility led to hushed discussions. The 10th squad represented a ray of hope for commoners, but if a noble became the captain, the situation would revert to the same old unfairness. Still, I heard someone besides the 9 squads is also participating in the tournament. You mean Ethan Hayes, right? Yeah, he's one of us. It'd be great if he could become the captain. That's a nice thought, but the 9 knights are sending their elites. How could Ethan, a commoner, compete against them? Reality was harsh. To many, Ethan's participation seemed like a token gesture to placate the commoners, while the captain's position was likely predetermined. Meanwhile, at the Silver Eagle's headquarters, a meeting was in session. Captain Nozel Silva addressed his team. For this competition, I've decided to send Nabra Silva. Any objections? The room fell silent, and agreement quickly followed. As a senior knight of the 5th rank and Nozel's sister, Nabra was the perfect choice. Good, Nozel nodded in satisfaction. By the way, what's Ethan Hayes been doing these days? Not much, someone reported. He's been staying in his quarters, eating and sleeping. That's it. Nozel frowned. Eating and sleeping? Does he not take this competition seriously? Never mind him, Nozel waved it off. Our real concerns are the other squads. Nabra, I've coordinated with the Azure Orcus, you'll work with their vice-captain, Xerx. Eliminate the other squads first, but don't forget our goal. Yes, Captain. Nabra responded. Similar discussions were happening across the other squads, Golden Dawn, Green Mantis, and others. They largely dismissed Ethan as a threat and focused on strategies to outmaneuver rival squads. In contrast, the Black Bull's headquarters had a more laid-back approach. All right, Asta, you'll go tomorrow, Captain Yami Sukiro announced lazily, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Me? Asta blinked in confusion. The Black Bulls had plenty of strong members, Vanessa, Luck, Ghosh, why him? Yep, no choice. You or no one, Yami shrugged. And if you don't go, no pay next month. With that, Yami walked off, leaving Asta dumbfounded. As dawn broke, squads from across the kingdom began their journey to the competition grounds. Ethan, yawning, also made his way there. The stage was set, and the battle was about to begin. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, The Black Light Trials begin. Golden Dawn, Langris Vod. Present. Silver Eagles, Nabra Silva. Present. Green Mantis, Lisaka. In front of the competition grounds, the Wizard King was meticulously confirming the participants' names. Unlike previous tournaments, this time, a large number of commoners were in attendance. This wasn't just a game for the nobles anymore, it was tied to the hopes of ordinary people. Even though many doubted that Ethan Hayes, a mere commoner, could defeat the elite competitors, people still clung to a glimmer of hope. Wizard King, about these people. Someone hesitantly began. It's fine, the Wizard King interrupted. Let the guards arrange a suitable viewing area for them. This is a matter of the Clover Kingdom, and as citizens, they have the right to witness it. The Wizard King's firm response quelled any thoughts of expelling the commoners. Taking his place on the high platform, he began to speak. The purpose of this competition is to select the captain for the soon-to-be established 10th squad. The following rules must be adhered to. no use of magical tools, no leaving the designated competition area, no deliberate killing of participants. The list of rules went on, but they could be summarized in a single phrase: keep it civil, stop when necessary. This wasn't a battlefield, and the competitors weren't mortal enemies. The Wizard King had no interest in hosting a tournament that left 9 out of 10 participants dead. While the Wizard King outlined the rules, Ethan was inspecting the competition venue. Unlike a traditional training ground, the event was being held in the Blacklight Forest, a dense woodland where sunlight filtering through the trees appeared black, hence the name. The forest was vast, large enough that walking in a straight line from one end to the other would take 7 to 8 hours. With such a distance, finding opponents would be a challenge, and the competition could last days or even weeks. "All right," the Wizard King concluded, "each of you will be transported to a different starting location by a magic knight proficient in spatial magic. Monitors will follow you throughout, not to supervise but to assist in emergencies. Additionally, we'll stream the events here, so no one has to wait idly." The Wizard King smiled as large projection magic stones were brought forward. Ethan recognized them. These stones functioned like a magical equivalent of televisions from his past life, though their exorbitant cost meant even most nobles couldn't afford them. "Good luck to all of you," the Wizard King announced. "I'll be waiting here to greet the new captain of the 10th squad." As soon as he finished, magic circles appeared in front of the 10 participants, signaling the start of the competition. Without hesitation, Ethan was the first to step through his portal. The others quickly followed. When the light faded, Ethan found himself beside a creek. Smiling faintly, he thought, "Perfect. Having a water source will make it easier to sustain myself." Given the forest's size and the likelihood of a prolonged competition, securing basic needs like food and water was crucial. Hunger could easily tip the scales in a fight. "I'll set up camp here for a couple of days and stockpile supplies before moving out," Ethan decided. However, as soon as he finished planning, a glow appeared upstream, and another participant stepped out of a portal. Lysaka from the Green Mantis squad. Both froze, eyes meeting in awkward silence. Hi!" Ethan managed, scratching the back of his head. Meanwhile, watching through the projection stone, the Wizard King chuckled. While he had intentionally spaced out the starting locations to prevent immediate large-scale battles, fate had seemingly decided otherwise for these two. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 39, Chapter 39, The Clash begins by the creek. Ethan Hayes and Lysaka locked eyes, their postures tense and wary. Though Ethan didn't know Lysaka personally, he quickly identified her as a member of the Green Mantis squad. After all, there were only 2 female participants in this competition, Nabra of the Silver Eagles and Lysaka of the Green Mantis. Without hesitation, Ethan made the first move. Wind creation magic, Gale Arrow. His grimoire floated by his side, glowing faintly as magic energy condensed into a sharp, fast-moving arrow of wind that streaked toward Lysaka, kicking up dust in its wake. Ethan, mindful of the rules, aimed for her arm instead of a lethal spot. Bang! A massive, water-made arm formed before Lysaka, intercepting the arrow with ease. Water creation magic, Poseidon's arm. Lysaka's grimoire shimmered as she summoned her spell. Ethan used the distraction to close the distance between them. A blazing sword materialized in his hand as he charged forward without hesitation. Fire creation magic, Blazing Blade. The flaming weapon cut through the air, aiming for Lysaka. The crowd watching through projection stones gasped. Ethan's boldness shocked many. "This kid's insane. He's up against one of Green Mantis's best. He's doomed for sure." Noble spectators sneered, while commoners quietly cheered for Ethan, feeling their pride tied to his success. Lysaka didn't retreat either. Her water-based magic extinguished Ethan's fire attacks, turning their clash into a cloud of dense steam. "Damn," Ethan muttered, annoyed by the elemental disadvantage. "Water's tough against fire, but fire can boil water." Power is the key. Ethan flipped through his grimoire again, channeling both his attributes. Wind swirled around him, stirring up sand and debris to obscure Lisaka's vision. What's he doing? Lisaka frowned, halting her advance. The swirling winds created a storm, making it impossible to locate Ethan. Smart, Lisaka admitted internally. Rushing in blindly might trigger a trap. I'll wait for an opening. Ethan grinned in the chaos. Hesitation is your downfall. He activated a second spell. Wind creation magic, Tempest Barrier. Walls of wind erupted around Lisaka, forming a massive square that confined her. The crowd was stunned, unsure of his strategy. Why trap her? Wouldn't it be better to attack? He's wasting time. Meanwhile, Ethan's other hand burned with magic power. He flipped to a fire spell in his grimoire. Fire creation magic, Overlord's Wheel. A brilliant light shone overhead. Lisaka instinctively glanced upward, followed by the crowd and even the Wizard King. What is he summoning? High above the clouds, a fiery mass began descending, a colossal flaming wheel spinning with violent force. Its intense heat and pressure caused the windstorm to scatter. The nobles who had scoffed at Ethan earlier now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The crowd of commoners erupted in cheers. That's a natural disaster. Even the Wizard King leaned forward, intrigued. So, this is the natural magic he mentioned. The Overlord's Wheel descended with the power of a sun, its flames roaring like an unstoppable tide. Lisaka's face turned grim. For the first time, she realized she had underestimated Ethan Hayes. Chapter 40, A Commoner's Gamble, ha ha ha. Beside the projection stone, Yami Sukiro laughed so hard he sounded like a pig squealing. The commoners watching couldn't help but burst into laughter as well, some even rolling on the ground. From their vantage point, the events unfolding were visible in full clarity. The unfortunate Ansel had, in fact, fallen into the river right after stepping out of a spatial magic portal. His exit point happened to be suspended over a small stream. His claims were true, yet no one believed him. Perhaps this is human nature, in the absence of definitive proof, speculation runs rampant. And when the supposed victim himself admits to something so bizarre, it only adds fuel to the fire. With witnesses and evidence seemingly aligning, Ansel had no room to argue. Fugilian, my condolences, truly. Yami mockingly patted the Crimson Lion King captain's shoulder, his cigarette dangling from his lips, looking thoroughly entertained by the bizarre turn of events. It wasn't entirely his fault, the absurdity of the situation had reached comedic levels. The one responsible escaped scot-free, and the wrong person bore the brunt of everyone's fury. Ansel truly seemed cursed with the worst luck in existence. Even as the projection displayed the battered Ansel surrounded by furious accusations, Fuego Leon Vermilion wore an expression that was as sour as it was helpless. His gaze shot a bitter glance toward the Wizard King. All right, enough. Everyone, calm down, the Wizard King waved awkwardly, signaling for the laughter to die down. After all, part of the blame lay with him too. He had arranged the starting points for each participant. Who would have thought Ansel's designated spot would lead to this calamity? And then there were 8. The crowd turned their eyes back to the projection stone. Elsewhere, Ethan Hayes was swiftly fleeing the scene of his latest magic. He wasn't foolish, he knew exactly what would come next. Creating such a massive spectacle had made him a beacon, drawing attention like a flame attracts moths. Lisaka would undoubtedly be eliminated. Now announcing the remaining contestants. Currently, there are 8 participants left. 8. Ethan froze momentarily, his brow furrowing. What? Shouldn't it be 9? Did Lisaka survive somehow? Shaking his head, he resumed his escape. Perhaps 2 other contestants had clashed in the meantime, but that wasn't his concern. What mattered was conserving his strength and waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Nebra Silva, panting slightly, unleashed her magic. Mercury restraint magic, silver cage. With a silvery gleam, she trapped the beleaguered Ansel, who had already suffered heavy attacks from the others. But as the group assessed Ansel, their faces turned grim. They'd been tricked. Ansel showed no signs of exhaustion, his mana levels brimming as if he hadn't fought at all. But it was too late to back down, they had already attacked. Damn that Lysaka! She tricked us! Langrisvod cursed angrily. However, if Ansel wasn't the culprit, then who could it be? Leavid? Suspicion filled the air as everyone turned to look at Leavid. Hey! Are you all idiots? Didn't you see the scale of my magic just now? Leavid retorted, his voice sharp. He had no intention of ending up like Ansel, misunderstood and eliminated without cause. Faced with his rebuttal, the group hesitated, holding back their hostility. Indeed, if Leavid had been responsible, he wouldn't have such high mana reserves. But if it wasn't Ansel or Leavid, who else could it be? Ethan Hayes. Though an unbelievable conclusion, the logic was sound. Despite his inexperience and youth, Ethan had emerged as the only possibility. A mere commoner dares to defy us. Disbelief turned into resolve. He has to go, Langris suggested coldly. Before he becomes a real threat. One by one, the others nodded. Allowing Ethan to remain in the competition jeopardized their positions and their pride. If they were to lose, better to be defeated by an equal or superior. But losing to a commoner? Unacceptable. Worse, Langris had been duped. For a noble to be outplayed by a commoner was a humiliation he could not tolerate. Back at the projection stone, the crowd erupted into a heated debate. 6 against 1? That's despicable. Exactly. What happened to their so-called honor? Pretentious nobles, rigging the competition from the start. The nobles present flushed with anger, but the commoner's fury only grew louder. Shut up, a noble barked. You dare question us? Watch your tongues before we crush your entire families. Know your place, vermin. You're nothing but ants. Faced with the noble's threats, the commoners reluctantly quieted, though their faces burned with rage. Enough! The Wizard King's powerful voice boomed, his magical pressure silencing both sides. Sitting back on his throne, his expression darkened. This incident had further exposed the deep-seated rift between nobles and commoners. The existence of a 10th squad was more necessary than ever, to bridge this divide. Ethan Hayes, don't lose now. He murmured under his breath. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 41, Chapter 41, The Calm Before the Storm. Asta, that's my fish. Stop snatching it. What's the big deal? You have so many. Under a starry night sky, Asta and Ethan Hayes were sitting by a campfire, happily roasting fish. It was the 7th day of the competition. On the 3rd day, Ethan had stumbled upon Asta in the middle of a dense forest. Normally, they should have fought to determine a winner, but Ethan wasn't foolish. Fighting Asta would bring no benefits and plenty of downsides, wasted energy. With Asta's anti-magic abilities, Ethan might even end up injured. Exposure, a battle would draw attention, potentially attracting opportunists waiting to ambush them. Besides, the situation over the past few days had been strangely quiet, too quiet. The black light forest was vast, yes, but as people moved around, encounters were inevitable. By probability alone, there should have been at least one major fight. But nothing had happened. The forest was eerily tranquil, like a sea of silence. Asta, don't you think something feels off? Ethan asked, his brows furrowed in thought. Not really, Asta replied, his mouth full of fish, words muffled. Ethan continued pondering. No battles, no noise. Could it be that others who met were doing the same as he and Asta? An alliance. The thought hit Ethan like a lightning bolt. If the remaining contestants had allied, the numbers and strategy were entirely uncertain. 8 participants remained, counting him and Asta. If there were a group of 5, that left one solo fighter. It could also be 222 or 33 setups. Whatever the case, it wasn't good news for Ethan. "I'll play it safe and observe for now," he muttered. After extinguishing the fire, Ethan leaned against a high branch and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the audience watching through the projection stones grew increasingly anxious. "Get up, Ethan! Don't sleep now! Wake up! The enemy is coming! Those bastards!" The civilian spectators cursed furiously, while the nobles sneered with smug satisfaction. On the projection stone, the group of 6 Nebula, Langris Vaude and their allies were steadily advancing toward Ethan and Asta's temporary camp. Though moving cautiously, it was only a matter of time before they arrived. "This is the only area left unsearched based on previous patterns," said Langris. "Indeed, that Ethan has some skill. Avoiding us for so long isn't easy. And Asta too, though I suspect they're together now," another added, their tone dismissive. As they walked, they discussed their strategy. Asta, being magicless, wasn't taken seriously. To them, his presence in the competition was little more than a fluke. Meanwhile, Ethan lay alert in shallow sleep. In stark contrast, Asta snored loudly, deep in slumber, oblivious to the danger creeping closer. "Asta, wake up!" Ethan hissed, shaking him. "Something feels off. We should move." Though he hadn't detected anyone nearby, an instinctive sense of foreboding gripped him. Just then fire creation magic, blazing missile. A brilliant streak of fire shot through the darkness toward their camp. Ethan reacted instantly, leaping backward to evade the flames. "Hey? Is it morning already? What smells cooked?" Asta muttered groggily, rubbing his eyes. The realization hit him hard as he sat up. He was surrounded by fire. "Ah!" Summoning his demon slayer sword, Asta swung the massive blade, nullifying the magical flames. "Oh? A sword that negates magic? Interesting," a voice remarked. Landing gracefully, Ravail, one of the attackers, stared at Asta with intrigue. Before Asta could process what was happening, 5 more figures descended. Nebula, Langris and their group had arrived. Holding his sword tightly, Asta stood frozen, his brain struggling to catch up. Damn it! They really did form an alliance. Ethan cursed under his breath from his hiding spot. He had suspected as much but hadn't expected all 6 to be united against him and Asta. No wonder the forest had been so quiet. This group was systematically hunting down solo competitors. Their plan was clear: eliminate the outsiders first. Afterward, they could deal with each other at their leisure. "They're treating this like a card game," Ethan muttered bitterly. Will Ethan and Asta survive against these overwhelming odds? Or is this the end of their journey in the competition? To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Against all odds. Landing lightly on the ground, Ethan Hayes made a quick decision not to flee. There was no point in running. The 6-person alliance had made their intent clear: eliminate him first. If he abandoned Asta and ran away now, he would truly be alone when the tide turned against him. Walking to Asta's side, Ethan said, "Asta, I don't think I need to explain what's happening, do I?" Not really sure, but I guess we're fighting, right?" Asta gripped the anti-magic sword in his hand tightly. It was obvious the group hadn't come for a friendly chat. This was a foolin' raid. But 6 opponents? Even one was already too much of a challenge for Asta. Against 6, it seemed impossible. Mercury magic silver spear. Ice magic glacial slicer. Fire magic blazing missile. Without warning, the 6 attackers launched their spells at Ethan and Asta, a symphony of destruction crashing toward them. Ethan swiftly retreated, his red and green 4-leaf clover grimoires hovering beside him. This wasn't child's play. One misstep and he'd be out of the competition or worse. 4-leaf clover magic wind god's blessing. 4-leaf clover magic fortune's favor. With 2 buffs boosting his power, Ethan's magical strength surged to the 5th domain, matching the strongest among the attackers. But no matter how strong he was, the 6-to-1 odds were heavily stacked against him. Asta! Just hold one of them off! Ethan shouted. Asta didn't even have time to respond. He was already engaged in a heated skirmish with Xerx, a mage from the Purple Orca squad. Xerx's magic relentlessly kept Asta at bay, not letting him close the distance to land a hit. TCH. Captain Yami-Sukiro, watching the battle through the projection stone, spit out his cigarette in annoyance. Cowards, he muttered. The Purple Orca mage's tactics disgusted him. Even against a magicless opponent, they wouldn't fight fair. But Yami knew the outcome was already set. 609 wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. The only question left was whether Ethan could do anything to change the tide. High above the battlefield, Ethan tried to use his ability to hover for better positioning. But Langrisvad was having none of it. Spatial magic circles trailed Ethan relentlessly, forcing him to remain grounded. From below, Nabra Silva and the others bombarded him with a constant barrage of attacks. Ethan could only duck into the thick foliage of the forest, using it as a shield. Wind magic hurricane armor. Fire magic flame god's garb. He swiftly layered defensive spells around himself. Even so, a powerful mercury spear tore through the canopy, forcing Ethan to dodge. Damn! Reacting on pure instinct, Ethan twisted his body just in time to avoid a spatial portal that had opened behind him, a torrent of flames roaring out from it. A split second slower, and he'd have been captured. TCH. He cursed under his breath but didn't have time to rest. The 5 mages continued their relentless assault, showing no signs of letting up. 4-leaf clover magic wind phantom. Ethan darted through the trees, leaving after images in his wake. In his hands, elemental blades formed, one of wind, one of fire. What's he doing? Is he insane? Is he actually trying to attack? He's out of his mind. Spectators watching the projection stone were dumbfounded. A single mage charging Hedon against 5? It was suicidal. Only the most experienced mages, like the captains and Wizard King, understood Ethan's reasoning. If he tried to run, he'd only expose himself to their combined magic barrage, which would drain his mana in minutes. The only chance he had was to close the distance and disrupt their formation. Fire magic wildfire inferno. Ethan spread a wall of flames in front of his attackers, cutting off their line of sight. Moving like the wind itself, he shot through the fire, appearing above Nabra. The burning blade in his right hand descended without hesitation. Clang! A silver shield of mercury magic materialized just in time to block the strike. Tisk! Ethan clicked his tongue in frustration. The mercury shield morphed, sprouting sharp spikes that lunged toward him. Bam! 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 The spikes collided with Ethan's hurricane armor and flame god's garb, failing to penetrate but sending him flying back. Damn it, my usual tricks won't work on these guys. Before he could recover, the ground where he had just been standing was obliterated by 5 simultaneous spells. Ethan Hayes, give up. You don't stand a chance. Concede now, and we'll spare you. You're not seriously expecting that magicless commoner to come and save you, are you? Despite their taunts, Ethan ignored them, his mind racing to formulate a plan. Comparing magical reserves? Individually, he might surpass any of them. But against 5 combined? No chance. Magical potency? They were all in the 5th domain, no advantage there either. Combat experience? These were battle-hardened knights. Everything pointed to one conclusion: defeat. But Ethan wasn't one to accept fate so easily. He clenched his fists, flames and winds swirling around him as he prepared for one final gambit. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Will of the Wind. How shameless! Come on, Ethan! Don't lose to them! They're so despicable. Calling themselves magic knights is a disgrace. The civilians watching the projection stone erupted in anger, their voices filled with disdain and frustration. Despite knowing alliances and such betrayals were within the rules, seeing them unfold in real time hit differently. What did you just say, commoner? Say that again, I dare you. Have you forgotten your place? The nobles retorted with their usual arrogance, unwilling to let the peasants' scorn go unanswered. Amidst the noise, the wizard king remained silent, his gaze fixed on the projection stone. His expression was tense. Ethan Hayes' victory or defeat would directly affect his ideals and reforms. However, the rules were clear. Alliances, betrayals, and even ganging up were all within the boundaries of what was allowed. Ethan, how will you overcome this? A razor-sharp ice blade shot up from the ground beneath Asta's feet, forcing him to leap onto the treetops to avoid it. Asta was frustrated. His opponent wasn't just stronger than anyone he had ever faced on missions, they were also smarter, giving him no chance to close the distance. Under the relentless assault of spells, Asta could only use his Demon Slayer sword to slash through each one. But exhaustion crept in, his stamina wasn't infinite, nor was his energy boundless. Kid, distracted, are we? Xerxes' voice came from behind him, and before Asta could react, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Xerxes smirked, noting Asta's valiant but futile efforts. The young knight had done well to endure for this long. Yet, Xerxes had been playing a psychological game, giving Asta the illusion that he was unwilling to engage in close combat. Then, he struck when Asta least expected it. Ice constriction magic, ice prison. A layer of frost rapidly encased Asta. Despite his quick reflexes, the spell took hold, immobilizing him. It's over. Xerxes' confident smirk faltered as the ice began to melt. The source? Asta's black sword, the Demon Slayer. What an eerie sword, Xerxes muttered, astonished. Even now, it's nullifying magic. Kicking the weapon out of Asta's grasp, Xerxes ensured the young knight was fully restrained. One down, he said, his gaze shifting to the chaos where Ethan battled the other five. Ethan's movements were a blur, dodging, parrying, and countering as 5 spells from his opponents converged on him simultaneously. Xerxes has neutralized Asta, Ethan thought, his mind racing. Now it's 6 against 1. Overhead, a storm of glistening ice blades formed, raining down mercilessly. Xerxes, looks like Asta's out, Ethan muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes. The pressure was mounting, and every passing second stretched his limits. Spirit magic, Sylph's breath. A faint light glowed as a tiny, winged figure appeared before Ethan. Zephyra, the wind spirit. A stream of white energy poured forth from Zephyra's mouth, sweeping across the battlefield. To the astonishment of Ethan's opponents, the 6 spells hurtling toward him disintegrated midair. What just happened? He nullified all 6 of our attacks. Impossible. Is that a wind spirit? The sight of Sylph left Ethan's enemies shocked. Few in history had been chosen by the elemental spirits, and even fewer had the privilege of wielding their immense power. Don't let your guard down! Langris yelled. He's just one man, we outnumber him 6 to 1. Renewing their assault, the 6 mages launched a barrage of magic. Wind magic, Tempest Cloak. A blinding green light erupted around Ethan as his mana surged to unprecedented levels. The sky above darkened as the sheer pressure of his magic distorted the air. From afar, civilians and nobles alike could see the pillar of green light piercing the heavens. Such immense power! How can a mere commoner possess so much mana? Back on the battlefield, Ethan's transformation was complete. Zephyra fused into his body, augmenting his strength. A glowing wing sprouted from his left shoulder, and an elegant crown of light adorned his head. His eyes shimmered with emerald brilliance, and a regal cloak with intricate patterns draped over his shoulders. Spirit assimilation, wind spirit descent. His voice echoed with an authority that silenced the chaos around him. Ethan Hayes stood, not as a mere commoner or contestant, but as a force to be reckoned with, a wielder of ancient power that demanded respect. For a moment, even the 6 attackers hesitated, awestruck by the sheer majesty of his presence. But hesitation wouldn't last long. "Don't falter. Take him down." The battle resumed, fiercer than ever, as Ethan prepared to unleash the full might of his newfound power. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/Samorash. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Spirit of Defiance. Unbelievable. He actually fused with the wind spirit. No way. This power. This is insane. Ethan Hayes actually. From the spectator stands, everyone stared at the projection stone in amazement as Ethan Hayes's image came into view. The wind spirit's appearance had already shocked them earlier. Now, the sight of Ethan fusing with the spirit and his magic power surging to unprecedented levels was beyond anything they could have imagined. Even the magic potency emanating from him seemed to suppress his 6 opponents. "Haha, Ethan Hayes, you've truly exceeded my expectations." The Wizard King smiled once more. After moments of doubt, hope surged anew within him. However, he quickly masked his emotions. Spirit assimilation, while undeniably powerful, might not guarantee victory. Ethan wasn't battling a single opponent, he was up against 6. The outcome remained uncertain. Wind spirit magic, spiritual tempest. A massive wave of magic gathered around Ethan, swirling in green torrents. With a single motion of his left hand, the gentle, invisible winds solidified into a tangible force. A laser-like blast shot forth, its energy tearing through the terrain. The ground cracked and a trench stretched far and wide, heading straight toward the 6 opponents. Nebula and the others were quick to counter. All 6 unleashed their own magic attacks, colliding against Ethan's assault in a dazzling display of power. Boom! The 2 forces clashed, unleashing shockwaves that swept across the forest. Ancient trees were uprooted and hurled skyward, while the ground beneath their feet fractured like glass. It was as if the earth itself would soon give way to an endless abyss. Those watching the battle were awestruck. Incredible! Is Ethan really just a commoner? The wielder of a 4-leaf grimoire truly is exceptional. But, the 6 of them might actually lose. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Even some noble spectators, who initially defended the alliance, began to feel uneasy. If Ethan managed to defeat all 6 of them, their collective humiliation would be immeasurable. "I can't keep this up." Ethan swiftly retreated. While his spirit assimilation had boosted his abilities, holding off 6 opponents simultaneously was still a monumental challenge. Prolonging the battle would only lead to exhaustion. He needed a strategy, and fast. With his newfound speed, Ethan's mobility was vastly improved, comparable to light magic in agility. This newfound advantage gave him control over the battlefield. "Watch out! His speed is unreal." Ethan's movements left the 6 disoriented. To their eyes, his figure blurred and shifted unpredictably. One moment, he was on their left, the next, he appeared on their right. His erratic pace left their attacks floundering. Wind spirit magic, spirit sword. In an instant, a glowing, emerald green blade materialized in Ethan's hand. Determination burned in his crystalline eyes as he struck. Arg! The spirit sword slashed into Xerx, vice-captain of the Purple Orcus, with overwhelming force. The wind's sharp, needle-like currents surged into Xerx, leaving him convulsing in pain and unable to continue fighting. Mercury magic, quicksand mire. Fire creation magic, falling inferno. Spatial magic, spatial rift blades. Water creation magic, water tornado. The remaining 5 instantly retaliated. Quicksand spread across the ground, threatening to trap Ethan's feet, while a scorching inferno rained down from above. Spatial blades cut through the air, and a whirling water cyclone surged toward him. Every direction above, below, left, and right was sealed off. The five coordinated seamlessly, leaving no avenue for escape. Spectators held their breath as the camera panned to the projection stone. This moment would decide the battle's outcome. Would Ethan prevail, or would the Alliance finally subdue him? To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samorash. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, The Winds of Defiance. Thud. Ethan Hayes pushed off the ground with explosive force, retreating backward rapidly. The coordination of these five was impeccable, their attacks timed perfectly. He had no opportunity to construct a defensive spell. Even if he managed to create one, it would be too hasty to withstand their combined assault. The only viable option? Retreat. Swish. Ethan utilized the momentum, his speed surging beyond belief. In the blink of an eye, he evaded the radius of their attack. However, Ethan remained on high alert. Behind him, a spatial rift shimmered into existence. Emerging from the void was Langris Vaude, wielding his spatial blades. This was a trap, deliberately leaving one apparent escape route, only to turn it into a death trap. What incredible teamwork! Indeed, they're truly the elite of the elite. It seems the outcome is about to be decided. The spectators were no longer bothered by the unfairness of the fight. Instead, they marveled at the extraordinary coordination. It was no small feat for 5 mages from different squads to execute such seamless strategies. One misstep could have allowed Ethan to exploit a gap and turn the tide. But there was no room for what-ifs. Ethan was surrounded, like a lamb caught in a snare. Swish! Countless spatial blades hurtled toward him from both front and back, leaving no space to escape. Ethan didn't need to think to know what awaited him. If he braced against the attack, he'd be forced to stop in his tracks. The onslaught from the rear would then engulf him entirely. If he kept moving, he'd be shredded by Langris' spatial blades. Even so, Ethan's expression remained calm, devoid of fear or hesitation. His mind was razor-sharp, his magic surging. A green glow enveloped his body, rapidly expanding outward in all directions. Magic domain. Langris' expression twisted in shock. Impossible. He's mastered a magic domain. This can't be real. This guy. The other mages were equally astounded. A magic domain, a pinnacle of magic mastery, allowed a mage to dominate their surroundings, creating a space where their magic thrived and the enemy's magic faltered. Within this domain, the caster's abilities could multiply exponentially, while suppressing the opponent's spells. Achieving such a feat was rare, even across the Clover Kingdom, few had the ability to manifest one. Yet Ethan Hayes. Swish! 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 Within his magic domain, Ethan's sensory perception reached an extraordinary level. He could anticipate every trajectory of the incoming spatial blades with unparalleled clarity. He didn't stop or hesitate. Instead, Ethan darted forward, weaving through the barrage with dazzling agility. What? Langris' eyes widened in disbelief. Without erecting a defense, Ethan charged headlong into the storm of spatial blades, evading each one with terrifying precision. To the spectators, it seemed as though he danced on a razor's edge, narrowly avoiding certain death with every move. Even the Wizard King found himself quietly cheering. Brilliant! Though it looked effortless, the risk was immense. Ethan was performing a deadly ballet. One misstep, and he would be sliced apart. This display of courage and skill was nothing short of breathtaking. But alongside his admiration, the Wizard King couldn't suppress a flicker of worry. The more Ethan shone, the less the Wizard King wanted to see him fall. Ethan wasn't just any mage, he was a key figure in the Clover Kingdom's future, perhaps its greatest hope. Losing him to some accident here would be magic domain, slowness. In mere seconds, Ethan had dodged hundreds of spatial blades, closing the distance to Langris. Within Ethan's magic domain, Langris' movements grew sluggish, his actions and even the flow of his mana hindered by an invisible force. Conversely, Ethan's speed increased exponentially. Within his domain, he moved like the wind itself, unencumbered and unstoppable. Wind Spirit Magic, Spirit Sword. Ethan's green eyes glimmered with resolve as the spirit sword materialized in his hand. Langris desperately tried to activate a countermeasure. Spatial magic, displacement. But in Ethan's domain, Langris was too slow. His spell, which usually took less than a second to cast, now stretched into eternity. By the time he had gathered his magic, slash! The spirit sword cleaved across Langris' chest. Wind magic surged from the wound, enveloping him in a whirlwind of relentless fury. Langris' face contorted in pain as the wind's sharp currents pierced his body like 1,000 needles. Like Zora Ideal before him, Langris succumbed to the overwhelming attack, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Gulp! Before the projection stone, the spectators collectively swallowed their disbelief. Against the combined might of 6 elite mages, Ethan Hayes had not only survived but decisively countered, defeating 2 of them in the process. Had their skills fallen behind, or had the world simply gone mad? To read future chapters head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 46, Chapter 46, The Hunter and the Prey. Wow, Ethan is already so strong. Yuno stared at the projection screen in a daze, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Having bonded with the wind spirit as well, Yuno understood the potential of its abilities. The greatest strength of the spirits wasn't just their magical powers but their ability to merge with their hosts through spirit assimilation. However, achieving spirit assimilation was no easy feat. It required unparalleled control over one's mana and a strong bond with the spirit itself. Unfortunately, Yuno hadn't yet mastered this skill. Moreover, Ethan's magic zone was nothing short of extraordinary. Despite being on equal footing with Ethan when they each acquired their respective spirits, Yuno realized he had fallen behind once again, and this time, the gap was significant. Wind-binding magic, Wind Cloak. Ethan was slightly surprised that he had defeated Langris so easily. After all, in the original series, Langris was portrayed as a formidable opponent. Perhaps his reliance on superior numbers had made him complacent, or perhaps he hadn't anticipated the battle unfolding as it did. Turning to face the remaining 4 adversaries, Ethan smirked and taunted, "So, are we still continuing this?" His words visibly irritated the 4. 6 against 1, yet 2 of them had already been taken down. This was an unprecedented humiliation. But with only 4 left, how could they possibly win? An opening. Without hesitation, Ethan's figure vanished from his spot. His taunt wasn't an attempt to end the fight but a distraction to seize the upper hand. He knew there was no room for negotiation. Either they would defeat him today, or he would crush them entirely. Wind Creation Magic, Hurricane Falcons. Wind Creation Magic, Spiral Sphere. Whoosh! As 4 giant falcons of wind descended from the skies, the 4 adversaries were momentarily stunned. They scrambled to counter with defensive magic. Meanwhile, Ethan, leveraging his incredible speed, darted straight toward Nabra. Among the 4, their magic types included mercury, fire, wind, and water. Mercury magic, while versatile, had no inherent advantage against wind. Targeting Nabra was the most strategic choice. Spiral Sphere. Ethan's eyes gleamed as a compressed sphere of spinning wind energy formed in his palm. As a transmigrator, Ethan viewed magic through a unique lens. To him, mana was just another type of energy, akin to inner strength from martial arts novels or chakra from anime. If the energy was similar, then techniques from one world could inspire those in another. Thanks to his mastery of spirit assimilation and the magic zone, Ethan's mana control was among the finest. Every moment he had spent in seclusion before the tournament had been devoted to refining his techniques for moments like this. Boom! The spiral sphere collided with Nabra's mercury shield. Not bad, Ethan silently praised. Nabra, as the younger sister of Nozel Silva, leader of the Silver Eagles, had quick reflexes. But the spiral sphere's power was far from ordinary. The immense rotational force tore a hole in the Mercury shield. "No way, my Mercury shield!" Nabra exclaimed in disbelief. The spiral sphere was now mere inches from her back. The perfect opportunity was at hand. A direct hit would instantly reduce their numbers to 3. However, Ethan dispersed the spiral sphere and leapt to a nearby treetop with fluid precision. "Damn it! Just a little more." The other 3 clicked their tongues in frustration. If Ethan had delayed for even a fraction of a second, he would have fallen into their magical bindings. While Nabra might have been eliminated, it would have been a worthwhile trade. After all, there could only be one captain in the end. TCH, lucky for me, I'm not as reckless as you fools, letting your guard down after thinking you've won. Ethan's words hit them hard. Though their expressions didn't betray much, shame and embarrassment coursed through them. He was right. Relying on their numerical superiority, they had underestimated Ethan, believing he wouldn't escape their grasp. If they encountered him, he would be eliminated, simple as that. None of them had prepared themselves mentally or physically for a true fight. In their minds, Ethan was merely an appetizer before the main course of this competition. But now, that appetizer had become their biggest challenge. "Nabra, can you restrict his mobility? He's too fast." "No, I can't keep up with his speed. All I can do is defend." "Carol, what about you?" The other 3 turned to Carol, the wind mage among them. Among the 4, Carol was the only one with a speed advantage. "I can barely keep up. Here's the plan, I'll focus on attacking and limiting his movement. The rest of you should look for an opportunity to strike." The group quickly strategized. However, when they turned back, Ethan was already gone. "Chase him. We can't let him escape." Without hesitation, the 4 pursued him. This battle had given them a profound understanding of Ethan's terrifying strength. If they let him slip away, the roles of hunter and prey might soon be reversed. Should even one of them fall, Ethan would lose all fear of their collective might. No matter the cost, they had to eliminate him today. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Gathering Storm. What the heck? He ran away. Why didn't he keep fighting? He was about to turn the tables. I think Ethan Hayes might be running low on magic power. In front of the projection stone, the crowd was left in awe after witnessing Ethan Hayes' series of actions. A seemingly hopeless situation had been forcefully turned around by him. If not for the quick support from Livid and the others, there would probably only be 3 opponents left now. Few as the gale brushed past Ethan's face, he dashed through the sky, his crown fading and the regal cloak reverting to his normal attire. He had exited the spirit assimilation state. He didn't want to, but the assimilation move was explosive rather than sustainable. For now, he could only use it once per day. Once out of that state, handling 4 opponents simultaneously was too much for him. Retreating was the best choice. All he needed to do was wait for the cooldown of his spirit assimilation. Once it reset, he could return to crush those 4 underfoot. But, they're chasing really closely. A streak of light, Ethan sped forward. Yet not far behind, Livid, Nebula, and the others gave relentless chase. They stuck to him like hounds, occasionally launching spells to try to slow his escape. At this point, even without looking at the projection stone, everyone could see their movements from a distance. Above the forest, the chase unfolded, resembling a dramatic game of cat and mouse. Looks like Ethan is truly running out of magic power. But just running like this won't work either, the gap isn't widening. Does this mean he's doomed to fail? The crowd debated, each offering their own opinions. The nobles naturally hoped for Ethan's downfall. His actions had already greatly embarrassed the nobles and royals. On the other hand, commoners wished for him to endure and perhaps pull off another miracle. Fire creation magic blazing fireball. A massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, launched from Ethan's hands. Seeing this, the pursuing nebula and the others prepared themselves to block or dodge. But the next second, their expressions froze as they saw the fireball fly toward the sky. Hey, the sky! Not just them, those in the stands also stared, dumbfounded, as they watched the fireball ascend into the heavens. What was that? Was Ethan so drained that he had lost basic control? Such a ridiculous trajectory, was he blind? Fire creation magic blazing fireball. Again, a fireball shot into the sky. Time and again, the same thing happened, leaving Nebula and her group convinced, Ethan was done for. He wasn't faking it. It made sense, though their team of 6 had been slacking off initially, not giving their all. 6 people were still 6 people. Ethan's remarkable feat of taking out 2 of them was already astonishing. However, at the end of the day, he was still just a rookie, a boy not yet 20 years old. Even a prodigy had limits. Livid, your wind element. You should be able to catch up and take him out, right? Ha, your mercury magic isn't slow either. Maybe you should go instead, Livid scoffed, maintaining his measured pace. He wasn't foolish. Ethan seemed spent, but there was always a chance he had a trick up his sleeve. If he did, whoever went in first would surely pay the price. Besides, magic and power weren't free. If Ethan was eliminated, their alliance would dissolve immediately, leaving them to battle for the captain's position. There was only one spot, after all. Boom! While they were bickering, several more fireballs soared skyward. Though it was daytime, sharp-eyed onlookers noticed dark clouds gathering in the high skies. White clouds dissipated, replaced by rolling black thunderclouds. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/Samorash Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Thunderous Judgment. Boom! The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, blotting out the sun. Thunder roared, like the furious cries of an ancient beast, shaking the heavens and the earth. The rain grew heavier, and the lightning more frequent, accompanied by an overwhelming sound that caused many hearts to tremble instinctively. Amidst the ominous dark clouds, something terrifying began to take form, a massive, dragon-like creature with an awe-inspiring and ferocious visage. Its glowing red eyes pierced through the storm, gazing down upon the earth. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. Yami, who had a cigarette in his mouth, forgot to take another puff. Even Julius, the Wizard King, rose from his throne. What is this? A dragon? What kind of joke is this? Where on earth did this thing come from? Goodness, could it be that some ancient beast has been hiding in the black light forest all this time? The commoners were perplexed. Even the nobles and royals were clueless about the gigantic entity towering above the sky. Not even the captains of the 9 squads could explain what they were witnessing. No need to panic, this is Ethan Hayes' magic. Ethan's magic? Wait. Isn't he supposed to be a wind and fire magic user? What does thunder have to do with him? Could he possibly be a tri-elemental mage? The thought sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Normally, even the strongest captains and the Wizard King themselves possess only a single elemental affinity. Ethan's dual elemental affinity was already 1 in a million. But tri-elemental? That didn't seem right. If Ethan truly wielded 3 elements, he should have a 3rd grimoire with thunder magic. Yet no one had seen him use such a book. This must be some sort of derived magic, Julius mused, gazing at the ancient beast in the sky. Ethan had previously discussed his theories on natural and derived magic with the Wizard King. According to him, natural magic drew power directly from nature to unleash spells, even without consuming one's mana. All it required was immense mental fortitude and precision. Derived magic, on the other hand, involved triggering chemical reactions within one's elemental magic to create entirely new properties. So those seemingly random fireballs earlier, were they preparing for this spell? Julius speculated. He had been puzzled by Ethan's bizarre fireball trajectory earlier. It turns out they weren't random at all. It was all part of his grand plan. But how could launching a few fireballs result in such a massive and destructive spell? Fire and thunder, was there even a connection? In midair, Ethan raised his left hand high, his movements deliberate as if wielding a scepter of judgment. The inspiration for this spell came from an anime he had watched in his previous life. However, unlike in the anime, where both fire and thunder elements were required, Ethan had only fire. At best, he could conjure a Kirin-like entity but lacked the key step to summon thunder. Without an affinity for thunder, Ethan couldn't naturally resonate with the lightning in the sky. But what he lacked in affinity, he made up for with sheer mental strength and control. Thunder creation magic, Kirin's descent. With a commanding gesture, Ethan's hand sliced through the air. The beast, which had only partially revealed its head, emerged fully from the thunderclouds. Its colossal body radiated a blue glow, entirely composed of lightning. It stretched across the sky, blocking out the sun and occupying half the visible heavens. Meanwhile, Nebula and the others, who had just broken free from their wind prison, froze as they looked up at the terrifying beast. Fear seeped into their very souls. In that moment, they sensed the unmistakable scent of death. They were going to die. In the blink of an eye or less. While the human blink takes approximately 0.30.4 seconds, lightning strikes in milliseconds. Before the thought of blinking even forms, the lightning is already upon you. Time reversal magic, chrono restoration. Time seemed to halt in an instant. The colossal Kirin's descent stopped just meters away from Nebula and her group, a distance that would have obliterated them in less than a fraction of a second. Above them, a massive clock face appeared, its second hand ticking lifelike toward the 12 o'clock position. As it reached the top, the Kirin began to dissipate, and the dark clouds retreated. The sky cleared as though nothing had happened. "This is time magic," Ethan muttered, his eyes filled with a mix of awe and admiration. Unlike the overwhelming grandeur of his Kirin's descent, time magic was understated, almost ordinary. But its simplicity only underscored its immense power. Ethan's Kirin had harnessed the destructive might of nature unmatched by human magic. Yet even that fell before the Wizard King's time magic. Was it the magic itself that was so overwhelming? Or the sheer mastery of Julius Novachrono? Enough. The competition ends here. Descending from the sky, Julius wiped the sweat from his brow. He had been too absorbed in his awe earlier and barely acted in time. Had he delayed even a fraction longer, Nebula and the others would have been obliterated. Natural magic was not something that could be resisted, not by ordinary means. Even for Julius himself, neutralizing it had come at no small cost. The participants on the ground heaved sighs of relief. The suffocating fear of death had passed, but the experience left them shaken. "It's over?" Just like that. That felt so anticlimactic. What now? So, who's the winner? Before Julius could answer, Nebula and her group spoke up. "We lost." Their alliance had already been met with criticism. To cling to victory now would only tarnish their names further. And they couldn't deny it, they had lost fair and square. Ethan's victory was carved from sheer grit and power. "Well then," Julius said with a faint smile. Turning his gaze to Ethan, his expression softened. "Come now, Captain of the 10th Squad. Your induction ceremony awaits." To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samorash. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Dawn's Light, a new beginning. The competition had concluded. Some rejoiced, others lamented. For the nobility, the result was far from pleasant. With their innate sense of superiority, it was difficult for them to accept the victory of Ethan Hayes, a commoner. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Even the involved parties themselves acknowledged it. "Nice, Ethan. Well done. Incredible. Who would have thought you were this strong? What do you mean by kid? Show some respect, it's Captain Hayes now. The members of the Black Bull squad came forward to congratulate Ethan. Among the 9 squads, the Black Bull was the only one Ethan had good relations with. Despite the presence of nobles and royals within their ranks, the Black Bull members were approachable, understanding, and grounded. Characters like Luck the Battle Maniac and Noel Silva, a royal with a sharp tongue, though harsh on the surface, were good-natured deep down. Aside from the Black Bull squad, the happiest group was the commoners. Ethan's victory symbolized their interests and future. Now that everything was settled, the commoners cheered and shouted Ethan's name with great enthusiasm. I, by the authority of the Wizard King, hereby appoint Ethan Hayes as the captain of the 10th Magic Knight Squad. May you forge a bright future and achieve greatness. At the ceremony, Ethan accepted the captain's emblem with a broad smile. In this moment, his identity transformed from a mere border town commoner to the captain of the 10th Squad of the Clover Kingdom. He now stood on equal footing with the other 9 captains. So, have you thought of a name for your squad? The Wizard King asked casually. Every squad had its unique title, Golden Dawn, Black Bull, and so on. Surely, the 10th Squad couldn't settle for just 10th Squad. That would sound far too uninspired. Ethan pondered for a while. A name wasn't something to take lightly. Would anyone join a group called Roll Up Shutters Squad? No way. A powerful, awe-inspiring, and meaningful name could leave a strong first impression, unite hearts, and boost confidence and pride. However, the name also needed to align with the current circumstances. Unlike the other squads, the 10th Squad was meant to provide a fair advancement path for commoners, gradually eliminating the conflict and division between commoners and nobles. Therefore, names that were overly grandiose, like Heavenly Court or Squad of the Gods, would feel excessive and backfire. After all, for now, the 10th Squad was just Ethan, a one-man operation. Dawn's Light. The squad will be called Dawn's Light, Ethan declared after some thought. This name seemed fitting. Dawn symbolizes the first ray of light breaking through darkness, much like the commoners' current struggles and aspirations. It perfectly encapsulated the 10th Squad's core mission. Dawn's Light? Not bad, the Wizard King nodded approvingly. The name exceeded his expectations. He had even prepared a few backup names for Ethan, but they were now unnecessary. Then I officially announce, the 10th Squad, Dawn's Light, is established. As the Wizard King's words resounded, applause erupted. While the commoners expressed heartfelt congratulations, the nobles and royals clapped reluctantly, merely going through the motions. For them, the formation of Dawn's Light symbolized a future where countless commoners could stand as equals. This notion was intolerable to any noble or royal. By the way, Wizard King, where will the 10th Squad's headquarters be located? Ethan asked. Having a name was one thing, but a squad also needed a base. They couldn't just assemble in the streets. Haha, I've already arranged it. Your headquarters will be near the Black Bull Squad's base. Someone will guide you there shortly, the Wizard King replied with a smile. The Black Bull Squad, hey. Ethan nodded. The Wizard King had put some thought into this. Of all the squads, only the Black Bull was friendly toward him. Placing the 10th Squad nearby would ensure they received support during their early stages of development. All right, this meeting is adjourned. As the crowd dispersed, everyone returned to their own business. The events of the day had left a lasting impression on everyone. Not only had Ethan claimed the captaincy of the 10th Squad, but his astonishing strength had also shaken them deeply. This meant meddling with the 10th Squad's affairs would be near impossible in the future. Ethan, hold on a moment, the Wizard King called out, stopping him. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, looking at Ethan as if he were a rare gem. Tell me, how did you create that spell earlier? Fire and lightning? I just can't figure out the connection between the two. Ethan was speechless. The Wizard King was a true magic enthusiast. But this was consistent with his character. It would have been stranger if he wasn't curious. Well, it's actually quite simple. By using fire magic to rapidly heat the air, you generate an updraft. As the updraft intensifies, it creates cumulonimbus clouds, the kind of clouds you see before it rains. These clouds naturally produce lightning. With sufficient mental and magical control, you can shape and direct the lightning. Hearing this, the Wizard King looked both enlightened and confused. With a lack of basic scientific knowledge, comprehending the mechanics Ethan described was no easy feat. Basically, if the conditions are met, anyone can generate lightning. Whether or not you can control it depends on your individual talent, Ethan added, simplifying the explanation. He had no intention of delving further. Explaining advanced concepts to someone without the necessary foundation was exhausting. He'd rather focus on building Dawn's Light. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorash Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Dawn of a New Era. The sun hung high, blazing at its zenith, marking the third day since the 9 squads competition. Ethan Hayes, now the captain of the newly formed 10th squad, found himself busier than ever. The recognition and responsibility had thrust him into a whirlwind of tasks that allowed no reprieve. Every day, hundreds of commoners gathered at the squad's newly assigned headquarters, eager to join this historic group. Ethan also busied himself with designing the squad's insignia and uniform. At first, he considered adapting the uniform of Akatsuki, but he quickly dismissed the idea. A fully cloaked figure in all black? That's more terrorist than public servant. What's next? A menacing monologue while floating over Clover Kingdom. Ethan mused, chuckling at the absurdity. After much thought, he settled on a simple yet elegant concept. The insignia would depict a rising sun amidst clouds, symbolizing hope and progress. The uniforms would be akin to formal suits with an added cloak, a balance between practicality for combat and sophistication. With his designs finalized, Ethan handed them to a temporary assistant assigned by the Wizard King. He then stepped outside to address the next pressing issue, recruitment. Rigorous recruitment. The 10th squad's purpose was clear. It existed to provide commoners with an unbiased avenue for advancement. Yet, Ethan knew that loose recruitment policies would lead to chaos. He devised strict criteria: age and magic level. Applicants under 20 must possess a grimoire of at least Tulif rank. Applicants aged 20-30 needed magic power at or above the 8th domain. Character check: no criminals, swindlers, or oppressors. Background checks would extend to 3 generations to ensure integrity. Better to start small with quality than let the squad become a den of chaos, Ethan concluded. Hell, have the names been registered? Ethan inquired of Hell, his assistant. Yes, Captain. Those meeting the criteria are registered. Verification and background checks will take approximately 10 days, Hell reported. Ethan nodded. Good. Inform the crowd that the first round of recruits will be announced in 2 weeks. The rest should disperse. Hell relayed the message, though it was met with dissatisfaction from many outside the gates. Why not let us all join? Isn't this squad meant for commoners? I've waited 3 days. Figures. Now that he's made it, he's forgotten his roots. Ethan overheard the complaints and merely smirked. He returned to his quarters, unaffected. These people think I owe them? If they meet the standards, they'll have their chance. If not, they're free to complain elsewhere. Dawn's Light doesn't cater to leeches or ingrates, Ethan muttered, penning down strategies for the squad. Expanding horizons. As the crowd dispersed, Ethan refocused on what mattered most: personal growth. Titles and accolades were fleeting, but strength endured. Ideas flowed as he jotted down techniques to refine his magic. One such concept was compressing wind magic to enhance its destructive power, a skill he dubbed Spiral Sphere. This could serve as a versatile core for countless techniques, he noted. The idea of advancing it into a wind spiral shuriken held immense promise. One by one, he listed innovations to enhance his combat arsenal. His ambition wasn't just to elevate himself but also to create a squad that would be a beacon of strength and fairness. Amid his musings, a familiar voice broke through the silence. "Ethan! Get out here!" It was Asta, his relentless comrade, hollering with characteristic fervor. Ethan sighed, but a grin crept onto his face. Some things never changed. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, The Challengers Resolve. Ethan! Ethan! Hurry up and come out. I've confirmed everything, you're done with your tasks. You can't avoid me anymore. Creak. As the door swung open, Ethan Hayes saw Asta standing not far from the entrance, wielding the Demon Slayer sword, swinging it with dramatic force. His voice roared like thunder, and his expression was exaggerated to the extreme. "Asta, don't you have anything better to do? The Black Bulls are full of strong members, can't you spar with someone else?" Ethan replied, exasperated. Since the tournament ended, Asta had been pestering him daily, eager for a sparring session under the guise of improving his combat skills. "No way! I want to train with you. You're the one closest to becoming the Wizard King." Ethan sighed deeply. "Fine." He nodded reluctantly. With nothing urgent left on his plate, sparring with Asta seemed better than enduring his daily shouting. Besides, though he'd faced Yuno before, he'd yet to duel Asta. It wasn't entirely Asta's fault. His earlier performances hadn't been particularly impressive. The turning point came when Asta mastered his Devil Union. Before that, his abilities hadn't qualified him to join the top ranks. "All right, let's do this." "Hell, you're the referee," Ethan said, his voice carrying a faint smile. With wind magic enhancing his body, Ethan gracefully descended into the training grounds. Asta, grinning ear to ear, followed him eagerly. Becoming the Wizard King was his ultimate goal, but the path to that title was lined with formidable rivals like Yuno and Ethan, neither of whom were easy to surpass. Initially, Asta considered Yuno his greatest rival, but he had to admit Ethan now held that spot. Ethan's display of power during the 9 squads competition had far surpassed his expectations. "Ethan, don't hold back. I want to see how big the gap between us is." "All right." Ethan smiled faintly. But though he agreed, he fully intended to hold back. After all, if he ended the match in seconds, how would he test his magic? "Then, begin." Whoosh! At Hell's signal, Asta vanished, charging forward with astonishing speed, the Demon Slayer sword in hand. Impressive speed! Hell thought, watching from the side. He felt no magical fluctuations nor signs of spell casting, meaning this speed came purely from Asta's physical capabilities. "Ha!" Ethan chuckled softly, moving simultaneously. For a magicless fighter like Asta, his only viable strategy was close combat. However, closing the gap against someone like Ethan was a near impossible task. Whoosh! 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 Ethan moved even faster, leaving behind afterimages across the training field. This side, no, that side, no, not there either. Asta was baffled. Without a clear target, he couldn't attack. Though he'd recently learned to sense ki, Ethan's rapid, unpredictable movements rendered it ineffective. Ethan was everywhere and nowhere, making it impossible for Asta to lock onto him. From the very beginning, Ethan held the upper hand. Wind magic wind blade. After toying with Asta for a bit, Ethan decided to get serious. A razor-sharp wind blade shot toward Asta. Clang! Asta, without even looking, instinctively swung his Demon Slayer sword, cleaving the wind blade in two. So this is the magic nullifying power of the Demon Slayer sword. Ethan mused, narrowing his eyes. The sword's ability was fascinating, though its mechanism remained a mystery. Regardless of the type of magic, tangible or intangible, the sword nullified it on contact. Let's test this further. Curious, Ethan unleashed several more wind-based spells. Asta responded with precision and agility, cutting down each spell with ease. Though he couldn't match Ethan's speed, he could handle preformed spells thanks to his ability to sense their trajectory. One by one, Ethan's magic attacks were dispelled, leaving him in awe of Asta's progress. Impressive, he's improved significantly, Ethan thought. Asta's stamina had also increased. While mages relied on magic power, Asta relied on sheer physical endurance, a crucial factor in prolonged battles. Wind creation magic tempest vortex. A sudden cyclone formed around Asta, aiming to lift him off the ground. But Asta remained unyielding. With 2 swift slashes, the cyclone dissipated as if it had never existed. Even intangible magic can't withstand that sword. Truly remarkable, Ethan muttered, a hint of envy in his voice. If he could wield the Demon Slayer sword, his unmatched mobility and offensive power would make him invincible in close combat. Unfortunately, the sword wasn't suited to him. He had tried wielding it before but found that it drained his magic to zero, rendering him powerless. Well, no use dwelling on what I can't have. Ethan shrugged and shifted focus back to the sparring session. Wind creation magic Falcon's dive. Wind creation magic vacuum burst. Wind creation magic. In a flash, Ethan unleashed 5 different spells from various angles, encircling Asta. Hell, watching from the sidelines, was dumbstruck. Simultaneously casting multiple spells required immense magical control, something even elite mages rarely achieved. Asta braced himself, the Demon Slayer sword poised for action. Rah! With a determined roar, he swung the massive blade with lightning speed, shattering all 5 spells in a single motion. Impressive, but I've already won, Ethan's voice rang out beside Asta. Before Asta could react, Ethan's hand lightly touched his neck. The 5 spells had been a diversion, allowing Ethan to exploit an opening and end the fight. Though Ethan hadn't used magic in his final move, Asta knew that in a real battle, he would have already lost his life. You're incredible, Ethan. Hell clapped enthusiastically. Even as a spectator, the duel had been awe-inspiring. Again. Let's go another round. Asta said eagerly. But Ethan wasn't interested. Fighting against someone with magic nullifying abilities had limited value for him. Come on, Ethan. Just one more round. As Asta clung to Ethan's leg, begging for another match, a royal guard arrived with urgent news. The capital is under attack. Captain Ethan, please assemble your squad immediately and head to the capital. Patreon has more than 30 advanced chapters, patreon.com/samorazh Chapter 52, Chapter 52, Attack on the Royal Capital. An attack on the capital? Could it be the Eye of the Midnight Sun? Ethan Hayes immediately connected the dots upon hearing the news. In the original storyline, the Eye of the Midnight Sun launched a sudden attack on the royal capital, which occurred during the conferment ceremony. Yet, after that event in this altered reality, nothing happened, leading Ethan to believe his presence had disrupted their plans. But clearly, the attack wasn't cancelled, it was merely delayed. Ethan muttered to himself, the damage is likely to be far worse than in the original story. During the conferment ceremony, 3 captains, Charlotte of the Blue Rose, Nozel of the Silver Eagles, and Fuego Leon of the Crimson Lions were present. Their combined forces quickly rallied and counterattacked despite the surprise. However, in the current situation, only the Golden Dawn was stationed at the capital, while other squads were scattered across their bases. Adding to this precarious position was the betrayal of the Golden Dawn's captain, William Van Jans, who was a double agent. Under such circumstances, the attackers had a real chance of seizing the entire capital. Have the other squads been notified? Ethan asked. Yes, sir. But we need you to rally your members and head to the capital immediately. Rally? What members? Ethan thought bitterly. He was still alone, a commander without a squad. Whether it was a team fight or a solo challenge, it was all on him. There's no one to rally. The squad's just been established, and I haven't even recruited anyone yet. But one person is still a person. Asta, I'm heading out first. With that, Ethan summoned his four-leaf grimoire. The wind swirled around him, raising dust as he prepared for his departure. Despite his base being relatively close to the capital, it would still take nearly 20 minutes even at full speed. Let's hope the Wizard King doesn't take this lightly like in the original story, Ethan muttered. If he does, the capital might actually fall. In the heart of the Clover Kingdom, King Augustus Kira Clover 13 was basking in luxury. Reclined on a grand bed, he enjoyed fruits fed to him by two beautiful attendants while receiving a relaxing massage. Of course, his enjoyment would have been greater without the incessant banging sounds outside. What's going on out there? Are they celebrating some kind of festival? Why all the fireworks? Augustus asked lazily. Arrogance, incompetence, and self-indulgence, these traits defined his reign. Without sparing a glance at the kneeling guard before him, he continued enjoying his pampered life. Sire, the capital is under attack, stammered the guard. The outer city has already fallen. What? Augustus sprang upright, panic flashing across his face. Today wasn't April Fool's Day, and no one would dare joke about something so serious. Explain yourself. What exactly is happening? He demanded. Your Majesty, the attackers appeared out of nowhere. We were caught completely off guard. Where is the Golden Dawn? What is Julius doing? The enemies have reached the inner city, and they're still asleep. Augustus fumed. His paranoia flared. Could this be a ploy by Julius to get rid of me? I need to find a safe place to hide. In a frantic rush, Augustus scrambled out of bed, barefoot and disoriented, searching for a secure spot in his chambers. Meanwhile, the capital was in chaos. Once bustling streets were now engulfed in flames, with buildings crumbling and panicked citizens, nobles and commoners alike fleeing through the alleys. Are those dead bodies? But how can they move? And there are so many of them. Where are the soldiers? Where are the magic knights? Why hasn't anyone come to save us? Amid the despair, the enemy forces reveled in their success. Who would have thought it'd be this easy to invade the capital? That man's power is truly extraordinary. Yet, I expected more resistance. This is almost boring. Raids grinned maliciously. Clover Kingdom, your reckoning has come. Once a magic knight himself, Raids had been a member of the Purple Orca squad. However, his forbidden necromancy magic led to his expulsion and exile. Today, his long-buried hatred for the kingdom burned bright. Necromancy magic, army of the dead. All around, the streets filled with undead creatures, summoned from the lifeless remains of former citizens. These monstrosities had no thoughts or emotions, driven solely by an unrelenting urge to kill and destroy. Gods, someone save us, cried the desperate voices of the citizens. Patreon has more 30 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/Samorash Chapter 53, Chapter 53, The Siege of the Capital. Would there be salvation? No one knew. At this moment, Ethan Hayes descended upon the capital, surveying the scene below. Smoke billowed into the air, fires raged, and chaos reigned. The outer district was entirely overrun, while the inner city teetered on the brink of collapse. How is this possible? How could they move so quickly? Where is the Golden Dawn? Ethan muttered, his brows furrowed in disbelief. From his vantage, he saw no trace of the Golden Dawn magic knights, save for a handful of scattered guards vainly attempting to hold back the tide. Could it be that the entire Golden Dawn was wiped out? No, more likely, Van Jans sent them away under some pretense, Ethan surmised grimly. The thought wasn't far-fetched. William Van Jans, the traitorous leader of the Golden Dawn, had orchestrated this invasion in the original timeline. A convenient excuse to redeploy his squad elsewhere would ensure minimal resistance in the capital. tch. So, it's just me holding the line until reinforcements arrive. Descending into the fray, Ethan landed amidst the chaos. His inner conflict flared briefly. After all, what were these people to him? He wasn't a hero willing to throw himself into the fire for strangers. Yet, the Clover Kingdom had become his home, his sanctuary. It was a mutually beneficial relationship, but a necessary one. If the kingdom fell, so too would the stability he relied upon. Wind creation magic storm spire. Ethan's grimoire glowed with a vibrant green light as a swirling tornado erupted around him. Within seconds, the undead creatures nearest him were torn to shreds, their remains scattered into the wind. The sudden display of power caught the attention of the panicked citizens. Hope flickered in their eyes as they beheld the lone knight standing against the tide. A magic knight. We're saved. Thank goodness. Someone's here to help us. Which squad are you with? Where are the others? Ethan paused, surveying the desperate faces. Dawn of the 10th Squad. The crowd fell silent. Confusion spread among them. The 10th Squad. Dawn of the 10th? Isn't that the newly established squad for commoners? Realization dawned, and with it, despair. We're doomed. It's just the commoner squad. They can't possibly save us. Where are the real knights? The panic quickly reignited, and Ethan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Before he could respond, a sinister voice interrupted. Running won't save you now. A figure emerged from the shadows, a man with an eye patch and a cruel grin. His tattered cloak billowed as he casually advanced, summoning undead thralls with every step. Ethan turned his gaze to the fleeing nobles, watching as they cowered behind him despite their earlier derision. Interesting. You looked down on me moments ago. Now you're hiding behind me, he remarked coldly. Aren't magic knights supposed to protect us? One noble stammered. Yeah, it's your duty. If you save us, I'll reward you handsomely, another added, their desperation dripping with entitlement. Ethan's expression hardened. Without a word, he stepped aside, leaving the nobles exposed to the advancing undead. What are you doing? They shrieked. Why? Why? Ethan sneered. Because I don't take orders from those who don't respect me. Protect yourselves if you think you're so superior. The eye-patched man, Raids, burst into laughter. You're an interesting one. A magic knight who lets his own people die. Why don't you join us? This kingdom clearly doesn't deserve you. Ethan smirked. You're mistaken. While I find their arrogance infuriating, this kingdom is still my territory. And I don't let intruders run rampant in my domain. Raising his hand, Ethan prepared to unleash another spell. His green aura intensified, signaling to Raids that this fight had only just begun. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Winds of Determination. Wind Magic Wind Blade. Ethan Hayes wasted no time. With a swift motion, he unleashed razor-sharp wind blades. The undead minions in front of him fell as if cleaved by an invisible force, their heads rolling like ripe melons. Necromancy no 4, Jimmy. Realizing his regular undead soldiers were no match, Radis acted decisively, summoning his trump card. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters high and wrapped in tattered bandages like a mummy, emerged from the necromantic aura. Glowing orbs of deathly energy floated around it, exuding a menacing presence. Go, Jimmy! With a roar, the giant undead charged, sending its energy orbs flying at Ethan with lethal intent. Too slow, Ethan muttered as he effortlessly dodged each projectile. His movements were so fluid it seemed as if he were strolling through a garden, each deadly orb missing him by mere inches. Radis' confidence faltered. Damn it! How is he so fast? Jimmy can't even land a hit. This kid, he's not ordinary. As Ethan danced around the barrage of attacks, Radis began to suspect his opponent's power. Aren't most magic knights low-level grunts? How is this guy moving like that? Could he be from one of the elite squads? Jimmy! Death Flame Barrage! The towering undead let out a deafening roar, gathering necromantic energy into dozens of marble-sized orbs that radiated immense power. The orbs shot out in every direction, covering the battlefield in an unrelenting downpour of destruction. Ethan's expression turned serious. Looks like I can't keep dodging forever. Wind Creation Magic Vacuum Bind. Ethan extended his arms, his grimoire glowing with a brilliant green light. Two opposing gusts of wind swirled around him, converging at a central point to create an invisible barrier. The necromantic orbs froze midair, suspended in the vacuum's grasp, unable to move forward or retreat. What? Impossible! Radis shouted in disbelief as his attacks were nullified. The balance of the winds was so precise that the center became an unbreakable prison, a testament to Ethan's mastery over his magic. Is that a four-leaf clover grimoire? Radis finally noticed the distinct extra leaf on Ethan's grimoire. Wait, could he be Yuno? No. Yuno is with Golden Dawn, and they've been lured away. Then who the hell is this guy? You shouldn't let your guard down during a fight, Ethan said, suddenly appearing behind Radis. What? Radis turned, only to see the image of Ethan in front of him vanish like smoke. Wind Creation Magic Spiral Burst. In Ethan's hand, a compact yet ferociously spinning sphere of wind magic formed, crackling with energy. The sphere's intensity grew as it twisted and spun like a vortex. The moment it struck Radis back, the power erupted, sending him hurtling through the air. His momentum carried him into Jimmy, and the two crashed into a nearby building. The structure collapsed, burying them under a cloud of rubble and dust. TCH. Not even worth my full effort, Ethan muttered, shaking his head. Why do people always underestimate me? Is it my age? My looks? What's the deal? Despite his frustration, Ethan's sharp gaze turned toward the rest of the city. The chaos was overwhelming, and even with his abilities, he couldn't be everywhere at once. Where are the reinforcements? The other squads should have arrived by now, he said, frustration creeping into his voice. Realizing he was running out of time, Ethan leaped onto a rooftop to get a better view of the devastation. Fires burned across the city, and screams echoed through the streets. If they won't show up, I'll just have to go all out myself. A determined grin spread across Ethan's face as he stared into the chaos. This invasion means one thing: the Eye of the Midnight Sun is ramping up their plans. The enemies we face from now on will only grow stronger. If I want to survive, if I want to surpass them. Ethan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. I'll fight with everything I've got. No more holding back. Come at me, I'm ready to risk it all to become stronger. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samorash Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Storm Herald Wind Creation Magic Amplify. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Ethan Hayes opened his mouth and shouted, "This is Ethan Hayes, Captain of the Clover Kingdom's 10th Magic Knight Squad. What you're looking for, is with me. If you're not afraid to die, come and take it." Originally just a loud voice, it became thunderous as it was carried by the wind magic, echoing throughout every corner of the capital like a sweeping storm. The invading forces ravaging the city all froze for a moment, frowning in thought as they heard the announcement. It seemed they were contemplating whether to continue their assault or to follow the voice to its source. Do you think it's true? I think so. The Clover Kingdom doesn't even know what our real objective is, but this guy named Ethan clearly does. But we can't trust it completely. Let some of us continue attacking the inner city. The rest will go after him. After a brief exchange of opinions, the members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun split into two groups. This decision unexpectedly eased the pressure on the inner city's defenses. Marx, who was overseeing the defense, wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked a nearby guard, "The 10th squad has arrived." That means the others might not be far behind. How many people did Ethan bring with him? Oh, one, just one person. One person. Marx was stunned. What good was one person? The enemy could probably drown him with a mouthful of spit. Hovering midair, Ethan swept his gaze around. From every direction, people were converging on his position just as he had predicted. The Eye of the Midnight Sun wasn't here for fun, they were after the elf stones. To carry out an elf reincarnation, these stones were indispensable. But one thing puzzled Ethan: these stones were supposed to be with the Crimson Lion King, Captain Fuegoleon. Why attack the capital instead of going directly for him? Diversion tactic? Divide and conquer. The thought came to him instantly. If they attacked Fuegoleon's base directly, reinforcements could come swiftly from the capital. But by creating chaos here, they'd force all squads to prioritize defending the capital. Then, they could ambush Fuegoleon on his way to help. TCH. Not a bad plan, Ethan muttered. But I doubt Lick told them the exact location of the elf stone. Otherwise, they wouldn't be converging on me, they'd focus solely on wrecking the capital. Floating high above, Ethan remained calm, quietly assessing his situation as the enemies closed in. One after another, they arrived, first a dozen, then 24. Within moments, over 100 enemies surrounded him. Among them were elite members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the spatial magic user Voltos, the eccentric research-obsessed girl Sally, and many others from the original story. Some were entirely new faces, not seen in the manga. 100+ enemies made sense to Ethan. The capital, no matter how weakened, was still vast. A mere handful of intruders couldn't possibly cause large-scale destruction. Still, Ethan hadn't expected this many people. Damn it, maybe I played this a little too big. Over 100. Even he was starting to sweat. He had anticipated 2 or 3 dozen at most. But this was 5 times that. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Hey little brother, was that you talking earlier? We're here now, hand over the goods. Sally grinned playfully, but her gaze locked onto Ethan's grimoire. Wait, a 4-leaf clover grimoire. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a researcher, she knew exactly what that symbol meant. Oh little brother, can I have your grimoire? I promise I won't hurt you. You can leave peacefully. Oh, and don't forget to hand over the elf stone too, she smiled innocently, almost convincingly. But to both of her requests, whether for the elf stone or the grimoire, Ethan had only one answer. Spirit magic, spirit descent. Whoosh! Brilliant emerald light burst forth from Ethan's body. Torrents of mana exploded outward. Dozens of wind blades danced around him like silk, swirling in graceful but deadly patterns. From his shoulders sprouted transparent wings of wind. A crown shimmered atop his head. Floating midair, Ethan's royal cloak billowed behind him as he hovered with majesty and menace. He looked like a king descending from the heavens. Oh! Sally squealed with glee. Not only the grimoire, now even Ethan himself was worthy of study. What incredible wind mana! He's strong, really strong. So what? There's over 100 of us. Encircling Ethan, many invaders were shocked by his aura. But reassured by their overwhelming numbers, they steadied themselves. Yes, he was powerful. But they weren't weaklings either. They weren't 100 pigs, they were 100 trained mages. Water magic, water bomb. Fire magic, blazing comet. Lightning magic, wrath of thunder. All at once, over 100 different spells were unleashed. The sky lit up in a rainbow of destructive color. Even miles away, one only had to look up to see the explosive magic lighting up the heavens like fireworks. But Ethan knew the beauty was deceiving. Behind it lurked tremendous danger. His expression turned grim. This was no time for pride. No matter how weak individually, quantity breeds force. Even 100 puddles of water could drown a man. Spirit magic, spirit tempest. Harnessing his mana with expert control, Ethan summoned the storm like a true king of the wind. Black clouds swirled above. Lightning cracked through the sky. A massive twister descended from the heavens, whirling in a wild spiral. Each enemy spell slammed into the hurricane with deafening bursts. Yet none could pierce through to reach the eye of the storm where Ethan stood alone. With a single spell, he had neutralized the attacks of over 100 mages. But inside that storm, Ethan was not unscathed. These weren't just water drops, they were spells. His mana was draining at terrifying speed. Every half-second of maintaining the storm consumed as much mana as an elite mage's full reserve. Within just a few seconds, a third of his total mana was gone. Sometimes, sheer numbers do matter. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash chapter 56, Chapter 56, The Wrath of the Wind. What the he actually blocked it. I'm not seeing things, right? That guy really just... This has to be a joke. That was over 100 spells. The members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun were stunned. Their faces showed disbelief. Though their strengths varied, the weakest among them was still at the 8th domain level, strong enough to qualify for this capital invasion. More than 100 spells from 8th domain mages, and yet one man blocked them all. Wind creation magic gale fracture. As the barrage ended and the storm dissipated, 4 intense blasts of wind exploded outward from Ethan Hayes, launching in all directions north, south, east, and west. Wind has no shape. Clouds have no form. The attack was so fast that many couldn't even react in time. Boom! In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen enemies were shredded into crimson mist by the high-pressure gusts. Severed limbs. Shattered organs. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. Those nearby were splattered with blood, and in their eyes pure fear. They had just smelled death. Whoosh! As the dust settled, Ethan didn't hesitate. He moved. Fighting many with few was an art. It took strategy, not brute force. While in spirit assimilation, he could only use wind magic. Fire magic was temporarily inaccessible. But in this situation, wind magic was exactly what he needed. Because wind means sharpness, freedom, and above all, speed. Flash! Flash! Ethan descended from the sky and weaved through the crowd below. Staying in the air gave him some advantages but made him an easy target. Over 100 pairs of eyes locked onto him. But on the ground, among the crowd? Different story. Lightning magic thunderbolt. Sand magic piercing spears. Magic rained down again from all directions. But Ethan's blinding speed made them useless. Not even a thread of his cloak was grazed. In fact, because the attackers were packed so closely together, many of their spells missed him entirely and hit their own allies instead. Screams of pain filled the air. Others, sweating cold bullets, could only watch the green blur dart among them and pray not to be next or accidentally struck by their own comrades. Scatter! Everyone, spread out! Valto's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Calm by nature and a strategic thinker, he quickly realized Ethan's true intention. He was using them against themselves. 100 spells were powerful but also hard to coordinate. One small mistake and they could end up wiping themselves out. By using his speed to stay among them, Ethan had neutralized their numerical advantage. What was once a crowd had become a burden. He's not just strong, he's smart, Valto muttered to himself. He couldn't help but admire Ethan's composure and technique. If they didn't eliminate him today, he would become a future threat to their entire revenge plan. So they scattered. Hey! Still moving like the wind, Ethan calmly analyzed the situation. Yes, dispersing would reduce the risk of friendly fire but also made them easier to pick off one by one. Perfect! 4-leaf magic passing shadow of the wind. Pushing his speed to the limit, Ethan closed a 100 meter gap in less than half a second. He locked onto a target. A blade formed from compressed wind appeared in his right hand. Slash. No hesitation. One clean cut and Ethan vanished in a streak of green light. The man's head didn't hit the ground until after Ethan was long gone. His eyes were still wide open in disbelief, as if asking how he died so suddenly. Slash. 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 Ethan was like a living meat grinder. Wherever the green blur passed, no one stood a chance. In spirit assimilation mode, he was the wind. Not even the elite squads from the 9 magic divisions during the royal tournament could match this speed. These Eye of the Midnight Sun members, no matter how savage, couldn't overcome the gap in raw power. Strength beats evil. Always. Damn it. Valtos, watching the one-sided slaughter, was livid. He could barely believe it. These mages were the backbone of their organization. Everyone that died here was a major loss. He wanted to intercept, but Ethan's movements were faster than even spatial magic. Every time he tried to cast, Ethan was already somewhere else. It was terrifying. Unreal. Who the hell is this guy? Spirit magic wins spirit's lament. Having decapitated Wok no Shomani, Ethan suddenly stopped midair. His mana surged. A white mist blew from his mouth, spreading like a plague through the battlefield. Everything it touched was obliterated. Ground cracked. Buildings collapsed. Wind and thunder merged in a devastating roar. The few remaining enemies, barely 10 now, stood frozen, faces drained of color. If regret could kill, they'd have died a dozen times by now. Boom! A beam of white light shot into the sky. From across the capital, every citizen looked up at the heavens. Even those nowhere near the battlefield could feel the power and tremble. That direction, it's Ethan's location. Did something happen to him? Julius Navacrano's advisor Marx muttered, staring at the sky. He hadn't forgotten Ethan's earlier broadcast. Something big was happening over there. Something terrifying. How's the inner city holding up? He asked. Sir. With most enemies lured away, the defenses are fully stabilized. Only a few stragglers remain, and they pose no serious threat. Marx nodded. Good. Hold it down. Then he turned to a subordinate. Select 20 of our most powerful guards now. Just because one wave was handled didn't mean the storm was over. Even the Wizard King privately sang Ethan's praises. He had even hinted that Ethan might be groomed as his successor. If Ethan died here, it would be a tragedy not just for the Clover Kingdom's future, but for the Wizard King personally. Even if some couldn't admit it out loud. Some people's existence was simply irreplaceable. Patreon Advanced Chapters, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 57, Chapter 57, The Roar of Victory. A fierce wind howled across the battlefield, sweeping away the lingering smoke. Walter and Sally stared in disbelief. Blood flowed across the uneven ground like a river. Scattered corpses lay everywhere. Just moments ago, over 100 mages had stood strong and confident. Now, all of them were down. Not one was left standing. Even the rare few who hadn't died instantly were clinging to life, writhing in pain from grave injuries. Ethan Hayes had taken on more than 100 enemies alone and completely dominated them? Impossible. This can't be real. Walter's eyes were bloodshot, his expression a twisted blend of shock and terror. This wasn't some herd of pigs, it was over 100 trained magic knights. And now? Gone in an instant, right before his eyes? How was he supposed to explain this when he got back? Tell his superior that one man did it all? Who would believe that? No one outside of those present here could possibly accept it. Hoo! The swirling winds around Ethan faded. The glowing crown above his head and radiant wings at his back dissolved into the air. He had exited his spirit assimilation state. Just as Walter suspected, this wasn't an easy feat. These were more than 100 enemies, not mindless beasts. Killing that many required stamina and magic. Though Ethan made it look effortless, never once did he allow his mana to rest. He knew speed was his only absolute advantage. The moment he slowed, even for a second, he'd risk getting hit. A stray spell might not be deadly, but it would be enough to disrupt his rhythm and give the enemy time to regroup. Old warriors once said, "Strike first, strike fast, and strike hard." Against overwhelming numbers, the key was momentum. The bold fear nothing, the reckless are feared by all. Instilling fear in just a portion of the enemy could crush the morale of the whole force. Even the brave would hesitate when gripped by the dread of death. Ethan exhaled sharply, sweat dripping from his brow. His grimoire hovered in front of him as he stared at the 3 remaining enemies. "You're next." Walter and Sally instinctively took a step back. Who wouldn't, after watching a single man massacre an entire battalion? "Ha ha! You're really something, pretty boy," came a sultry voice from above. "But do you still have any magic left to deal with us?" Hovering not far away was a beautiful blonde woman sitting on a broom. She wore robes reminiscent of a mystic, her long golden curls catching the light. She looked strikingly similar to Vanessa from the Black Bulls, or perhaps both came from the same mysterious place, the Witch's Forest. "Catherine, be careful. He killed all of our people," Walter warned. Though she had been watching from nearby the entire time, even Catherine had doubted what she saw. But now, there was no denying it. This handsome young man had taken down 100 mages on his own. He hadn't done it through sheer brute force, true, but results didn't lie. Still. Grey curse magic, decay delight. Catherine opened her grimoire, releasing a cursed magic aura. Several glowing purple spheres shot toward Ethan. Walter and Sally flinched in shock. She attacked him first? Who in their right mind provokes a death god like him? Swoosh! Swoosh! The cursed orbs whizzed through the air. Ethan, of course, wasn't going to just stand there. Each sphere radiated a negative energy, possibly lowering his agility, clouding his senses, or affecting his reflexes. Any of those would be dangerous. Thud. The purple orbs chased Ethan relentlessly, and while none landed a direct hit, Walter suddenly grinned. His speed's dropping. "Sally, get ready." He had instantly seen through the situation. Slaughtering that many enemies must have drained Ethan's mana. His peak speed had clearly been compromised. And without speed on his side, he could be beaten. All right then. Gel magic, sticky salamander. Spatial magic, rift blades. They joined the fight without hesitation. A massive lizard-like creature formed from jelly-like goo erupted from the earth, spewing fire. Razor-sharp spatial blades sliced through the air toward Ethan. Catherine also advanced, continuing her cursed assault from above on her enchanted broom. Ethan was surrounded on all sides. But just then, a blazing red flash erupted from his right side. Where nothing had been moments ago, a second grimoire now floated beside Ethan, its cover blazing crimson, engraved with a 4-leaf clover, just like the first. 2 4-leaf clover grimoires. Wind creation magic, Wind Dragon. Fire creation magic, Flame Dragon. Combined magic, Twin Dragon Fusion. The air trembled as both elements merged in Ethan's hands. Though fundamentally different, wind and fire twined together seamlessly, shaped by Ethan's will. Wind fueled fire, amplifying its power. The 2 dragons became solid, massive forms, shielding Ethan from the oncoming attacks and barreling toward his 3 foes. Gel magic, sticky salamander 1.6. Boom! A larger, frog-like creature rose to block the twin dragons. Its transparent body wobbled under the impact. Sally stabbed a syringe-like device into it, and the creature's color shifted from pale purple to bright pink in an instant. Boom! The twin dragons slammed into it the next second. But the explosion Ethan expected didn't come. Instead, the dragons were sucked into the jelly-like mass, their bodies dissolving slowly as they were absorbed. Still, the massive creature wasn't unscathed. It too began melting down under the intense power of the combined magic. Patreon has more than 30 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/SamorazH. Please support me. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. A storm yet unbroken. Hurry. Engage. At long last, Marx arrived, accompanied by 20 elite guards. The moment he saw the three mages from the Eye of the Midnight Sun, Walter, Catherine, and Sally, he immediately barked orders for the guards to attack. But the results were underwhelming. None of the three were ordinary enemies. Whether it was Walter's spatial magic, Catherine's cursed spells, or Sally's gel constructs, all of them far surpassed the norm. Even though Marx's men were the best of the royal guard, their strength only hovered around the 8th tier of magic prowess. Strong, but not nearly enough. Still, they managed to push the three foes back slightly, barely. "Ethan Hayes. Are you all right?" Marx called out anxiously. "I'm fine. Not dead yet. But if you're worried about someone, worry about them. They're having a much worse day than I am," Ethan replied with a smirk. Only then did Marx take in the full scene. Corpses littered the battlefield, severed limbs and entrails scattered across the blood-soaked ground. The stench of iron and death was overwhelming, enough to make even a seasoned knight gag. But that wasn't what shook him. What shook him was that all these people, dozens upon dozens, were slain by one man. He remembered how many enemy mages had broken off from the battle in the inner city, at least 50. And factoring in the scouts and hidden operatives scattered around the capital, that number easily doubled. And Ethan had taken them all on alone, and won? This guy's a monster. What now, Walter? Retreat? Catherine asked, her brows furrowing as she noticed the reinforcements arriving. This meant the siege on the inner city had likely failed. Otherwise, the kingdom wouldn't have been able to spare troops. Walter fell silent. Logically, yes, they should retreat now. If they waited too long and more night squads showed up, even they might not be able to escape. But 100 comrades had died here, slain by Ethan. Walter couldn't just let that go. Not to mention, someone like Ethan could be a serious threat to their long-term plans if left alive. He's weakened. We strike now, he dies today. Spatial magic, dimensional baptism. Walter didn't reply with words. His actions said it all. Seeing this, Catherine and Sally had no choice but to follow. They knew just as well, Ethan couldn't be allowed to live. Grey curse magic, beauty reaver. Gel magic, swamp of slime. Ding! 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 Before the guards could react, spatial rings appeared above their heads. From them, spheres of compressed spatial energy rained down. On the ground, a thick, jelly-like green substance spread rapidly. Several guards who couldn't escape in time were immediately stuck, unable to move. Catherine's cursed spell was even more terrifying. Anyone hit by her grey mist would instantly age in seconds, young men in their prime turning into withered elders. Within moments, the 20 guards were reduced to just 7. A devastating difference in power, one that no strategy could overcome. Damn it! Memory magic, cognitive seal. Marx, his grimoire spinning beside him, launched 3 beams of shimmering light at the enemy trio. His magic was rare and non-lethal, classified as high-level support magic. If his spell connected, it could erase recent memories. In the right conditions, he could wipe a person's entire memory, reducing them to a helpless shell. But despite how impressive it sounded, it lacked the speed or aggression needed in combat. Whoosh! 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 All 3 beams were easily dodged. Compared to regular spells, the memory beams were slow, far too slow. Even at close range, they were hard to land. From afar, they were virtually useless. "I'll take care of this myself," Ethan muttered with a sigh. Was this really the backup he'd been waiting for? They were doing more harm than good. Still, they had bought him a moment, a chance to breathe and regroup. Wind creation magic, boots of the gale. Green magic gathered around Ethan's legs, forming a pair of translucent, high-collared boots like rain boots made of pure wind. He set his eyes on the 3 enemies before him. If he fought them spell for spell, he'd lose. No question. The 3 were still at their peak, and he was running on fumes. Even with his immense mana reserves, there were limits. He had to use his remaining power wisely precisely. And nothing was more effective for a battle mage, than getting up close and personal. Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Ethan disappeared. A trail of dust was the only thing left where he'd stood. Walter, Catherine, and Sally instantly tensed. They scanned their surroundings, searching for signs of his movement. He wasn't as fast as when he'd massacred the army, but he was still incredibly quick. Shadows blurred and flickered around them. He was flanking, circling, closing in. Spatial magic, rift blades. Grey curse magic, miasma of dread. Gel magic, slime missile. They unleashed their spells in rapid succession, trying to stop him in his tracks. But Ethan didn't flinch. He charged forward like a man possessed, ignoring the barrage completely. From a distance, Marks watched with a sinking feeling. Don't tell me Ethan's cracked. Did he take one too many hits to the head? Clover magic, phantom wind step. 3 bursts of wind tore through the air. Ethan's figure blurred, vanishing and reappearing like he was teleporting. In truth, this move was even faster than the techniques he used during spirit assimilation. But it came at a cost. A massive cost. At full strength, he could use it 30 times without issue. But now? He had enough mana for 3 uses. And one last shot. Wind creation magic, spiral sphere. Fire creation magic, explosive spiral sphere. At the end of his final step, Ethan was right there face to face with the trio. In each of his hands, a sphere spun violently, one emerald green, the other crimson red. Spiraling masses of magic, pulsing with deadly power. All 3 of them felt it. Death was coming. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, The Gamble Impossible. How can he control such a wild and chaotic spell? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They could feel the sheer force contained within the orb of magic in Ethan's hands. Once a spell is fully formed, even if it's your own, touching it directly with your body usually results in injury. Yet here Ethan was, holding it as if it were nothing. Boom! With a swing of his arms, one to the left and one to the right, Ethan mercilessly pushed the spell forward. His targets? The nearest enemies, Voltas and Catherine. But what surprised Ethan was that Sally, who wasn't even in his line of attack, suddenly stepped in front of Voltas to block it. Thud! The moment the spiraling sphere hit, both Sally and Voltas were blown away like cannonballs. Even though Voltas hadn't taken the full brunt of the attack, Sally's body slammed into him midair, dragging him along. In a single strike, all 3 were hurled into a pile of nearby ruins. Yes! Marks couldn't help but cheer. His worries were clearly unfounded. Ethan was far more powerful than he had imagined. Though that was still pushing it. Ethan had succeeded, but his body had reached its limit. He collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. That was his final, all-or-nothing blow. After battling dozens of enemies and then taking on these 3 elites, his mana was completely spent. He had injuries too. He looked down at his hands. The skin on his left hand was torn open, crisscrossed with gashes like knife cuts. His right hand was charred black, as though it had been burned. A result of his imperfect control. Although the Rasengan's non-elemental concept could be adapted into magic, there were still subtle differences. Using one at a time was manageable, but controlling 2 simultaneously had stretched him too thin. Fortunately, nothing major had gone wrong at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he would be the one lying in the rubble right now. How are you holding up, Ethan? Still with us? I don't get it. Where the hell are the other squads? Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? Marks helped Ethan sit up, worry written all over his face. It had already been 7 or 8 hours since the invasion began, yet not a single other squad had arrived. Even the Golden Dawn, which was supposed to be stationed in the capital, had seemingly vanished. Something wasn't right. They probably ran into trouble on the way. Ethan gave a bitter smile. It was clear now this invasion had been carefully planned. And if it was premeditated, then the enemy would have made sure to cut off reinforcements. The only factor they hadn't accounted for was him. If not for him, the inner city might have already fallen. Ethan! Speak of the devil! Even without turning around, Ethan recognized that voice. Hovering not far away in the sky were Yami Sukiro and a dozen other black bulls, arriving on magic broomsticks fashionably late. Ethan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seriously? You guys show up after the battle's already over? Planning to swoop in and steal the credit or what? Swish! Whoosh! They landed. Yami, as always, had a cigarette hanging from his lips as he scanned the surroundings. The others all wore various expressions of shock. The devastation was massive. The once bustling capital had turned into a war zone. Even as frequent visitors to the city, they had trouble believing this burning ruin was the same place. But nothing compared to the horror right here. Blood soaked the ground. The stench was overwhelming. Severed limbs and exposed entrails made it look like a literal hellscape. Yo, kid! Looks like you've been busy. Busy? He took out over 100 enemies on his own. If it weren't for Ethan, the inner city would have fallen for sure. Marks added. One guy, killed over 100. Everyone froze at the sound of that. That was straight up terrifying. Killing 100 pigs would be hard enough, never mind 100 armed enemies. He looked so cheerful and innocent, who would have guessed he had such ruthless strength? Black Bulls, listen up. Teams of 3 search the surrounding areas in all 4 directions. Any hostiles, eliminate them. Yami barked the order, all traces of his usual laziness gone. His expression was serious, even grim. Though he came from overseas, he'd long since considered the Clover Kingdom his home. And now, people were attacking it. That was personal. Yes, Captain. At his command, Luck, Vanessa, and the others split off, heading out to secure the area. Only Asta and Yami remained. You're not heading out, kid. Haha, Captain, I saw Ethan was hurt. If there are still enemies around, I want to be here to protect him. Ethan felt a warmth spread through his chest. Some people say things just to sound good. But Asta wasn't one of them. He meant every word he said. Ethan chuckled to himself. The first one to genuinely check on him wasn't a girl, but a dude. Was this guy trying to win his heart or what? Oh, right, Captain Yami, did you guys run into trouble on the way? What took you so long? Ethan asked. The Black Bull's base wasn't far from his own post. By broomstick, it should have only taken about 8 minutes. Yet here they were, hours late. Yet, we got ambushed on the road. Lost some time dealing with it. Seems like this whole thing was planned. Wouldn't be surprised if the other squads ran into the same mess. Yami nodded. He might have been all muscle, but he wasn't dumb. Given how things had unfolded, it was obvious the enemy had deliberately delayed all reinforcements. That's when Ethan suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Captain, could you check the rubble over there? I subdued 3 people earlier who seemed to be leading this whole invasion. They should still be there. We might get intel if we question them. Yami nodded and unsheathed his katana as he walked toward the debris. Ethan had said the enemies were down, but now wasn't the time to take chances. But when Yami lifted the wreckage, no one was there. Ethan, are you sure this is the place? Pretty sure, maybe, yeah, I think so. No wonder Sally threw herself in front of Voltas. Ethan cursed under his breath. He finally understood what Sally's goal had been. Among the three, only Voltas could use spatial magic. If they needed to escape the capital quickly and safely, they needed him. So she used her life to protect his. One life for two. Clever move. Even Ethan couldn't help but be impressed. It was the most logical and efficient tactic, but he wasn't sure he could have done the same. Who'd willingly bet their life like that? He wasn't that noble. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash Chapter 60, Chapter 60, The People's Outcry and the Hidden Traitor, Year 760 of the Clover calendar. The Clover Kingdom suffered the most devastating attack since the appearance of the demon god. The outer capital was completely destroyed, and even the inner city sustained significant damage. Countless people were displaced, many perished during the attack. Wails filled the streets, and amid the grief, voices condemning the government's inaction grew louder. The day after the invasion ended, a massive crowd gathered beneath the inner walls of the royal capital. "Come out! I want to know why not a single magic knight showed up to help us. Yet. My wife is dead. And you people hid like cowards. Where are you? Too scared to admit your failure." The crowd's fury was palpable, and every word echoed all the way to the top of the city walls where the captains, the king, and the Wizard King stood. "I'm sorry. I underestimated the enemy. That's what led to such devastating losses." The Wizard King's face was filled with remorse. He had indeed been present during the invasion, but chose not to act immediately. He was trying to bait out the mastermind behind the attack. Little did he know that the Golden Dawn, supposed to be the kingdom's pride, had already been dispatched on a staged mission far away. Given the scale of the destruction, the Wizard King had an inescapable responsibility. "This isn't entirely your fault. The enemy was well prepared." Even Fuegoleon got caught off guard. Yami shook his head, trying to offer comfort. Every squad had faced ambushes on their way to the capital, with the Crimson Lions suffering the worst. Even their captain, Fuegoleon, lost an arm and was knocked unconscious. Thankfully, he survived. But we still need to give the people an explanation. With a sigh, the Wizard King stepped onto the high platform atop the inner wall. Yami and the others followed, flanking him on both sides. When the people saw the Wizard King appear, the entire crowd went silent. "The loss of your loved ones, the destruction of your homes, I understand your pain. I also blame myself, because as your Wizard King, I failed to protect you when you needed me most. What's done is done. No words can bring back the dead. Therefore, I intend to step down from my position as Wizard King, as a gesture of apology to the people." Uproar. The crowd exploded in disbelief. Even Yami and the other captains were stunned. Step down as Wizard King? Who would take his place? And who could be worthy of that role? Wasn't this just going to cause even more chaos? Quiet. Please, quiet. The Wizard King raised his hand, signaling for calm. He didn't want to abdicate, not because of a thirst for power, but because stepping down meant giving up on his ideals, his dreams. But as the highest authority, he couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Still, someone had to take the fall for the public's outrage. "After I step down, I suggest that Van Jans, captain of the Golden Dawn, take my place as Wizard King. Of course, this is only my suggestion. The final decision should be made after careful deliberation." Before he could finish, a voice rang out from the distance. "I object." Everyone turned to see Ethan Hayes, his arms bandaged, looking every bit the wounded warrior as he strode forward. Many people recognized him, especially those from the inner capital. The battle had been devastating, but if not for his solo effort against countless enemies, the death toll would have been much higher. He was the only magic knight seen during the battle. Though people had lost homes and loved ones, few could blame him. He had done everything he could alone. He had earned their respect. "I object. If you want to resign, that's your decision. I can't stop you." But if anyone can be the Wizard King, it sure as hell can't be him. Ethan's words landed like thunder. Everyone was stunned. He was furious. Van Jans is the traitor, the mastermind of the Eye of the Midnight Sun. How could the Wizard King even suggest such a person become his successor? Ethan, watch your tone. You're speaking to the Wizard King. Several captains frowned. Sure, Ethan had done a lot, but this was disrespectful. Shut up. You don't know a damn thing. Ethan snapped, eyes flashing dangerously. It wasn't their fault Van Jans had hidden his true identity too well. If not for knowing the full story, Ethan never would have guessed it either. Ethan, I know you have a bias against us nobles, but do you really need to target me in front of everyone like this? From behind his mask, Van Jans spoke with calm and composure, not the least bit flustered. He's right, another captain chimed in. Van Jans has led the Golden Dawn with honor for years. If the Wizard King steps down, why shouldn't he be the one to succeed? One by one, others voiced their support. Though the squads competed behind the scenes, they were still allies. And Van Jans was well liked, respected by nearly everyone. Even the Wizard King held him in high regard, having personally mentored him. Ethan could only shake his head at this scene. Fine. Since you're all like this, I won't beat around the bush anymore. His tone turned cold. I'll say it outright, Van Jans is a traitor. He's the leader of the Eye of the Midnight Sun and the mastermind behind the attack on the capital. To read future chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Do leave a comment. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, The Calm Before the Storm. The silence was terrifying. Everyone around looked at Ethan Hayes in utter confusion. What did he just say? Langris Vaude was a traitor? The mastermind behind the invasion of the Clover Kingdom's capital? Was this some kind of joke? Ha. Laughter broke out among the crowd. This was just too absurd. William Van Jans had known the Wizard King since childhood. Over the decades, he'd gone from a noble to a magic knight, then to a squad captain, and eventually the leader of the Golden Dawn. Every step of his rise was well documented and had happened right under their noses. Not to mention, he came from a noble family in the royal capital with a clean history going back 3 generations. Under his leadership, the Golden Dawn had racked up countless military victories, consistently ranking as the top squad every year. Now someone was claiming this ambitious, loyal, kingdom-serving youth was a traitor? What a ridiculous joke! Ethan, stop spouting nonsense. Wizard King, I think Ethan must have suffered some head trauma during the battle. He's not making much sense. Yami Sukiro stepped forward to smooth things over. He had known William as both a friend and a rival, having grown alongside him over the years. Aside from the Wizard King himself, Yami probably knew William best. For him, believing Ethan's claim was a bit too much. But at the same time, he didn't want Ethan to face punishment for saying something out of turn. Sigh, just as I expected. Seeing their reactions, Ethan let out a bitter sigh. This was exactly why he hadn't spoken up earlier, even though he knew the truth. Because no one would believe it. It was like discovering the person who'd been sleeping beside you for over a decade your spouse was actually an assassin sent by the enemy. Who would believe that? Even if it were true, most people would try to rationalize it away, lying to themselves just to cope with the shock. The truth was just too hard to accept. But if he didn't speak now, he might never get another chance. If William truly became the next Wizard King, he could easily work from within, coordinating with his allies from the outside. At that point, the downfall of the Clover Kingdom would be inevitable. It'd just be a matter of time. Ethan didn't want to become some pitiful survivor fleeing a crumbling kingdom. He didn't want to wonder if he could escape with his life. His only option was to strike first. In that case, Captain William, may I ask where was the Golden Dawn during the invasion? Ethan asked loudly. William responded calmly, his expression unwavering. Indeed, that was my oversight. The squad was conducting a field simulation exercise at the time. However, I reported this plan to the Wizard King several days in advance. He looked perfectly composed on the outside, but internally, he was rattled. No one should have known about his other identity, not even among the Eye of the Midnight Sunday. Yet Ethan had identified him with absolute certainty. That was deeply unsettling. "You sure planned things out well," Ethan replied, his voice cutting. "But let me ask, why did every other squad fall into an ambush except for yours? And during this so-called training exercise, did you see William the entire time? Was there a period when he disappeared?" Furrowed his brow in thought. "Yes, after leading us to the training site, Captain William did step away for a while for some matter. But that doesn't prove anything." And indeed, it didn't. There could be 1,000 excuses: preparing training materials, checking logistics, or even just using the restroom. All perfectly plausible. And in the absence of hard evidence or witnesses, none of it held up. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you need the stolen goods. To catch a traitor, you need them red-handed. And William had the trust of nearly everyone present. Taking him down like this? Nearly impossible. But then bring him up. Ethan suddenly shouted. 2 guards appeared, dragging a battered man into view. The battle in the capital hadn't been a complete loss. Not everyone had escaped. Catherine and Sally had gotten away thanks to Voltas's space magic. Given time to recover, escape had been easy for them. But not everyone had that luxury. One person who didn't escape was the necromancer Raids Spirito. He had been severely injured in the battle and left behind, either forgotten or too difficult to rescue in time. Now, he was a prisoner. This man is Raids Spirito, one of the key attackers in the capital assault. He's been tight-lipped so far, but that's fine. Once his injuries heal, Marx will use his memory magic to scan his mind. When that happens, the truth will be revealed. As Ethan spoke, he turned to William. William still looked utterly unbothered, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. In fact, he even spoke up. "Excellent work, Captain Ethan. Capturing one of the enemy leaders is no small feat. Marx, make sure to be thorough during the memory scan. We must get every detail, so the truth can come to light and clear my name." Damn it! Looking at William's righteous, dignified expression, Ethan's eye twitched. This guy really could act. Play the role long enough, and you forget you were ever the villain? Or perhaps Raids genuinely didn't know William's true identity? Ethan wasn't sure after all. The original series never made that clear. But there was one thing he was certain of: Raids' memories absolutely contained clues about their future plans. And there were only 2 outcomes for Raids. Either his memories were extracted, exposing the Eye of the Midnight Sun's future plans to the world. Or they'd launch a rescue mission to silence him and keep their operation on track. No evidence? That was fine, evidence was on the way. "Wizard King, this is Raids' testimony. Please take a look." Ethan handed over a piece of paper. As the Wizard King read it, his brow furrowed. Then, slowly, he lifted his gaze back to Ethan. "Whether or not you plan to abdicate," Ethan said firmly, locking eyes with him, "this matter must be resolved. Until the truth is clear, no one will be at peace. Am I right, Wizard King?" The paper didn't contain any testimony. It was something else entirely: a trap. A plan to lure the snake out of its hole. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samorash. Do leave a comment. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, The Grand Banquet in the Capital. Even though the capital had just suffered an attack, one that reached as far as the inner city, it was ultimately defended, and the enemies repelled. That, at the very least, was something to celebrate. Especially for Augustus, the king of the Clover Kingdom, who saw it as a victory worth commemorating. He was also the one most eager to host this grand banquet. Most of the Magic Knight squads were reluctant to attend, but since Augustus was technically still the reigning monarch responsible for internal affairs, no one could outright refuse. Regardless of what they thought of him, formalities still had to be observed. Still, not every squad showed up. The Crimson Lion King's captain, Fuego Leon, remained in a coma due to his injuries. As for Golden Dawn's captain, William Van Jans, he claimed he was proving his innocence. He had personally requested that the Wizard King assign people to monitor him around the clock and restrict his movements until the truth came to light. Honestly, from Ethan Hayes' perspective, that move was a masterstroke, turning the old thief crying thief playbook into a fine art. Some people who had previously doubted Van Jans might begin to suspect something, but with this clever maneuver, he practically eliminated all suspicions cast on him. Instead, the one catching all the heat was Ethan. What's gotten into Ethan Hayes? Accusing Captain Van Jans like that? Right? I actually admired him before for standing alone against powerful enemies. But now? He seems petty and jealous. Exactly. He probably couldn't stand Van Jans getting all the credit. At the banquet, many magic knights whispered about the situation. Compared to Ethan, they naturally sided with Van Jans. This had nothing to do with nobility or commoner status. Van Jans had spent years building trust and respect among the ranks. It was like someone telling you your own father was a murderer. Would you believe it? Ethan didn't care about the gossip. Honestly, he would have been more suspicious if everyone had believed him. He walked over to the Wizard King, holding a glass of wine, and whispered with a light smile, "So, I wasn't wrong, was I?" Only the two of them could hear his voice over the buzz of the banquet. "You weren't," Julius replied. "But, that still doesn't prove Van Jans is a traitor." Ethan had given Julius a detailed plan, along with predictions of Van Jans's behavior. The first item? That Van Jans would retreat strategically and voluntarily confine himself as a show of innocence. And right on cue, that's exactly what Van Jans did. True, Ethan nodded. But don't rush. Give it a few days. Let the plan unfold. He smiled faintly. Hot tofu can't be eaten in haste, after all. Even brewing wine needs time to ferment. And drawing out an old fox like Van Jans required even more patience. A guy that cunning wasn't going to slip up easily. His intelligence was formidable. But sometimes, being too smart could be a weakness. As they spoke, King Augustus, wine glass in hand and cheeks slightly flushed, approached with a smile, trailed by his attendants. "Julius, mind if I borrow our hero of the hour for a moment?" "Be my guest," Julius said, smiling as he walked away toward the Black Bulls. Augustus turned to Ethan with a radiant grin. But that grin didn't impress Ethan in the least. After all, in the original timeline, Augustus was a complete non-factor. "Captain Ethan Hayes, I truly thank you for coming to the capital's aid in time. I've decided to reward you by granting you the title of Marquis. What do you say?" "Marquis?" Ethan was momentarily stunned. Nobility in Clover Kingdom had a hierarchy: Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, and Duke, with Duke just under the royal family. Being granted a Marquis title straight away? That was a lot to digest. Is he trying to win me over? Then it clicked. In both the original timeline and even now, Augustus was more of a figurehead than an actual ruler. With the Wizard King running the military and public favor leaning heavily toward Julius, the people had all but forgotten they had a king at all. But things were shifting. Julius had already hinted at resigning, and Van Jans was tangled in controversy. Augustus probably saw a window of opportunity to rebuild his influence before Julius officially stepped down. So that's his game. Smart move, old man. Ethan was mildly impressed. Maybe not all kings were useless after all, at least not when it came to political instincts. Now came the real question: should he accept the title or not? After a short pause, Ethan smiled and said, "Since it's a royal decree, how could I possibly refuse? I'm honored, Your Majesty." It wasn't a bad deal. Augustus might lack presence, but he was still the king. Having him as an ally could smooth many things for the newly formed 10th Magic Knight Squad. Besides, in the vengeance situation, he could serve as a convenient pawn. Excellent. Very good. Here, Captain Ethan cheers. Augustus chuckled. Ethan may be young and not yet well established, but his potential was undeniable. He'd be perfect to balance and challenge the influence of the other squads. And status? Whether someone was a commoner or not wasn't that up to the king to decide. Didn't someone once say? Why should birth decide who becomes a king or noble? More importantly, Augustus's actions shut down any would-be critics. Everyone! Quiet, please, the king called out. I have a joyous announcement to make. The banquet hall fell silent. This capital was saved thanks to the valiant efforts of Captain Ethan Hayes. As such, I hereby grant him the title of Marquis. And furthermore I intend to wed my niece, Princess Hermione Clariros, to him, so they may be joined in blessed union. Silence. Ethan promptly spit out the wine in his mouth. Wait, what? You're marrying me to your niece? You sneaky old man, going all in, hey? Cough, cough. Your Majesty, I'll gladly accept the title, but as for the princess, perhaps let's hold off on that. He wiped his mouth quickly. Who knew how old she was? What if she was some temperamental heiress or worse, not even remotely attractive? He wasn't looking for some politically arranged marriage. He'd rather have a relationship built on genuine connection. If there was no chemistry, it'd just be a miserable arrangement. Phew, thank goodness. From the side, Noelle let out a sigh of relief. Her face flushed as she realized it. But really, she thought, Ethan was being kind of dumb. If he married a princess, he'd be way more than just a marquis. He could become a prince. And when Augustus eventually passed on, who knew? Maybe even, the next king? Opportunities like this didn't come knocking twice. Hey, Captain Ethan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse, Augustus chuckled. How about we arrange a meeting in a few days? You young people can talk it out. If you still think it's not a good match, I won't push it. Ethan opened his mouth, then closed it again. There was nothing to say. Augustus clearly wanted to bind him tightly to his side. Well, fine. If they were going to use each other, so be it. Just, please don't be sending him someone ugly. That'd be the end of everything. The banquet carried on without incident, at least, on the surface. Meanwhile, in the Golden Dawn headquarters, Captain Van Jans sat alone in his office, eyes closed. Apart from the guards stationed outside, there was no one around. Yet his lips occasionally moved as if he were talking to someone unseen. After a while, he stopped and whispered to himself, Ethan Hayes. Just who exactly are you? To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samorash. Do leave a comment. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, The Baited Trap. Royal Capital, within the Sky Prison. Right now, Rades was imprisoned inside. However, unlike other inmates, he wasn't shackled. He even had a bed. On the table next to his bed were leftovers from a recent meal. Though it wasn't exactly gourmet cuisine, compared to the average prisoner, it was presidential treatment. But Rades knew very well that they weren't pampering him out of kindness. They just wanted his body in good condition for a memory probe. They were hoping to uncover their group's future plans, and perhaps even the identity of that man. Too bad, Rades muttered mockingly to himself. Even I don't know who he is. It was funny, really working so hard for someone and not even knowing who the boss truly was. But it didn't matter. What mattered was proving his worth. Maybe, just another day or two left. I better think of a plan. Rades frowned, deep in thought. At that moment, the prison gates creaked open. Walking in were the Wizard King, Ethan, and a third figure, Langris Vaude, vice-captain of the Golden Dawn. Langris had insisted on coming his intention clear, to watch Ethan and prevent him from spreading false information that might frame Van Jans, the captain. Ethan welcomed this. It saved him a lot of trouble. After all, while he exposed Van Jans, he deliberately avoided revealing Langris's involvement. This guy was also a member of the Eye of the Midnight Sun, although his case was unique. In fact, it was likely Langris himself hadn't realized the role he'd played in betraying the Clover Kingdom. Almost like being hypnotized and used. Raids, Ethan said playfully. How's the food here? Not bad, right? You're healing up pretty well too, I see. Tough guy survived a direct raise nan and didn't die on the spot. But his mouth? Even tougher than his life. Save your breath. I won't tell you anything. If you want answers, go ahead and probe my memory, assuming you don't mind killing me in the process. Raids turned over on the bed, clearly done with the conversation. Getting intel out of him? Dream on. Ethan just smiled. Physically, Raids was well enough for a memory probe. But Ethan didn't care about their future plans. His real goal was to draw out Van Jans, that cunning old fox. Glad to see you're in good shape, Ethan said as they turned to leave. Eat well and rest up, your body needs to recover quickly. Once outside the cell, Ethan and the Wizard King spoke privately. Langris had already left. So, is it time for me to head to Golden Dawn and offer to lift the restriction on Van Jans? The Wizard King asked. It was part of Ethan's plan. Yes. But don't worry, he'll never agree to lift it. I bet Langris is already rushing back to report Raids' condition to Van Jans. Ethan added, nodding. Smart people know how to create perfect alibis, something he learned from watching thousands of episodes of Sherlock. Nothing proves innocence better than being constantly watched. That's why Ethan had no intention of personally rescuing Raids. That would risk exposing the plan. Langris was the key. Before you leave, Ethan said seriously, give Langris this, a magical key to the Sky Prison. The reason is up to you. But once you hand it over, I suggest you send someone to tail him. No, do it yourself. The Wizard King frowned. So Ethan wasn't just suspecting Van Jans, he was doubting Langris, too? Was there more than one traitor? I know you have doubts, Ethan said. But you agreed to follow this plan to uncover the truth, didn't you? Sometimes, what you see isn't always real. Even if you never took your eyes off it. The Wizard King took a deep breath and nodded. If they didn't get to the bottom of this, not only would he lose sleep, the whole Clover Kingdom might be hanging off a cliff. Golden Dawn headquarters. Langris returned swiftly and went straight to Vengeance's office. He didn't even notice that his eyes looked foggy. His steps were firm, but his mind? Chaos. Van Jans smiled as Langris entered. Despite being confined and watched, he could still meet with his vice-captain on home ground. Well? How's Raids doing? Van Jans asked. He's recovering well. Another 2 or 3 days, and he'll be fully healed. They'll probably begin the memory magic soon. 2 or 3 days. Van Jans fell silent. Raids had to be saved. If the plan was exposed, the Eye of the Midnight Sun would suffer a major blow. And worst of all, their ultimate goal, the Elf Stones, might be discovered. But he couldn't act directly. Raids had to be saved, but he couldn't be the one to do it. Captain Van Jans, the Wizard King is here. Just as he was about to give Langris instructions, a voice came from outside. No knock, no warning. The Wizard King walked right in. Well, Van Jans. How've you been? Hanging in there. His warm smile greeted them, but when he saw Langris was also present, his heart sank. Ethan was right. Again. He'd called this from the start. Wizard King, this is unexpected, Van Jans said, cautious. What? Can't I drop by for a chat? The Wizard King chuckled. Remember when you were a kid? Look at you now, captain of your own squad. There was real emotion in his voice. It was really hard to believe that Vanjance could be a traitor. He'd watched him grow up, just like he had with Yami. They were practically brothers. But as Wizard King, he had a duty to eliminate all threats to the kingdom. Even if it meant investigating someone he once considered family. As for the restriction, let's just forget it, the Wizard King said casually. I watched you grow up. I only agreed to Ethan's suggestion to calm him down. You know how kids are always trying to make a name for themselves. We old-timers shouldn't take it too seriously. He laughed lightly, like it was just banter. But Vanjance's response made his heart sink again. Because Ethan was right. Again. Vanjance refused to lift the restriction. Still smiling, the Wizard King reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. Well, no problem then. Langris, this is the key to the Sky Prison. Marquez's memory magic has never failed before, but just in case, it wouldn't hurt to visit raids now and then, right? I'm sure you'd want the truth to come out and clear your captain's name. Ethan, that kid, he's a bit much. But don't worry, Vanjance, after this is over, I'll personally bring him over to apologize. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samarash. Do leave a comment. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, The Game of Minds and Mouth. Staring at the key to the Sky Prison in Langris's hand and the receding figure of the Wizard King, Vanjance fell into deep thought. Langris, tell me, why do you think the Wizard King did that? Vanjance spoke, but Langris, still in his altered state, gave no response. Does he truly not want to see me falsely accused? Or is this just a ruse to lure me out? But I shouldn't have shown any flaws. Multiple thoughts flickered through Vanjance's mind like flashes of lightning. Ethan had challenged him, outright accusing him of being a traitor. Even if not everyone believed it, there were certainly a few who harbored suspicion. And in just 2 days, raids would be subjected to a memory probe. To unseal him now and hand over the key to the Sky Prison to Langris, such a move was completely unnecessary. Or, am I overthinking it? Does the Wizard King truly trust me, just as he said, merely accommodating a promising young man like Ethan? If it was the former, any reckless action on his part would be walking right into a trap. But if it was the latter, this was his one perfect opportunity to stage a rescue. To act, or not to act? That is the question. Langris, over the next couple of days, quietly go interrogate raids for me. Report every detail to me afterward. After weighing everything, Vanjance chose to play it safe for now. At the very least, he wanted to observe how the Wizard King and others reacted. And if it ultimately proved impossible to rescue raids, he still had one last plan. Those who can keep secrets, aside from one's own trusted people, are only the dead. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Wizard King's silhouette darted through the dense forest. With his strength, Langris hadn't even sensed his presence ahead. However, the tailing effort yielded no results. Langris had returned home and hadn't stepped out since. Looks like Ethan wasn't entirely right. For some reason, the Wizard King let out a breath of relief. Ethan had spoken with conviction, even accurately predicting many of their actions. That had shaken the Wizard King's trust in Vanjance. But Langris's current behavior, deviating from Ethan's forecast, eased his heart. He just couldn't bring himself to believe that Vanjance was a traitor. That night, Ethan Hayes opened the gates to the Sky Prison alone. Sending the Wizard King to see Vanjance had been nothing more than a misdirection. Both the unsealing and the handing over of the key were mere performances for Vanjance's eyes alone. Because he knew, the more you do openly for someone like Vanjance, the more he'll overthink it. And the more he thinks, the more hesitant he becomes. If Ethan was right, Vanjance's first move would have been to have Langris reach out to members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun still on the outside, coordinating a rescue from within and without. Vengeance would have remained behind, pulling strings from the shadows. Even if things went sideways, he had a solid alibi and could easily throw Langris under the bus. But that wasn't the outcome Ethan wanted. That's why he had the Wizard King interfere to forcefully disrupt any plans of that sort and make Vengeance afraid to act. And, of course, if Vengeance was reckless enough to send Langris out to make contact, the tailing Wizard King could round them all up in one fell swoop. With both evidence and witnesses in hand, even if they couldn't topple Vengeance completely, he'd still be tightly controlled, stripped of any opportunity to stir trouble again as captain of the Golden Dawn. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. And when a man is desperate, murder and silence are his only options. With a faint smile on his lips, Ethan stepped into the Sky Prison. Here, the inmates were the worst of the worst vicious criminals and those sentenced to death. Not a single one was innocent. Not a single one worthy of pity. I already told you you'll never get anything out of me. Keep dreaming. As if he'd sensed Ethan's arrival, Raids shouted without even turning to look. His tone was firm, arrogant. Don't worry, I didn't come all this way just to interrogate you, Ethan said with a chuckle. The Clover Kingdom doesn't exactly pay me overtime, you know. It's a long night. I'm just here to chat. Chat? What the hell did this guy lose his damn mind? Raids finally turned around, looking at Ethan like he was a complete idiot. They were enemies. Ethan served the kingdom, Raids was a terrorist threatening its very peace. Chatting was something you did with friends or comrades, not with a man like him. You're really something, Raids sneered. You say you serve the Clover Kingdom, yet stood by and watched me kill someone in front of you. And now you've come to chat? Interesting. Very interesting. Raids couldn't wrap his head around Ethan's actions. He was nothing like the Wizard King or those uptight magic knights. This guy lived for himself. To be honest, Ethan began, voice calm, as if speaking to an old friend, I'm not particularly bothered that you people came here to redevelop the Clover Kingdom, or even that you killed. Hatred is just part of the cycle. You hurt me, I hurt you. Talk of revenge begetting revenge being meaningless, well, that's all just crap. I grew up in the Clover Kingdom yet, on the borderlands. If not for the villagers who took me in, I'd probably be buried 6 feet under with grass growing a mile high over my grave. You did what you had to for your side. I responded in kind. Raids' defensive wall softened just a little. Ethan's tone lacked condescension, lacked authority. It sounded like one man talking to another, one who understood. And you, Ethan added with a smile, once served in the kingdom's Azure Orca squad. But because of your necromancy magic, no one accepted you. They even kicked you out of the country. Want me to analyze it for you? Talented but unappreciated, resentment brewing. Someone like you is the perfect target to be manipulated. Let me guess, your boss appeared, said he valued your talent, admired your strength, even promised to help you get revenge and build a new, perfect world together. How do you know that? Raids blinked, blurting it out without thinking. Ethan's words weren't completely accurate, but they were close, too close. That man, he had indeed valued them, admired them, and spared no effort to help them grow stronger. How do I know? Ethan smirked and shook his head. How did Obito get crippled? Manipulated. How did Madara die? Manipulated. And even the boss they were working for, was just another poor soul manipulated by demons. Really though? This whole manipulation tactic? Stronger than any magic. The only thing that could compete, was talk no jutsu. To access 30+ advanced chapters, head over to Patreon, patreon.com/samorash. Do leave a comment. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, The Art of Psychological Warfare. Honestly, I have no personal grudge against you, Ethan Hayes said with a slight smile. From my perspective, I actually sympathize with you. Everything you've been through was beyond your control. If the Orca squad hadn't ostracized you, who knows? Maybe you'd still be an elite member of the Magic Knights. While he spoke, Ethan closely observed the subtle changes in Raid's expression. It was late, far too late to be here for a heart-to-heart. And even if he were here to talk about relationships, it definitely wouldn't be with Raids. He had only one goal: defection. If Van Jans continued to hide behind the scenes, then Ethan would never be able to bring out ironclad proof of his betrayal. The man was under surveillance 24/7. If he never made a move himself, then there was no way to catch him red-handed. But there were other methods. If Van Jans wouldn't step on the trap, then Ethan would throw the mud on him directly. Even if Raids didn't know who his actual boss was, who could say for sure? If Ethan could coax him into accusing Van Jans, he could stir the pot from there. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. Once a seed of doubt was planted, lies could become truth. Besides, Van Jans was indeed a traitor. But first, he had to get Raids on board. Truth be told, Ethan continued smoothly, your boss really does value you. My spies reported unusual activity around the capital, lots of suspicious individuals sneaking in. Looks like a rescue mission. But too bad many of them have already been captured. And this is the royal dungeon we're talking about. It's not just heavily guarded, there's also a magic barrier stronger than Magic 007. Any disturbance, and both the Wizard King and I will rush here in an instant. He leaned in slightly, letting his words sink in. Your little underlings are useless. Maybe your boss would stand a chance if he came in person, but tell me, does he dare? Raids frowned deeply. As a former member of the Orca squad, he was very familiar with the power of the Clover Kingdom. If it hadn't been for their leader manipulating things from the shadows, he wouldn't have dared raise a finger against the capital. Now, with elite forces and the Wizard King gathered in one place, busting out of prison would be as hard as ascending to the heavens. Humph! Even so, at least I'm not one of you hypocrites, Raids scoffed. I'd rather die at your hands than betray what I believe in. Oh? Dying for someone who understands you? That's real stupid, Ethan laughed coldly. Then he fixed Raids with a sharp stare. You know what you look like right now? A beggar. Someone tosses you a crumb, and you're ready to rip your heart out in gratitude. But have you ever wondered why someone would offer a hand to a beggar? Out of kindness? Please. You really think you matter to them? You're just a meat shield, a fool to take the hit. Say that again if you dare. Raids snapped, his face twisting with anger. The words had clearly struck a nerve. Ethan continued casually, not afraid to tell you we know everything about your operation. The Eye of the Midnight Sunday. Your leader is licked, right? And those THRE'd freaks Veto, and FANA. Raid's eyes widened in shock. How did he know? They'd been extremely cautious before the invasion of the capital, hiding their identities at all costs. No one outside the group should have known about them, especially not this Ethan, who spoke their names like he'd memorized a file. There was only one possibility. A traitor among them. Had. Looks like you've guessed it, Ethan smirked. I didn't know all this myself, but others did. You know what I'm capable of, but do you know what your teammates are capable of? I'll give it to you straight, that woman Catherine already confessed everything. I'm here tonight because I believe you're not a bad person at heart. The Clover Kingdom wronged you first. If you come clean, I can guarantee your life. He delivered the lie with calm confidence. Of course, none of it was true. But Raids didn't know that. This was a standard interrogation trick, a psychological gambit. Many with weak resolve would surrender the moment they thought they'd been betrayed. No. I don't believe you. Raids shouted, his voice trembling. You're lying. Catherine would never betray us. Ethan's smile tightened. Looks like Raids was tougher than expected. Even after hearing all that, he was still clinging to hope. But had a lie. Ethan chuckled darkly. You know, women are a lot easier to deal with than men. That little witch, Catherine, don't know how old she really is, but that cursed beauty magic of hers? Gotta admit, she's both hot and sexy. Even I had a hard time holding back. As he spoke, Ethan licked his lips and flashed a wicked grin. But hey, with so many casualties, someone had to pay the price, right? You know how many people lined up for her after I came here? Over 100. She was so out of it, she didn't even know who she was. You really think she kept any secrets after that? Monster. Demon. Raid stared at Ethan like he was something inhuman. He couldn't read him at all. To force a woman into submission through such despicable means? Catherine was probably cough, he couldn't even finish the thought. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Hat. Guards move him to the first level of the royal prison. Without another word, Ethan turned and walked away with a composed, collected demeanor. But the moment he turned the corner, regret hit him like a ton of bricks. Damn it! Why the hell did I say all that? Where was he supposed to find Catherine and 100 men to act out that entire scene? He'd just completely made it up on the fly. Still, he knew one thing: unless Raid saw it with his own eyes, that final layer of mental resistance wouldn't crack. Gotta come up with something fast. Ethan's brain worked overtime as he signaled the guards to stall, stretching a 5-minute walk into 50. Meanwhile, he used wind magic to quickly zip back to the palace. Finding 100 people was no problem. Heck, he could get 500 if needed. But Catherine? That was the real problem. He'd planned to grab a random maid and ask her to act it out. But for some reason, all the maids today were either too chubby or too short. All the decent-looking ones must have gone home for the holidays or something. He couldn't find a single suitable substitute. Damn it, this whole plan's falling apart. Panic crept in. If the performance didn't go off, Raids would never believe a word he'd said. And then everything he'd built so far would collapse. Wait, what's that? Descending from midair, Ethan spotted a tall figure in the distance stumbling as she walked. Her hairstyle, figure, and even outfit looked remarkably similar to Catherine's. As for the face? Just throw a cloth over it. Pretty or not didn't matter. Cover her head and act like a professional.